Morning, everyone. Welcome to day two of the meeting. After a very useful day of discussions yesterday on some of our current financial reporting projects, we move into sustainability reporting and climate-related disclosures today, which is, of course, an extremely important and highly visible area of our activity. And I think what we've tried to do in terms of the majority of today's programme is not only to bring to the board the conclusions from the various different discussions that we've had during the autumn, but also to allow the board some time and space to begin to discuss the topics which we will be addressing in March. So it's got those two components: formal discussions on some of the foundational concepts, and a first look, importantly, I think, a first look at the developing climate-related disclosure standard, and then that time for you to explore the various different issues that need thinking about in governance strategy and risks and opportunities, and do that in breakout groups involving both members and TAs. So we really want to make sure that we've got as much input as possible to take into the discussions with topic working group, and also with the sustainability reference group during the next quarter. So this is really your opportunity to provide input and make the most of it, I think. Looking forward to hearing what the views are. And without more ado, Celine, I will pass over to you.
Thanks, Ian. I am very excited to hear everyone's thoughts. As you can imagine, I've been working over the last few months with the Sustainability Reference Group, the topic working group, and we've been thinking through all of these issues. And so today we'll focus on the first chunk of our disclosures and the drafting. That's the objective and scope and conceptual foundations. And so focusing on those key issues and principles around what we're including in our scope, impacts, risks, and opportunities, and then how we get to determining material information. And so I'm walking through again our approach to drafting. We've talked about this through the year, and so this is what we're building off of for the drafting that you've seen. Building off of our consultation paper and the feedback, what stakeholders told us that they would want to see, what they need, building off the public sector key concepts from our conceptual framework, and then building off of international guidance, looking at IPSASB and GRI. And you'll have seen in the draft agenda 6.3.1 the color coding to see where we're drawing from those standards and how we're building off of that, to give you a sense of we're really leveraging and we want to really align with these other international guidance. And we, the process that we talked about in September, we had those board education sessions in September and in October from the IPSASB, IFRS Foundation, the XRB, and also from, breadth of GRI, FREG, and IPSASB in October, as well as practitioners, which hopefully you found very informative, and it also supported our work as staff as we think through and have the dialogue with other standard setters. And then we've had meetings with the topic working group and sustainability reference group, and I've highlighted that the conversations and the advice and recommendations that we got in the agenda papers, and I'll highlight a few more in this presentation as a reminder, as it really guided our drafting and the approach that we're taking in the advice and recommendations for them into consideration. And that brings us today, where we'll review and discuss. So this is a structure just to help you visualize what you what we're focusing on and how we're building this out. So we have a climate-related disclosure standard. We have the core text. So you'll have seen in the draft that there's a core text section, application guidance related to climate-related disclosures, which you'll see was empty at this point because we're focusing on that the column in the most right, the general requirements appendix. And that's where we will focus our time really about bringing in those key concepts as we build out our climate related disclosures. So this section is primarily based on S1, but S1 a is a general requirements for sustainability related information. So we've made sure to narrow that and focus this is specifically to climate, since this is a climate standard. So that's what we'll walk through, and certainly it brings in elements from GRI, the impacts you'll have seen through there, the guidance on how to assess impacts is included there as well, and we'll walk through. We'll certainly do a page flip later on.
Thanks, Celine. I think it might be appropriate just to sort of pause and check whether there are any comments, and just to underline that point about the general requirements appendix. When going into this, it was clear that we were going to need, if this is a standalone standard, we were going to need those concepts, some of the material that's currently in S1 in order to make an independent climate related disclosure standard. That doesn't include us developing a public sector equivalent of S1 separately, but in order to make this operable until you have such a standard, assuming that we do at some stage develop that, we need that material. So that's the reason for putting it in an appendix, that if at some stage we do have that standard and that gets superseded, then we can just remove that material. So that's, if you like, the pragmatic reason for going that route. So with that introduction, I just wanted to check whether there were sort of questions, concerns, because obviously this is the first time that you've also seen some of what that then looks like in terms of the drafting. Okay, I think that's clear. I mean, obviously, all the way through today, there's opportunities for debate and discussion as we start to work our way through this.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So that takes us in. I just want to spend some time to reflect on the key messages that we heard, because this kind of will be an overarching for our discussions today, from the recommendations that we heard from the SRG. And then I'll also share about some of the education session we had. So from the SRG, we had some really good discussion around impacts versus opportunities, the steps to reporting, and what we kept hearing was the support for standardization and high consistency across public and private sector for various different reasons. So certainly, we talk about the investor markets and like financial flows, right, as a big part of supporting climate change. And so, and the World Bank report, they talked about sovereign bonds being 40% of the global bond market. It's a significant reason that investors will still be looking to sovereign reporting, to municipal bonds. They are all looking to issue green bonds, and so it's still a highly important reason for us to maintain that consistency with the private sector. And on top of that, the interconnectedness between public sector and private sector, when you look down the value chain, we're all up and downstream from one another. And ultimately, if you start asking your private sector to report on these, then they're going to come back to you to ask for information, right? So it's important for us to maintain that consistency. And on top of that, they have to be complementary. We're all working towards the same targets, and so your information should be complementary for us to work together. So that was repeatedly brought up in throughout discussions, throughout the different questions that we talked about. So that's a key that we really brought across. And even when we thought about the drafting, how much do we want to deviate? And we think back to, okay, we should be consistent as possible. Um, the second point was certainly about the role and function of government. And we've discussed it at this table as well about the importance of policy setting and regulation. And that was heard from our RCP respondents. So it's something that we still will have to work through how it looks, what that guidance looks like. I've brought in some drafting, and certainly we'll discuss and think about what else or how to explain it. But that's certainly top of mind. And then the last point is just reassuring, that the SRG acknowledged that will be a challenge. Bring in different concepts from different standards for a public sector that is so broad with such different contexts across different places. But at the end of the day, there's no complete answers, and sustainability continues to evolve. So I think it just goes back to not let perfect be the enemy of the good. And so we push on, and for me myself, I know there, even if we achieve the perfect standard, there will be lots of different comments and questions, and there'll still be open items. So just to continue to press on and focus on the principles that we need to bring in place.
Thanks, Celine, and I'll go to Scott in a moment just for any additional comments as chair of the SRG. But I think it implicitly in the approach that staff have adopted in putting together the material, we're essentially applying our rules of the road approach, which is that you adapt where necessary for the public sector, where there's a clear reason. And I think that's consistent with those bullet points, that actually there are reasons to, certainly at a whole of government level, and then consequent flow down to align with and to start from S2. But there are going to be differences, and as we work through this area, and we will be working through particularly both in the upcoming discussion on impacts, but also on governance strategy and risks, there will be things that we need to think about, and we will need to adapt for the public sector circumstances. So that's very much underlying the approach, even although we haven't formalised it. But essentially, it's a rules of the road approach that we're taking at the moment. Scott.
Yeah, just to emphasize a couple points that Celine made, was that there is a great desire for this. I think we ought to understand that we have a demanding customer base here that really wants this. And I want to emphasize the thing about let's not perfect get in the way of progress. They were very much, this will evolve over time. Everybody's sort of making it up as they go along. And we need to understand it will evolve in that perspective. But the other thing I came away which is not on your slide, which I came away very excited about, was the number of examples that they gave us. So there's a lot of people have gone before us in this, and there's a lot of the examples. So I think we don't have to make this stuff up. There's actually a lot of good examples out there that they're willing to help provide to us. So I think then again, that just underscores the importance of the SRG, because they have a lot of resources and can help us identify those examples.
Thanks, Scott.
Right. Thanks. So the next, I just wanted to reflect on some of the key messages we heard from the.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ask a question. When you talk about the roles and consider roles and functions of government, does it mean governments as preparing entities and MPPs that will report on climate-related issues, or governments or governmental bodies as a third party which would interfere in the background that we would create throughout the standard on climate related disclosures, would add by regulations, or would create constraints on the entities that would report on climate related issues.
That's exactly one of the issues we want to get into in the board breakout discussions later on today, because you're right. I mean, governments have their own activities, and that's important, but then governments also influence through regulation, through programs, and incentives that they provide to other parts of the population. And I think that's going to be one of the really important areas that we need to think through. What does that look like? Particularly if you put a conceptual framework lens on this, what does that, how do you approach that? So, Fabienne.
Thank you, Jan. Maybe it's a good time now, as a general comment, to bring in what the CAG discussed on Monday. So CAG members shared updates on sustainability reporting developments in their jurisdictions, following the survey that was carried out May this year, actually. From what we heard, so there are initiatives to standardize reporting in the UK central government, and it is worth noting there that reporting is based on TCFD at the moment, TCFD requirements, while waiting for the IPSASB to come up with a standard, so for the public sector. So it's important to point that out, I think. We were also informed of the latest ED and climate-related disclosures newly open for comment in Australia, and on reporting to Parliament by the EU, and on reporting to UN Women on gender equality by UN ILO. And CAG members advised that the survey results confirm the need for public sector sustainability reporting standards if there was a need for confirmation, and also reflected on the challenges currently faced and anticipated. That would be challenges with assurance, capacity, skills, resources, political will, and a range of varied contexts. And CAG members also shared that local authorities seem to have, in many instances, a dynamic of their own, and they are ahead of most central structures, such as central government in many instances. But most often, those initiatives are based on very different systems of reporting, which at some point may hinder some kind of harmonization. So just an overview of what we discussed on Monday. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. I think those are very useful inputs, and I think we know, for example, in Canada, we know there have been a number of very active networks at municipality level, and that was one of the reasons why we asked Heather Taylor, who's the former CFO of Toronto, to join the sustainability reference group, and obviously she spoke at the education session because of her experience, but also making linkages into the experience being developed at national standard setter level in terms of the topic working group. We have input there from New Zealand, who obviously have issued their first climate-related standard. We have input from the UK Treasury in terms of their experience along the way, and we've also got input from Canada as well as the international organisations, and of course Liang as board member. And thank you very much, Liang, for the very active role that you've taken already in taking the thinking forward on that. So we're trying to sort of, through these various different mechanisms, really connect with, but also take advantage of that emerging, what's a very dynamic situation. And I thought that survey actually was very, very interesting, actually. Celine.
Thank you. So just some reflections on the education session in October, because we found that definitely very helpful, and just a few key points. But again, we heard again, I think, the need for collaboration and consistency across standard setters. I think standard setters recognize that, and they're working closely together, and practitioners echoed the appreciation for that need to work together and really provide clarity to preparers and to users. Next, that materiality, because the session was on materiality, and at the end of the day, it was all driven by stakeholders and users. It may sound complex, and there could be different approaches, but at the end of the day, the principles are all based on what's the user's needs and who are the stakeholders, and it ultimately requires a lot of professional judgment because it's entity specific. So as we get into that agenda paper, we'll certainly reflect on those points a bit more. And then finally, a point that I've really stood out to me was that financial information is useful for understanding impacts and vice versa. So impacts are useful for understanding financial information for both investors and non-investors, and they will be looking for both. We know that the IFRS S2, they included impacts. GHG is an impact, so that they really sit alongside and complement each other, which I think takes me to our first agenda paper on the objective and scope, and how we think about including impacts, risks, and opportunities. Our objective and scope, this is an important discussion because it will ultimately frame the direction, frame our standard going forward. And so if we look back at our consultation paper, we had these two building blocks, and we talked about building off one, the investor focus, and adding the multi-stakeholder focus. And the respondents strongly supported this need to look at the multi-stakeholder approach, to look broader, to bring in impacts, and that's where many of them pointed us to GRI and how we brought this into our process. And so it is important for us, I think, to reflect that. And so we reflected in our project brief already that we're including impacts, risks, and opportunities in our scope. But through this quarter, I think we really reflected on what does that mean? What does that look like? Impacts, risks, and opportunities. Even when I started, these are everyday terms. They have everyday meanings, but in sustainability, they have a specific meaning. They come with a very specific understanding, in sustainability discourse. So we really had to understand and ground ourselves in what is that. We know that there's a need. The SRG confirmed and agreed that they supported, we do need impacts, risks, and opportunities from a public sector perspective. But ultimately, how do we bring that in? What do these terms mean? And certainly we can have discussion around what that is. But to start with impacts, I'd say that, I guess, going back to the key messages, we're looking at impacts, risks, and opportunities will align with what's existing in the private sector. And so that's a key principle. We're aligning our definitions, our approach, our guidance with what's in IPSASB and GRI and bringing those in, and only adapting for public sector specific issues. So if I go to our definitions, we're building our definitions, aligning them. You'll see in that middle left column, it's a very busy slide, sorry. In the middle, current international definitions, those are from GRI, IFRS 2. And so we're looking to align what we're bringing in. Climate-related impacts for us is aligned with GRI. So effects an entity has or could have on the economy, environment, and people. So that, at first, it sounds very broad. And we've had discussions to think about, okay, how do, it's scary. And certainly even with the topic working group, thinking about what does that really mean? And in the climate context, should it only be environment because climate is an environmental issue, or should it be only for a certain jurisdiction or boundary? And at the end of the day, I think we got comfortable with climate-related impacts affecting the entities, the economy, environment, people, because for a number of reasons. So in our strategy, we talked about our sustainability work program is supporting sustainable development. And these three terms, economy, environment, and people, is not just, made up by GRI. It comes from the three pillars of sustainable development as per the Brundtland report. And so they're grounded in overall sustainable development. Secondly, I thought about, could we create a boundary? Could it be, within your jurisdiction? But there's impacts, GHG emissions that they're out of your control. So how do you draw that boundary or fence? And then thirdly, there's definitely going to be concerns about how onerous this could be. It feels like it's so broad and it's so expansive. But I think this, in our scope, we're saying we're providing principles to disclose information about climate-related impacts, risks, and opportunities. But our disclosure requirements that will follow will provide that lens of what we're talking about impacts. Just like if it's, impacts for climate is just GHG emissions, then that helps to direct and users or preparers to think, okay, that's what is within my scope. Certainly, if there's anything beyond that, then they may disclose as well for their own area. But it is quite broad and reaching, and certainly, going back to environment, economy, and people, their actions of the government will impact environment, economy, and people. Certainly, jobs, companies. It will have that broad impact. So we did conclude, okay, this is appropriate, and as we build the disclosure, we'll see what those impacts are and how that comes in. And so that's that we are aligning our climate-related impacts with GRI. On the risk and opportunity side, IFRS S2 looks at effects of climate change on an entity's cash flows, access to capital, and cost of capital. And so, we felt that, okay, public sector is beyond just your cash flows and your capital. And we look to RPG1, actually, their definition of long-term sustainability bringing in service delivery and financial commitments. And so as public sector, we certainly have to think about your effects on your service delivery, your objectives, your accountability to the public. And so that's how we've modified that definition for risks and opportunities for the public sector. So maybe I'll pause there because could be I'll take questions.
I'm sure there will be, but I think that is a really important slide. And as you say, it's quite busy, but I think maybe, if we can perhaps first focus on impacts, and let's have a discussion around impacts, and then let's have a discussion about the climate-related risks and opportunities, and just get members' input on each of those in turn. Maybe if we discuss impacts first. So open for comments on that. Yeah, I think you were marginally ahead of Scott there, Adrian. So lead us off, and then Scott, and then Todd.
With regards to impacts and the option taken with regards to wording on what is the impact identification of impact, it says impacts that can be reasonably expected to affect economy, environment, and people. But by saying so, we only focus on the uncertainty on the consequences, not the uncertainty on the area in which those consequences could affect environment, people, etc. Where the main issue was that one, the first one. We don't know if GHG emissions would affect only the people of Toronto, or the whole of Canada, or the whole of North America. But what we know, we would have a better understanding or knowledge on the consequences themselves of an activity of an entity located in Toronto, for instance. So I'm not very comfortable with that. Reasonably expected to affect.
Okay, thanks, Xavier. I think I'll just take a round of comments and then come back to staff. So Scott, then Todd, then Mike.
Yeah, I waited because I wanted to see if anybody else had any comments. But just going to have a word of caution. Celine knows I'm going to say this. We've definitely gone beyond IPSASB, and everybody needs to understand that. Okay, the IPSASB deals with risk and opportunities, and the way we've dropped impact in here puts impact equal to risk and opportunities, and that needs to be thought very carefully because I'm not sure where the boundary is when you do that. Okay, so I'm not sure this paper is drafted currently gives enough boundaries. I think we're going to end up boiling the ocean here on the impact because of the way it's written. Okay. Paragraph 4 is put in here because it drops out of statement 2, but statement 2 only focuses on risk and opportunities, which are basically related to the entity itself. So I don't think 4 gives enough governance over the impact part. So I don't necessarily have an answer, but I do think we really need to rethink where we are on impact here, because I don't think there's any way to control the way it's written here to be able to get definition on impact. And I don't have an answer for that, but I've talked to Celine that I think we've gone way too broad on the impact here.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Todd, then Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I had a similar point to Scott's in terms of the boundaries when it comes to climate-related impacts. In terms of at a definitional level, and this is probably something that goes through all of the drafting that we have to date, is we talked earlier about we want this to be specifically climate related. And I think when you start looking at the drafting, we use the term sustainability in a lot of places, and we're not being very specific that this is just about climate. And even in the proposed definition around impacts, we don't get it limited to climate related. And I think it's important, given that we're just creating a climate related disclosure standard, that we get climate related in front of everything where we mean climate related, as opposed to more broadly, particularly when we've been picking stuff up that is in more general standards. So there is a bit of work I think we need to think about there.
Thanks, Todd. I think your comments exactly mirror those that we've heard from members of the topic working group, for example, that we need to be very clear that we're writing climate related disclosure standard. So I think that just reinforces that point. Mike.
So thank you, Chair. I just want to draw your attention on another aspect of the first sentences of the first objective. That is that here our rules are part of general purpose financial reports. In our jurisdiction, it's often the case that there are standalone sustainability reports are published. And that is also something which is mentioned in GRI 1, that in principle, that rules can be applied on a standalone basis. And so I would suggest also here in that core text, in a half sentences, to make clear that in principle, those or our rules can be also applied on a standalone basis, because I think that would help us to support our new standards as a global baseline. Thank you.
So, I mean, in reflecting on the way forward on this, and I think, the comments are certainly, I think very understandable, and actually kind of probably reflect a lot of the discussion that we've had between staff and myself in terms of trying to synthesize what came from the discussions. I think perhaps in terms of impacts, maybe you just want to make sure that we are clear as a board that it is right to consider those, which I think goes back to that previous diagram. But I think that is probably something we need to hold on to. And I just want to check that everybody is on that page, that, that what we put in the CP and we gain support for, that is the basis on which we're going to move forward. I think that in moving forward, we need to be very clear about those challenges which Scott has articulated, and maybe actually what we need to do is, if you like, treat what we've got at the moment as a placeholder, and perhaps reflect on the discussions that we will have this afternoon in terms of, if we think about this issue about where do the boundaries go, actually, do we feel that the discussions around governance strategy and risk actually start to give us some answers to those? Because I think that's back to the challenge that Adrienne very correctly put, which is this issue about what's government's own activities versus its impact. Sorry, you keep using these terms. You know, the effect it has through regulation and through particular programs on the rest of the economy. And I think that's going to be a very public sector specific issue that we have to address. That's likely to ripple through, you know, governance, strategy, risks. It will also impact on metrics. And that's an area that we're, you know, hoping to be able to discuss in more detail with both GRI and IPSASB in more of a workshop setting in February, which will be in time for the discussions that we'll have on this area during Q2. Scott, I'll just, you know.
I don't want to prolong this conversation if you don't want to have it, but was there any thought in the topic working group of disengaging impact from risk and opportunities? Because if you do that, then I think you can better put boundaries around impact. And to your point, Celine, then you can actually define it more in the AG part. I think the way it's done now is you brought it into the main one. So I don't know if there's any discussion in the topic group about bifurcating those two concepts, but that may be a way to get where I'm at. So,
I mean, the tricky thing here is what ties into what, because actually, when you look at this point about government's own activities, if you pick up the ideas around integrated reporting and integrated thinking, actually their risks and opportunities are treated as internal factors. Now, the integrated reporting framework doesn't use the term impacts per se, it thinks about outcomes. And being honest about it, and we've pushed you know, certainly IPSASB on this, because the IFRS Foundation also has the Integrated Reporting and Connectivity Council. Personally, I don't think they've actually been as clear as they might on that topic, but inevitably you do need to be, because that obviously builds on not just financial, but it brings in the other capitals. So in a sense, actually, I think you can't separate them. It would be nice to be able to, but I don't think you can. So the question is, how do we actually work with that and create something that is workable? So that's why the argument has gone backwards and forwards, frankly, about how, you know, impacts, and it also reflects on materiality when we get there. But actually, probably it's better to actually deal with them alongside each other. So that doesn't put one above another, but it says we actually look at this in an integrated way.
you can link them without putting them in the same sentence, but
yeah. Celine, before I take some more comments.
Yeah, just on that, the topic working group discussions, I was surprised. They didn't flag this as they didn't flag impacts as a big, oh my gosh, how can we throw it in there? It was they they appreciate that we needed to include it, and they were thinking was okay, you know, if you think about it within climate, it's GHG emissions, it's this or that, you know, it's specific, and that's where they got comfortable with it. And there was actually more debate because I was, you know, testing other ideas on them about, you know, risks. Who's the risks to? Is it to just risk to the entity, or is it risk out external? And that's where they actually were more, okay, that becomes very, very, that could be much broader and onerous if you're just talking about general risk to externally. And so they were actually comfortable with impacts as is. And bringing in that, even thinking about, is it economy, environment, or people, they raised that as well. And so that they did have that, we did have that supported, but certainly to some of the language and drawing more boundaries, we can have a further think on that.
Thanks, Celine. Andrew and then Renee.
Thanks. I wanted to lend support to what Scott mentioned about potentially drafting these separate in the standard. The reason for that is when I read the current standard, it was confusing for me what part of this material it applies to the impact, what applies to the risk, what applies to the opportunity. So I found it really difficult, the language in the standard, to actually read because of that. And I think it's because of the difference in the in, out, in sort of approaches that take place. And I found that sometimes we also perhaps missed that. We spoke about impacts from a outside in perspective. The other reason that I wanted to lend support to trying to actually draft them separately is that's the way it's sitting in the private sector. You've got ISSB standards, and you've got that building block approach. I think we've all seen that sort of graph that sort of grows, where you've got financial statements, you've got sustainability, and then you get to the GRI. So it's a very clear building block sort of approach. And I think it would be useful if we're trying to stay close to what's in the private sector, that we also have that sort of a building block type of approach. Take your point around the integrated, parts of that, and it can be useful to then have it in one. But I think the integrated part of it goes further than just the impacts and the risks and opportunities. It links in with the financial reporting as well. And all of that together needs to ultimately become a package. I'm not wedded to the idea. I think we need to go a little bit further down the path and see what it would look like when we get to the strategy, the government, the risks, and the metrics. But I'm kind of on Scott's page, I think, at the moment, in terms of actually pulling this apart. It might just make it easier for individuals to apply. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. I mean, some of this is how we draft it versus actually how we. So, and again, actually, things have gone backwards and forwards on the amount of material separately on impacts versus, and so, I think probably at this stage, I'd say let's just collect that thinking and work through the other topics, and then we'll circle back. But I think also let's circle back after we've had the discussions later on today, because I certainly understand the point that that you're making. Renee and then Lynn.
Yes, thank you. So I support bringing in impacts, risks, and opportunities, but I totally appreciate the challenge in making it all work together. So it will be a journey. And I'm not against the idea of exploring different ways of doing it. One comment I wanted to make is when we talk about broader impact of the public sector and the role of government, I think we need to think about how multifaceted the public sector is. So we do have senior and sovereign governments that do play a policy and a regulatory role, but you also have other public sector organizations that are basically just running a business, running operations, a hospital, a university, a college, and they don't necessarily have the same type of broad policy role. So I think that as we think through this and as we draft material, I think we need to recognize maybe that the categorization of public sector. And I'm not sure how this is going to materialize in the drafting, but that was one of my comments. The second comment I wanted to make is that there is a relationship between impact and risks and opportunities. GRI clearly state that impacts can actually result in risks to the organization. So I've been juggling with these concepts in my mind and thinking, okay, I think we're going to be this first standard setter trying to put this all together. And so there's different risks. There's impact-driven risks, but there may also be risks that you're creating yourself, not necessarily driven by an impact. So I'm still trying to figure this out. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you want to comment on just that, how backwards and forwards that's gone?
Yeah,
Because of exactly the point you've raised, Renee.
we've oh, I've been thinking about this. I had so many different diagrams to figure out and explain the relationship between impacts versus opportunities. And like you said, some impacts can give rise to risks and opportunities, but you can also have other external risks and opportunities. Played around with, impacts. It's inside out, outside in, because it's just general effects. But then at the end of the day, we're going back to the existing, definition of impacts. It's that inside out impact, and then risks and opportunities outside in. And so I think that's where they're so interconnected. And even when you look at the definition, impacts are effects that an entity can have, and risks and opportunities are effects, just the other way around. And so they, in my mind, they are so interconnected. And when we talk about separating them, we'll explore that and think about that. But where I've come to is that they are the effects in and out. They are um they they're inseparable. Once I start separating it, I'm afraid it will look like double materiality. Honestly, once I provide guidance on how to assess materiality for impacts and how to assess materiality for financial materiality, it may look like double materiality, which with something for us to discuss, but certainly with topic working group and others, they supported the approach that we're taking. And so conscious of, okay, how do we approach it? We can look we can think about it further and think about other alternatives, but those are just some of my initial reactions, but we'll take it away.
I mean, I think, you exactly put your finger on the key point, Renee, that we're the first standard setter that's actually trying to bridge between IPSASB and GRI, and the frameworks are different. Let's be honest about it, they are different. And so there's a kind of, how do you deal with that in drafting, and how do you try and arrive at a clarity of concepts? And so what Celine's trying to present here is if we focus internally within the organization using the S2 definitions and terminology, and focus on the external in terms of impacts, which then brings in the GRI terminology, but inevitably actually impacts the outside, has an impact on the organization in terms of the risks and opportunities that it faces. So I think what we're wrestling with is how we draft this and how we deal with the concepts, and there's a tension. And this is readily, to Andrew's point, it may be that actually what we need to do in the drafting is bring in some more of the GRI material perhaps into the core, which will help explain a bit more, or maybe it's in AG or whatever. So I think there's a kind of conceptual issue, but there's also a drafting issue about how we deal with it, and we need to balance those. And this is not straightforward. I think these are really, really tricky issues for precisely the point that you make. Renee, back to you, and then I'll come back to Celine.
Just another thought as I listen to the conversation. So impacts can mean all kinds of different things. It can be inside out, outside it. Maybe what we need to do is we need to really scope tightly or define clearly what it means to us in the particular context of this standard. And it will be a narrower, maybe, principle of impact than what really the word impact may entail as a typical concept. So I think our work is to really zero in on a useful scope and definition of impact here.
Thanks, Renee. I'll go to Lynn, then Mari, then Adrien.
So I support including impact. I think for the public sector, it's not in the public interest to ignore it. So I support inclusion of it. And yeah, we need to absolutely get the drafting right, but that's a drafting point. It's the principle of inclusion, I think we shouldn't lose sight of. And I don't think we should necessarily go too narrow too quickly. I think we ought to have in mind the information, usefulness to our service recipients and resource providers, and actually think about that sort of public interest point, and actually almost narrowing it becomes sort of almost a last resort when we have to, because in practical terms, that's where we're at. So I think we shouldn't tie our hands too early on this.
Thanks, Tim. Mary, then Adrian.
Thank you. I have a similar thought as Linda, and so the impact for the public sector, it's closely related to the failure or success of the policy and program and project by the government. And so it closely related with performance evaluation of the government and the public sector. And so the very broad, fundamentally, very broad sense, it is a very broad sense. However, it's closely related with risks and opportunity, and maybe the public sector have to treat the risks and respond to risks, and risks and opportunities for the public sector is closely, complexly intertwined. And as a result of the activity or project by the government to treat the risks and opportunities, and it leads to the impact. And so I am fundamentally so broad meaning. However, it is a specifically feature of the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Adrian.
Well, I just wanted to make a small comment on what you qualified as this complexity to bridge different frameworks and to bring together impacts, risks, and opportunities. I don't believe it is so complex. I mean, it's described in a lengthy way in the ages, but it's rather clear. But what would be of importance would be to make readers understand that this is the whole iterative and retroactive system of causes and effects that takes place in the short, medium, and long term. And we are talking of reporting, disclosing, reporting. Reporting occurs year after year. And this is why I say it's an iterative and retroactive. It is retroactive between the three aspects of it, impacts, risks, and opportunities. It is also iterative. So year after year, I mean, the reporting will show, identify, explain, disclose the effects of the previous years activities that created impacts or that created risks, etc. So this is what we should think. The way we should think. It's a mental state of mind that people should have, and if they succeed in changing their mental software, then it wouldn't seem so complex in the end. It's global, but it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean I think that's a very good overall perspective to take on it. I think, inevitably this is an entirely new area. And there's going to be, which comes back to all the comments about, we have to learn as we go along, it won't be perfect and all that kind of thing. So I think that's that perspective is going to be very important. And I think if we then have the discussions that we're going to have later on, which is on governance strategy and risks and opportunities, I think maybe that starts to put that process type of perspective into it. And I think, in terms of the discussions about impact, I think it seems to me we're all on exactly the same page. And I think Lynn expressed it well in terms of public interest, that we have to deal with impacts. And we have to kind of build an understanding amongst ourselves first, and then communicate that to our constituents as to, just how do you do it? And I think your point, Adrian, this needs to be practical. It needs to help people. So I think we need to, that's got to be the outcome of what we're trying to do here. And I guess at this stage, my suggestion is actually, I think we've had an opening discussion about how, we deal with impacts. My suggestion is going to be that I think we come back and have a look at that in the light of the feedback and the discussions, because I think that will help us through for exactly the reason that you say, Adrian. I would like us to have a discussion about climate-related risks and opportunities as well, because I think that's another important part of the perspective. If you're okay, Mike, I'd actually like to move on to discuss that, because it's important we really get some direction on these foundational concepts today. So can I open up then on climate-related risks and opportunities, and the proposal there that we're actually anchoring that, we should anchor that in the RPG1 approach to financial sustainability. Again, as a bridge between what's in S2 and that broader perspective. Lynn.
Yeah, so on this one, I felt that we shouldn't ignore access to funding or access to capital as you've got it on S2, but I would put it more broadly around access to funding, not least because of what we've said around the public sector and the place it is in the debt market. In the UK, we've sort of recognised that, for the public sector, funds are predominantly raised via taxes, borrowing and other sources. So we have kept in the piece around access to funding. And when I look at service delivery and financial commitments, I think we're missing something by getting rid of the access to funding element. So I would suggest that we include access to funding in that.
I understand where you're coming from, Lynn, and what I'd suggest is actually in thinking about the drafting, because I think you're right, but I think we're broadening the concept here. I'd suggest we go back and have a look at what's in RPG1 and see if we can pull that in to make that connection clear, because it is right. And what RPG1 tries to do is actually to be operable at all the various different levels. So in doing that, I think if we went this route, then I think we would need to have application guidance that made it clear what the linkages are. Can I go to Patricia, and then Mike, and then Lucy?
Thank you. I think it's not possible to discuss impact, risk and opportunities without discussing impact, because there is an interrelationship between what happened in the society and what happened with the condition to public sector to deliver services. I think in this case, specifically about risks and opportunities, I think the public sector entities perform their performance is related not only to how to finance these activities or to deliver services, but with the other characteristics, like, for example, the possibility to regulate. And then I think it's the risks and opportunities is not related only with these two dimensions, but there are other dimensions that I need to consider it too in this area. Thank you.
Okay, so if we log that as a placeholder, I think when you look at what RPG1 does, it focuses on, revenue, cost of services, and basically the ability to raise debt. So it focuses on those three dimensions. So I think we need to reflect on, actually, does that regulation piece come in more explicitly? I think it is there in RPG1, but I think we need to have a look at that. And again, I think the discussion that we're going to have later on today will inform that. So if I can take Mike and then Lucy.
So I just want to underline what Lynn said, because I had the same feeling when I compared our definition to the definition included in S2. And I think really financial commitments, that is quite a too narrow term, because we have future financial commitments, we have access to the finance, and we have that cash flow perspective as well, which is a tax or tax projection side, which is quite an important topic. And that, of course, brings me to the thinking of, okay, we have the reference, which is the IFRS standard and which is GI, and to combine the standard out of that, it's quite complicated. And then if we take too much the RPG perspective into account, that it becomes for the reader really, really complicated. And so in a nutshell, I would propose not to stick to financial commitments, to find a broader term to comprise all the three elements of IFRS. S2. Thank you.
I mean, just to come back on that, in terms of what we did with RPG1, the reason why we went for financial commitments is precisely because we wanted the broader perspective, and we wanted the long-term perspective, which isn't present for the private sector. Because if you look at what RPG1 is suggesting governments should do, actually it's suggesting that they look at projections going out potentially up to 50 years, which actually looks at not only what services are at the moment, but what will the calls be on services going forwards through aging populations. Climate is going to be one of the main calls on public finance. And so you've got a much longer term perspective for the public sector, which you don't have for the private sector. Because, I mean, clearly, and this came out of the whole debate about what the meaning is of a public sector balance sheet. Clearly in the private sector, if you've got negative net assets, you've got a real risk to sustainability going forwards in financial terms, and that's very relevant for the markets. But there's a much broader perspective that you need to take, and a much longer term perspective. And so that's why we came up with that broader service delivery and financial commitments. And that was also done it was also developed with input from the OECD budget officials group. So, I can understand about needing to make it clear that this is deliberately taking a much longer term perspective, but I really think that is really important for the public sector. Because you can fundamentally do what the private sector can't do, which is you can raise taxes. It's not popular, but you can do that. You can cut services. So there's a range of things that governments can do which are different to the private sector. And that's why I think we have to go broader and also more longer term. And that's really why we went for our, the RPG1 approach. Celine.
Yeah, I think I had these similar thoughts too, right? Is service delivery inclusive of policy and regulation? Is financial commitments a fulsome understanding? Because we played around with the wording service performance and finances, or what does that look like? But then I think, to Ian's point, pointing to RPG1, I think that there's a lot of explanation in, say, the basic conclusions and the rationale that got us there that maybe we can bring into this to explain it further, perhaps. But grounding it in something that we do have, and as we think about what happens with the RPGs in the future, that it kind of could be it could be where we leverage some of the thinking that the board has already had about RPGs and bring that in. But certainly, financial commitments to me as an initial reader didn't tie into all the debt and the different areas. But then going into the RPG one and the BCs there, I did see it. So we could maybe we can think about how to clarify it, but appreciate those are all thoughts that I had. And certainly even when we work with topic working group, there's a lot of language that say we are used to having set these standards, but knowing that sustainability is a much broader audience. There's a lot of extra communication, and bringing folks along to understand what we're trying to say or what the language is trying to say. So that's, I think, another piece of our just communication and further clarifying that. But yeah.
Okay. So Jonah, I think you were next, and then to Abdullah.
Yeah. I think just to comment on the use of risk and the opportunity. They're being used as if they are the same concept. I think they should be different. If you look at this too, I think there's a lot of development on risk, but very little development on the concept of opportunities. And in the countries where I come from, of course, you're taking advantage of the net zero situation to have a lot of activities around conservation, around the planting of trees and that kind of thing, which we think that if the concept of opportunities is separated and developed separately, then there'll be disclosures around that area that will be able to signal the market and also other players on the activities that different public sector and governments are doing. So I'll advocate that risk and opportunity should not be considered as if they are surrogates. But their opportunities are completely different concepts. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jonah. And I think, again, we'll reflect on that when we've had the discussions later on today. Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. And I have two comments. The first one would be if we insert financial commitments and resources, or financial resources and commitments with that, because I was having the same concern with Lynn. If we added that, that might take care of it. The other leg of the first comment was about the entity service delivery. Does it include what is inherent with the public sector is to regulate certain industries? Is that in or not? The second comment that I'm having is about the implementation part. If I'm taking it from a jurisdiction point of view, and it would be a bit of a struggle when you're trying to, with this complex language impact and looking into risk opportunity, how are you gonna navigate through that, not just for the reporting part, but for the presentation and sharing it with different stakeholders. And I know we're gonna discuss further later today, but I wanted to bring that. Thank you.
So thanks, Abdullah. I mean, I think what you picked up on there is in putting a financial reporting lens on this, we're going to have to be careful about the consistencies within our own literature. And again, this comes back to needing to very seriously consider RPG 1 and what needs to be brought in if we're going to address the concerns that the board have drawn. One about the broader impact to the public sector, which I think is certainly understood, but also about how we bridge between S2 in terms of the private sector focus, which is shorter term, and actually that longer term focus and broader focus, which is relevant and is public sector specific. Now, they're not mutually exclusive at all. So I think that's where we need to ask staff to go away and think about how we address those. Interestingly, and I just observed this, I mean, obviously 2 points on RPGs, we have added additional examples three. RPG1 and RPG3 are literature that neither IPSASB or GRI has. So they're our own literature. We have added examples to both RPG1 and RPG3 already last year to demonstrate their relevance in sustainability reporting. And thirdly, and I think this is just interesting anecdotally, one member voted against the approval of RPG1. And the reason why that was the case was because he thought that should be mandatory, that having it as non-mandatory was insufficient because of its importance. So I think, that, if you like, with all of that context in mind, that's really why I think we do have to think, okay, how are we consistent with our own literature, but also how do we bridge, in terms of the very valid points that members have brought up. And I think perhaps we should ask staff to reflect on what would need to be brought across, bearing in mind RPG1 is not a standard. Also, it's this point about this is a separate series of standards, or this is the first of a separate series of standards. So how do we address that? Okay. So move us on then, Celine.
So the next agenda paper was about the guidance. So this is all application guidance about determining material information. And so at the October session, we saw the various different approaches across the different standard setters, and it's interesting, to think about what they're determining, how they use the term material, material topics, material matters, material information, and actually just on that, the IAASB has a FAQ on materiality, and they break it down fairly clearly. They talk about, okay, we're talking about assurance on sustainable information, but different frameworks have different materiality processes, they call them, and then they break down. You may have sustainability matters and then aspects of sustainability matters, and then that brings you to material information. And so there's many different approaches, and so for us, we had to think about, we recognize it's maybe a different audience approaching sustainability information, and they may have different backgrounds and different frameworks. But at the same time, we want to align, right? The guidance was we want to be as aligned as possible with the private sector guidance. That in mind, there is this variation, and so it's a bit tricky, and we had a lot of discussion, but hopefully aim to ultimately present something that is simple, principled, and tries to synthesize the different approaches of what may be, again, something that may be very complex, but as Hervé just said, at the end of the day, maybe when you bring it down to principles, it can be quite simple. So the approach that we're proposing, and this is again in the application and guidance for folks to how to think about approaching their steps to reporting material information, is firstly to understand the entity's context. So that we felt was important. That brings in GRI, and from a public sector perspective, we felt it was particularly important, given the public sector's broader context, their activities, their reach, and really thinking about even, where do I sit and, within the broader national commitments and that accountability risk. And so we brought in step one, understand your context overall. And then steps 2 and 3 are rooted in IFRS S1. And we bring in impacts. So we layer in impacts from GRI and the guidance relating to impacts for how to assess and really defining and understanding impacts. And in this section, in step 2, we do kind of try to explain that relationship between impacts and risks and opportunities, as well as what that might look like in the public sector even for a policy setter, that iterative iterative concept, how there will be a feedback loop, how you do have to think about that longer term, the impacts that you have come back to become risks and opportunities for you. And that's not unique to the public sector. I mean, even in IFRS S1, they talk about that, even though their disclosures are talking about focused on risks and opportunities, they acknowledge that feedback loop and how impacts and dependencies influence your risks and opportunities. And so there's some guidance on that in step 2. And then step 3 is focused on determining material information. And that's where we bring in guidance specifically for, I think we'll talk about that in agenda item 2.3, but application on guidance on how you think about materiality and the specific types of specific to sustainability type information, like qualitative information and prospective information. So that's our approach to providing that general guidance on how to determine material information for reporting. So I'll pause there.
Okay, thanks for that introduction, Celine. I don't know, perhaps Liang, could I sort of put you on the spot a bit? I think you've had some sort of discussions on this, and I just wonder, perhaps where you're at the moment on this.
Maybe I share some observation when I act as a member of the climate topic working group. Actually, we have been, or I say myself, I'm struggling about the step 2 reporting. Actually, I think it is not an easy task for us to combine the approach of ISB and GRI, because actually they apply different approach. And from us, maybe because maybe the general concept of our side, maybe we cannot only buy in the approach of ISSB, because actually their approach or their they just focus on investor focused financial information. So for us, because we apply multiple stakeholder focus, so we may have to buy in GRI's concept or other standard setters approach. For the steps 2 reporting, actually, I think one of focus of us is that we just need to understand all the matters we should consider before we go into to come up with what the information should be disclosed in the sustainability reporting. So if you look at the step 2 and step 3, we can see that we just buy in the concept of ISB. But actually, for step 1, if we combine step 1 and step 2, actually, we just these 2 steps together actually just very in line with the concept or the approach of GRI. So in my personal opinion, I think now we actually combine the approach of GRI and ISB and to come up with our approach. So this is my observation. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Scott.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a plug in for Slan's comment about what the auditing standard on materiality. I think it's very much aligned with this, and I think it actually explains it pretty well. So if you haven't read the exposure draft on ISSA 5000, I think it does a really good job. And what it uses, it talks about in one case, in financial statement materiality, you determine materiality. In sustainability, you consider materiality. Different mindset. And I think that really helps in putting this together. But the process that Celine mentioned actually gets at the very beginning understanding. So I think actually where we're going is very much aligned with the auditing standards. And this auditing standard is more than just for auditors. It's actually written for issuers as well. So it's a good idea.
Thanks, Scott. I must admit that was I hadn't read it, I have to admit. So many things I have, but not.
It's a gift. Take it as a gift.
Okay. Yeah, no. Well, I think it's it's a very important reminder that we do need to, if we can, use language that makes that bridge and demonstrates the assurance, it's assurable, then that's very important. Other comments on that proposed process, Lucy?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to comment on the first step 1 and 2. Because when you understand the entity's context, you also get to know the risks that are inherent risks or risks and opportunities for that entity. So if we only identify the risk, actual and potential impacts, risks and opportunity on step 2, but this is actually embedded in step 1, understanding the entity, because there you get to know the risks that are inherent to the operation of the entity, right? And the opportunities when you uh, get when you gain an understanding of that agency operations, so you would also know the risks and opportunities attached to those operations. So I think for step 2, I think what we have to identify that in preparation for step 3 will be the significant risks that are or the significant impacts, risks, and opportunities that have to be considered when we already decide on what material information that should be reported, because there might be risks, but there could be controls that are embedded also in the operation to mitigate the risk. So we may not be reporting on those risks that can be mitigated, but the risks that are unlikely to be mitigated, considering the existing controls or existing operations or procedures in the entity. So I would suggest that for step 2, we include significant actual and potential risks that should be reported. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisby. So I agree that you may you may identify your risks as part of step 1. Step 1, 2, 3, they'll kind of merge together, I think, as you go through the process. On adding significant, we could think about it, because actually ISSB, their first exposure draft, used significant, and then they used material. And then the response back from their on their exposure draft was that it became confusing when you had significant and material. What is significant? How do you define that? That's a new, a new term, and it's not exactly material, but we know it's significant. And I think that's how they tried to differentiate again between sustainability matters, like if you have significant impacts or opportunities, like you're saying, and then material information. But they backed away from that. And so I would caution that we bring it back in the same way, or we would have to think about how to how to address that, or if there's a different language, but it's been considered and it was backed off. So for us, I would also think about like maybe how to approach it, or if we just take a similar stance, with ISSB on
I mean,
that.
I think that's instructive, the fact that they put it in and then took it out. I think it's worthwhile having a look at the guidance on how you operate the process and what ISSB ended up with, and whether there's public sector reason to depart from that. I mean, I think inherent within your comments was, are we talking about gross or net risks? And I think that's something that we should take away and have a think about and see what's in terms of particularly step 2. So I think probably the instruction is to staff is to have a look at that precisely, and what, if you like, what the change was to address the point that you're raising. So I think unless there's a public sector reason to depart, I don't think we should go for significant, but I think we need to have a look at that and reflect on whether there's anything in the description of step 2, the final version, that we need to, would cause us a problem or would be helpful. So I've now got a range of flags up. I think I'll just go around. So Lynn, then Todd, then Renee.
So I just wanted to say something about step 1. When I sort of read what we're expecting an entity to do, it's quite, it's relatively onerous. And throughout, we talk about entities shouldn't sort of do. It talks about undue cost and effort as well. So what was missing for me in step 1 just slightly was, for the public sector, most countries have declared a climate emergency. Most have well-published transition plans. And to my mind, one of the most important parts of an entity's context is, what is that entity's contribution to plans that have already been developed and published, that where stakeholders have already been consulted? And sort of when I read this, I felt that, are we sort of missing a public sector sort of practicality and reality of understanding the entity's concept? And we've just sort of imported the GRI requirements to consult with stakeholders, but that may have already been done at a national level for a national risk register, for a national transition plan. And so I just felt we could perhaps be more practical in the public sector context, given already well publicized plans and consultations that have taken place. So I felt that we were perhaps being too onerous potentially in what we were asking for, which then risks an entity saying, well, I can't do all that without undue cost and effort, when the reality is it may have already been done for them at a national level through national risk registers and national transition plans, and we should reflect that.
Thanks, Lynn. I think those are very helpful comments, and I think that also goes to the earlier points that Todd made in terms of be careful that we're writing a climate-related standard, so that although there's a general approach here, actually, make sure we put that lens on or that focus on the process here. So if we can take that away and look at the drafting on that. Todd, then Renee, then Hervé Adrien.
Thanks, Ian. And I think my comment is fairly close to what Lynn was saying. I suppose what I was reflecting on here is this is sort of a means to an end. So ultimately, we want material information disclosed about the actual and potential impacts, risks, and opportunities. That's the requirement. We are prescribing a way about getting there, and I'm sitting here going, do we need to be prescriptive? Like, as a standard, you have to do these steps, or is this guidance about how you could get to what we ultimately want? So it's sort of in the same ballpark as what I think Lynn was sort of saying. How prescriptive do we need to be to get the answer that we want here? there could be different ways of ensuring that you end up with the right level of disclosure about these things. I think just something to reflect on.
I mean, perhaps in a sense, the question is, where does this sit within S2? In terms of degree of authority?
To that question, it in S2, it's in their application guidance. The applications guidance starts with, okay, risks and opportunity, identifying impact, risks and opportunities, and then it gets into materiality. So I agree with this point. It's kind of, okay, how is it prescriptive, follow these steps? Or I in my mind, it's just, it's application guidance, it's guidance on how you should approach it. But is it the language that we're using that we're saying, we're not saying you shall, do 1, 2, 3, or again,
Well, I
I'm new.
just think we need to be very careful on this, because if that's the process that, is laid down in application guidance, which I assume has the same authority as in our literature, then I think unless there's a public sector reason to depart, actually, it's, as you say, Todd, I mean, it's laying down an approach to it which seems logical to me. So how strongly do we feel that we need to depart?
I think I'm happy that it's application guidance. So we don't want to do something necessarily different to the IFR with ISS standard, but we have brought in step 1, which is very much pulled from GRI. GRI, the way that you read GRI, it's not a requirement. It's sort of a suggest you do this in terms of getting there. So it's just how that fits in. So that
but I mean, just challenging you on that, why would you not understand the entity's context? I mean, you need that for step 2. So, really, I mean, I think Lynn's point is very appropriate there, that actually, if we focus this on climate, then essentially you're already looking at what's already out there, because the climate emergency, you've got NDCs, you've got all of those kinds of things. And actually, probably we need to make sure that we brought those in. And there may also be some stuff from the draft GRI. So understand your concerns, but broadly, if the status of this process is the same as in S2, S1, S2, then let's draft according to Lynn's approach. Can I go to Renee, Hervé, Adrian, and Abdullah, and recognising we're coming up to a coffee break. So maybe I'll just take the points from the members, and then we may come back and deal with those after coffee, or depends how long the points are. So Renee, to you first.
Yes, I had a comment on step 2, but I'm reflecting on the conversation on step 1 and just want to build on it. The lens I use when I review the material under S1 and step 1 and 2 is what the public sector has already done. They're not starting from zero. They've already done a lot of this in practice. We see it in practice. And what we're trying to do is articulate the recipe, right? And the approach, how a structured approach would look like. So as a standard setter, we want to define a principles-based approach. But of course, it's already been done to a significant extent, I think, by a lot of our sovereign governments. And infusing that into, maybe through examples, or infusing that will be very helpful. Step 2. So I really like step 1, 2, and 3, and the way it's been presented. I think that step 2 is important, the way it's written. What we see in practice when entities in a private sector are doing their materiality assessment is they are starting big. They're starting with what stakeholders consider is important to them. And then they start with, what's my inventory of risks and opportunities? And then they go to what of those, which one are material to me as an entity. So I would want to, I think it's important we distinguish those two steps. And that's why in step 2, identifying without referring to significant or material, I think is a good thing. And that's the methodology that we see is being applied in practice. So I just wanted to reinforce that I think this works.
Thanks, Renee. Ross, you wanted to
just a quick point that Renee hit on an important point. It's also exactly what we heard in the education session from both the conceptual discussions and those who are applying materiality very much this process. So it is consistent with what we heard and how people work through it. So I don't think we should forget that practical session we had.
Thanks, Ross, for reminding us on that. Over here, Gia.
2 points. The first one, to by last comment on iterativity. I think, as Lynn said, step 1 could be very resource demanding and onerous, but I mean, those who get into step 1 should need to know where to stop. Okay, so the issue of boundaries of understanding the entity is crucial. But it's all in all, it's all about the value chain of the entity. And in the end, what I believe is that step 3 should iteratively feed step 1, because when they have to decide where to stop in identifying and clarifying, describing your value chain, then you can't go, I mean, to the end of the world. You have to stop somewhere. That is somewhere that is material. So this is something that's also an iterative process, and this is something that people should really understand, that we probably should put stress on. Second comment is, do we need to be prescriptive? I believe that we should, in a way, be relatively prescriptive, because it's about disclosures. Disclosures that step after step feed the understanding of the following step. And in the end, the final step is providing disclosures on material information. So I think we should be prescriptive, at least in a principle-based prescription. That is, okay, one entity should absolutely go through these and these and these steps. In doing so, as we describe it, prescriptively. Otherwise, we would end up with material information disclosures that people would not understand. It's all about reporting and disclosing. It's not about financial reporting. It's about reporting, general reporting. So that was my second point.
Thanks, Adrian. I think that sort of picks up on, if you think about April Mackenzie's presentation back in, September, actually, I think she made that point very powerfully. So I think in sort of, there are some concerns around positioning in terms of degree of authority, but I think that's probably where we need to be led by the positioning in S1, S2. In terms of the first step, I think, we need to make sure that Lynn's point is very strongly reflected, in terms of really the way in which that step would operate in practice is going to very much be determined by, essentially, if you've already got programs and so on that articulate that, then that's where you go. You don't redo all of that. So I think that's that's really crucial, and that also goes to Todd's earlier point as well about we're writing a climate-related disclosure standard. So although we're setting out an approach, our thinking, we're actually applying that in the context of climate and not neglecting what's already been done there. I think it's helpful just to reflect on whether we need to just in the language and so on, Scott's point about the IPSASB draft guidance to make sure that that is acknowledged, or bridges built, however we actually address that. But I think overall, I'm hearing that essentially we can work with this process, subject to those changes, particularly around S1. So if that's okay, where we get to, I suggest then we break for coffee now, and then we will come back and discuss materiality. So thank you very much, everyone. Very useful session. And back at 11, please, Toronto time. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. And we move the discussion on now to discuss staff proposals on materiality. Just to sort of set expectations in terms of how we're planning to run the session. Obviously, we'll have the board discussion on materiality now. We will then do a brief walk through the guidance to pick up any the draft guidance to pick up any additional initial comments on topics that we haven't already picked up on today, obviously, as ever, drafting outside the board session. And then we will move into the breakout groups, and the breakout groups will run across lunchtime. And then we will do a feedback session overall at the end of that, and try and tie it all together. So, Celine, over to you to introduce materiality.
Thanks, Ian. So thanks for the discussion so far. It's definitely been very helpful. Lots for takeaway. And as we get into materiality, I think we have to acknowledge the great debate that has been going on, and so hopefully again that education session in October was helpful. It's helpful to hear the standard setters side by side and think about how they differ, but really how they're very similar as well. And so that I think sort of reinforced our thinking about materiality. And as I mentioned earlier, I think coming out of that, a key similarity is focusing on users. And so that brings us back, I think, to our own conceptual framework and thinking about who are our users, what are our objectives of standard setting, and looking at that, I think brought us to really thinking that our existing definition of materiality can equally apply to sustainability. It's broad enough. It has a broader base of users, service recipients and resource providers. And our objectives overall for decision making and accountability do speak to sustainability reporting as well. And so by aligning the definition, it can also give us another supporting connectivity with our financial reporting and how we approach financial reporting. So I think at high level, our definition of materiality applies and supports, but we know that the nature of sustainability information is very different, and that's where the application guidance comes in. And so we built application guidance to think about types of sustainability information, what's different, and looking across at different guidance as well at IPSASB, GRI, other standard setters, what type of guidance they think is needed for sustainability information and assessing materiality. And the key ones were really qualitative information, very different in sustainability, will be very qualitative, I think, for public sector as well. And then also prospective future related information. So just on those two pieces, the qualitative information, it comes from various different guidance, but one piece that's in there is assessing the significance of impacts that's brought in from GRI. And then the prospective future related information that is very much aligned with IFRS as well. So that's all I'll say on materiality for now. So I'll hand it over to Ian.
Okay, so open up for comments from the board. Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. Just I wonder, I agree with the proposed subject. Suppose we need to develop the something during the process. We should develop the materiality assessment. How we assess the materiality to ease the users. So thank you.
Thanks, Nuyati. Liang, you're hovering, but Renee made it first. Renee.
Yes, thank you. So I started when I looked at it first, I thought, oh, okay, it's a very broad materiality concept. Basically, we've repeated what's in the conceptual framework, and then I've been wondering, does it need more flavor around it, more climate related specific guidance or concepts, so we bring it to life in the context of this standard. And when we say to discharge accountability, I think this is where we probably are bringing in the different role of government in the public sector. So I'm not against it. I've just been reflecting on, by the time we're done, what will we have articulated so that we bring it to life in the standard, right? Or should the definition be somewhat more explicit than just repeating the framework's definition? And I'm not sure I have an answer. I wanted to share my thoughts and my at this point in the process.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, in a sense, actually, I think you're going in the same direction there as Nuyati in terms of how do we apply the concept. Liang?
Maybe I just share some my observation or my thinking process in the past several months as a member of the climate topic working group. Actually, I'm quite struggling for the materiality concept to be applied in our standard. Actually, you all know that there are very hot discussion about double materiality, such as the GRI, they may, or ESIs, actually they apply double material concept. And why? People always say ISSB, they only apply financial materiality concept. Actually, when I look at all the detail of the standard and also have several discussion with ISSB people and GI people, actually my observation is actually they apply materiality concept into different steps in the reporting. As we just show, or we say in our current proposed approach, we have step 1, 2, 3. Actually, my observation is GRI and ESIs, they just apply materiality in the step 1 and 2. Why ISSB, they apply their materiality concept in the step 3. So actually, although we have some discussion with IS people, I still not so convinced that if you only look at the financial materiality aspect, they are standard aligned with a GRI, or say they speak in the same language as materiality. But from my point of view, actually, I think we may not need to be involved in the discussion of whether we apply full materiality concept or we are only apply a single material concept, because we have our conceptual framework, and we have a well-defined concept of materiality, and we have applied this materiality concept in our financial reporting. I think from the point of view of IPSASB, we can just apply our materiality concept. And in this regard, we do not need to say whether our materiality is double materiality or single materiality. This is my observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. I think it's helpful to understand that journey, because I think this is a journey in terms of how we approach this. Andrew, then Patricia.
Thanks. I think I've got a similar point to Liang in terms of the current drafting that we've got, where it's this combination of the GRI and the IPSASB, and it feels very much like it's a double materiality that's sort of being implied here. I think just some of the terminology that's sitting in terms of it also conflict. Sometimes we talk only about finances, sometimes we talk broader, sometimes we talk value chain, and I think we just need to be consistent in terms of where we're going. But I agree with, I think, where Liang was going in the end, is to say, have we decided yet what the status is of our conceptual framework is when it comes to the sustainability standards? And if our conceptual framework applies to these standards as well, we've got a definition of materiality that exists there as well. And I think we should just pull that in and apply that in terms of the sustainability standards. So I like that sort of travel of direction. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. I mean, I think that, that is an interesting point about the status of the conceptual framework, because, I mean, we know that with financial reporting, actually, it's there to guide the board. It's principally a board document to help the board. That doesn't stop us departing if we need to, but it gives us that guidance, and I think it's actually really helped us in many respects. And so, thinking back to the journey that we've gone on, actually, I think we've sort of said, well, you could have a view that actually we should develop a conceptual framework for sustainability reporting, and not do standards before we do that. But actually, what we've done is really to say, well, okay, we have a framework there. It was designed to go more broadly, and we can use that, therefore, but acknowledging maybe the limitations. But actually, maybe this is one of the areas where, because that was meant to cover, the broader concept, actually, maybe we can use it here. But then probably your point comes in, and I think this probably picks up both Noyati and Renee, which is actually we have to be very careful about the drafting and making sure that it's clear, that we're not being inconsistent or anything like that. So, I think, no, we haven't, to your question, no, we haven't said it does apply or that it doesn't apply. I think the working assumption is it does, unless we discover something that doesn't work. Maybe that's a rather crude description, but I think, on this one, therefore, actually, probably what we need to do then is work with the drafting around this and say, actually, can we then make it work in that way? Because if we can't draft appropriately, then maybe we have to do something else. But for the moment, probably that's the working assumption. Patricia, and then Todd.
I think it's a similar comment, but I think in other perspective, because when I think about the drafting, my start point for me is the objective. I need to have a consensus or agreement about the objective. Then I can understand how about materiality. And in this way, I think the objective considering RPG1 is so narrow, because the primary uses is service recipient and services in resources provided and their representative. I think I need to connect better this part, and then the start point is the objective. In the next session, you discuss about the governance and risk management, but here in the IFRS S2 is clear, because the objective is clear, how to impact the decision, the information import for the decision for provider financial support or financial, not support, that defines the people, that finds the entity. And then I think it's very important to in the first moment identify what is the objective, and then I can discuss context, risk, opportunity, impact, and materiality. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I mean, that's a very reasonable point. And in a sense, actually, the perspective is still coming from the conceptual framework in terms of what are the objectives of reporting. But you're right, then we need to contextualize that. One of the things that I think we've been urged to do is actually just have a think about that broader, what are we trying to do here? What's our, and to use the term, what's our theory of change for this? And I think that is something that we as a board should do. So we will try and make time for a discussion on that in the March meeting. I think for now, if we use our frame of reference as being the conceptual framework, and you mentioned service recipients and also resource providers, that's probably the shorthand that we should use going into the discussions later on today. That's okay. So I've got other flags up now. So Todd, then Nima, then Adrian.
Thanks, Ian, and I agree. I think we do want to ground materiality in our conceptual framework, unless there are good reasons not to do that. Just one observation, and it goes to what Patricia was saying. I was sitting here thinking about in the private sector, I think the definition links to primary users, and I think the way that they're defined is a smaller group of users than what we define as users, which is very broad. And I haven't thought this through because it really just struck me as I was thinking about this now. But having that broader group of users, is that going to mean that there's a bit more that the public sector needs to think about than the private sector, given that it is quite a lot narrower?
I think that's not an unreasonable assumption, actually, if you think about back to that original diagram. Inevitably, and we know this, the public sector operates often in a much more complex and more nuanced environment. So, yeah. Nima, then Beatrice.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's fairly the same area. I was looking at the primary users definition and trying to align it with the stakeholders definition in the GRI. So I was saying this one seems narrow. So I didn't know whether we are saying decision by stakeholders or by primary users. So I just wanted us to look at that. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, I mean, I think that was, it is interesting in terms of GRI is more of a process rather than actually a definition. And so we need to guard against unforeseen consequences, if you like, in broadening to include impacts, but not in a way that doesn't allow you to report under the framework. Adrian?
Thank you. Well, I must say that I do not really understand the extensive discussion we have in that topic. I can understand the controversy that takes place in the IPSASB regarding single, double, whatever you call it, materiality. But we have not the same issues. Our issues are not only financial. We very, very explicitly state that we want to address the issues of those impacts, risks, and opportunities that would reasonably have effects on service delivery capacity, financial commitments. So not only the financial commitments, but the whole of the delivery of one entity. So the link or the bridge or the global view between financial aspects or whatever service aspects is made in that project that we have. So given that our definition is conceptual, I think we make it simple, and we should keep it simple as it is. There's no real room for discussions about how we would qualify that sort of materiality. We have the alternative, or it could be to influence the discharge of accountability or the decisions that would be made by primary or whatever users we qualify them. So for me, it's very simple. It is conceptual. It is a conceptual definition and approach of materiality, and we should be very cautious that readers and users understand that it is conceptual, and there is room for judgment, of course, and this is said in the paper.
Thanks very much, Adrian. I mean, I think what I'm hearing from the board is support for using the definition that we already have in the framework. I think what I'm hearing concerns over is just the contextualization within the standard, and I think we need to have a look at perhaps what's in the framework as much as what's already, what's also provided, for example, in S1, S2, to try and actually make it, work in practice. But I think, I think that gives us the lead in terms of that's how we should take this forward. And again, I think back to Andrew's point in terms of the framework. Actually, we are testing the framework, and ultimately, at some stage, if we find it's not working, then okay, we will need to supplement part whatever. But at this point, that feels like that's for the reasons that you articulated, Adrian, that we should work with that and just sort of support that with guidance as appropriate. So I think if we go with that, and then if members have suggestions in terms of the specifics of drafting or anything that's in our framework that would help users, I think that's we should look at bringing that in, recognizing that ultimately what we're trying to produce here is a standard, a self-standing standard, different series of standards. So inevitably then what's in the framework is non-authoritative. This will be authoritative. So if we want it to be applied, we have to bring it in explicitly as it's a standard. Okay. So thanks very much. I think that was a good discussion on a difficult topic. So do we want to just step through the draft now, Celine? And maybe, Ross, if I can ask you if you'll just move us through, and literally, as we did with natural resources, what we're looking for here is sort of, points, concerns that we haven't already drawn out in the discussions that we've had thus far, because obviously, we're going to come back, we're going to look at the drafting again. In particular, we'll obviously bring it back in March with changes made as a result of the board's discussions and comments made offline and so on. But Ross, if you can take us through that, and just to underline, we're trying to make sure that we are true to the various different sources of guidance and that we're clear where the guidance is coming from, which will help us, but it would also ultimately help our constituents. So with that, Ross.
Yeah, so starting on page 2 of the PDF, we'll start with objective. Then move down to scope.
Yeah, Renee.
So on the objective paragraph 2.
I'm just pulling the mic a bit closer, Renee.
Yes, on paragraph 2, under objective. So when we say that support global action, so standard is to provide information that support global action, maybe support the entity's contribution to global action. I think it would make more sense than putting on the entity's shoulder global action.
I think that's quite important to make that frame of reference clear. Thanks.
So moving on, scope, definitions.
Renee.
When we say in paragraph 6 in a definition of climate-related risk and opportunities, we talk about the other public sector risks, and we've listed a number of them. And I understand from the footnote in the agenda paper that we've leveraged some information from the UK NAO, I believe. So I'm not against it. I think it's good, but I just wanted to maybe raise the flag. Just I think we need more articulation of that, and maybe it's coming in more of the AGs, or because some of them I said, yeah, okay, maybe, but what does it really mean? And I think users would find that beneficial.
Okay. Thanks, Renee. Mary.
Yes. Paragraph 6, definitions and climate-related risks and opportunities. We have to pay more attention to use the risks and opportunities word, and in the public sector, it is so complex. The relationship between the risks and opportunities is in the private sector. It is so simple from my point of view. However, in the public sector, they have to public sector entities should respond the risks, and as a result of that, we lead to the opportunities. So that we have to use the word opportunity carefully, and so the definition word strictly defines the opportunities in the public sector. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Murray. I mean, I think that also echoes Jonah's point of earlier that we need to think. So the question is actually, do we need to in any way adapt the definition, or actually do we need to reflect on the contextualization of that for the public sector? So I think if we log that as a point for now, and I think it'll also be interesting to see what comes out of the discussions that we're about to do in the breakouts. So I've got Patricia and then Scott.
Thank you. My question is in the first paragraph, definition climate-related practice. An entity has or could have. I think it's difficult when government don't have impact on people, environmental, and economic, based on their activities.
Oh yeah, I think that's just meant to say you currently have or you potentially future could have. It may not be an existing impact, but with your influence, you could have this potential impact. That's what that wording is meant to say, has or could have. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Scott.
Yeah, my comment is on definition of climate-related impacts, and I'm kind of tying back to Todd's comment about making sure we restrict this to climate. If you read that definition, we don't say as a result of what. Okay, so I think this is very broad. This gets back to earlier comment, how broad we got this. Okay, so I think this is a chance to actually bring that back into climate.
Thanks, Scott. Renee, are you still in? Yeah.
Yes, on the definition of climate risks and opportunities, I reflect on Lynn's comment. Do we have to pick up here a revision to that definition? Because we say that could have an effect that climate change has on an entity. So I know that we dropped some of the wording from S2, right, which was an entity's cash flows, access to finance, and cost of capital. So here we dropped it and we just say effect on entity. But should we be thinking further about an effect on what about the entity, right? So I don't know if that's picking up on Lynn's point, but so it would be the effect potentially on the entity's finances, right? But maybe also on the entity's ability to fulfill its accountability objective. So these are just thoughts, but I thought that the discussion we had earlier would potentially impact the drafting here.
Just interestingly on S2, they and we've mirrored that. They don't include that on entities what in their definition. And it's just addressed in the rest of the drafting. So we've mirrored that here, but we'll definitely, bring in the discussion we had through the drafting, but not necessarily on the definition, to keep it simple, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the point, is actually what do we do through, do we need to adapt a definition, or actually is it in the contextualization that, and I think for now, let's leave it. But if we still have a concern once we've seen the drafting, then let's go back and re-examine that.
So moving on, no more flags. So we're going to go to Appendix B, General Requirements for Climate-Related Disclosures. Starts on page 5 of the PDF.
Sorry, Patricia.
Okay, thank you. My question is about the paragraph about operational model, because the regulations, policies, legislation, policies in regulation is considering as a contextual variables and not as a outcome of the government, like as I discussed early today. Maybe we need to rephrase or to rethink here, because I consider the regulation as the contextual, and not as an outcome of the government activities. Not as a way to influence the climate issues. Thank you.
So what I'd suggest, Trisha, is we reflect on that, and again, this may be where the sort of integrated reporting type of approach actually helps, in terms of if you link the sort of idea about governance, the TCFD approach, then I think that links to outcomes, and I think what we need to think that through is the context that you've just described, and just so that we get this consistent in terms of what are we actually doing and what will it influence in terms of outcomes, as opposed to.
Yes, I think the outcome from the government is the contextual variable for the government too. I think this is main challenge in this area.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's have that discussion offline. We need to get those subtleties in there. Okay.
Moving on to page 6, Conceptual Foundations. Fair presentation. Page 7, Materiality.
Mike.
So raise my flag too early. That would be for the next heading.
Okay. Anyway.
Okay, so thank you. So referring to GRI, so the reporting entity, pair here or BAG60, that would, I think, be an appropriate place to let's say indicate that those standards in principle could be applied also on a standalone basis, because we really didn't know that there are entities disclosing sustainability related information and reports independent from financial statements. And I see really no deal breaker why we don't, let's say, include that option as well, saying, okay, in principle, those standard could be applied on a standalone basis as well.
Ross.
So I think this is just saying on the same basis as the same reporting entity as financial statements. I don't think it's saying it has to be the same as the financial statements.
Mike, back on it.
Yes, I agree, but nevertheless, I think at a really early stage of the standards, we should include this possibility if there's an agreement that we are open to, let's say, let the standard be applied on a standalone basis, independent from GPRFS in principle. Of course, acknowledging that maybe in the normal case, that is more an exemption, let's say, but that in principle there is a possibility.
Celine, you want to come in?
I guess maybe it's my understanding, but I know in our project brief we kind of went back and forth between saying it's in GPFRs and or a standalone basis. But then when we took the definition of GPFRs and we said it's not restricted to financial statements but includes sustainability disclosures. Is it a question of explicitly saying that could be a GPFR could be separate from financial statements? It's maybe just clarifying that in the definition, or
I think we need to be quite careful about this because we had arguments backwards and forwards when we developed the conceptual framework about whether essentially GPFRs were the non-financial information that's reported with a set of general purpose financial statements, or there were some very strong arguments at that stage that actually something could be a GPFR that was totally separate from the general purpose financial statements. So in a sense, actually, what I think we have to be careful is not to go back into that debate, but actually to really allow for developments. And then obviously from an assurance point of view, you'd look at whatever the information is that's required to be assured. But I think we need to be very careful not to try and define too tightly, given the very passionate debate that took place when the framework was developed. So I think we just need to think, what, if anything, do we do here? And some of this is going to, as much evolve through practice as anything. So I'd suggest we have a look at this offline, but I think that very strong caution about tying this down too tightly at the moment. Okay, so if I can go to Andrew, then Liang, then Mari.
Thanks. Just something on the materiality there. We speak about the impact, risks, and opportunities that could really be expected to affect the entity, I guess, impact scope the other way around. And that's it sort of flows through the rest of the document. So we've tried to bring it in, but we must just be careful how that's phrased. And then just on the reporting entity, in our jurisdiction, we sort of thought that it potentially could be that you would like to prepare these reports on a broader basis than what financial statements are. So actually go the other way around. Take your caution, Ian, but just wanted to highlight that as well.
Ross.
I think if it's okay and we do log this as an issue, I'd like us to go and look at the framework. So we have a whole chapter on reporting entity, and depending on the entity and the information, it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the same. So it talks about how to determine your appropriate reporting entity, and it might be different. So if we could just look at that.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. Referencing the earlier discussion about the framework and so on. So Liang, then Mari.
My question is related to paragraph B8. We say here about the climate-related impact, risk, and opportunities that to be reasonable expect to affect the entity. I see actually in S1 paragraph 17, it is said to affect the entity's prospectus, and its prospectus include the cash flow, access to capital, etc. And we have just discussed that ours will include a broad concept. So I just wonder whether it is sufficient for us to just to stay here to affect the entity, or we should give some term, say to affect the entities, blah blah, to just to include that ours include the financial committee, the financial commitment and the service service deliverable, etc. I see actually not only this paragraph, maybe other paragraph also have this issue. Thank you.
Thanks. I think if you can work with staff then, Liang, on where those paragraphs come up. Because it does go to some of those comments which came earlier from Noyati and Renee about use, but I think also in thinking this through, there's this strong question about it bringing in impacts. How broad does that take you? And so I think we have to think with that lens in mind as well. So sorry, there are no easy answers in this area, I don't think, but if we have that in mind. Thanks, Liang. Mary.
Yes, my comment is also the impact, and so the B8, the identification of the impact and identification of the risks and opportunity is not the same dimension or the same time frame, and so we have to carefully describe these relationship. Thank you.
Thanks, and I think that goes to the discussion that we had earlier, actually, in terms of do you deal separately or do you deal with risks and opportunities alongside impacts? So I think we just need to reflect on that in how we take the drafting forward in order to not have unintended consequences there. Adrien.
Have we decided users or primary users? Because B9 is not consistent with AG 27 and 40. Says primary users in the AGs and users in B9.
Celine.
This is my first standard. And I know this is a very hot topic among standard setters. I have seen many a long email about this. And I was like, okay, in my definition, I put primary users or users in brackets, but we can solve we don't have an answer.
I mean, I think this sort of goes to a discussion that we had within the team, which is actually we need to anchor it back very firmly in what the wording is in both the framework and in the source guidance, whether that's S2, GRI or anything else, and be clear what's been deleted or added in that. So going forwards, I think we note your point there, Adrien, and we'll check that. But also going forward, you will see more strike through coming up as we work with the guidance and we put it together so that you're clear on where changes have been made and the reasons and whether it was intended or not. So we can have that discussion. But we will take that particular point away. So I'm assuming Liang and Adrien, you're not still in? Okay.
Thanks. So I think we've already covered reporting entities. So the next paragraph's B12, starting from B12, connected information. It takes us through page 8, on to page 9. We get to climate-related impacts, risks, and opportunities, BAG1. Understanding the entity's context, BAG4. That takes us to page 10. all the way to the bottom of page 10, where we start to identify actual and potential impacts and related risks and opportunities, that runs into page 11.
Mike.
So just a quick comment, depending on whether we keep the section on impact or not. I think the introduction in BAG 10, it's general about the impacts, and then we have a very, let's say, very little or a narrow example of entities, business travel results and impact and so on. But nevertheless, I think there's some kind of contradiction to our project brief, which really provides a big picture. This is following in BGA 15. So I think that if we keep that paragraphs, it would be a good opportunity already in BAG 10 to differentiate between the impacts as, let's say, a normal organizational processes, as well as on the policy and standard setting, to introduce that right here so that the reader is guided through both pathways. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. I think we note that caution and deal with that particular issue. Liang.
Thanks. My question is just related to paragraph BAG6. The example we say as well as downstream employee deliver services. I just wonder for employee, my own concept is it is upstream employee provide service to the entity. So my concept is, if we say downstream, maybe should refer to those patients who receive the medical service from the hospital. And another my suggestion is that I see that we will have give the reference from IPSASB standard or GRI, but maybe sometime we put not in the term of IPSASB standard. So my suggestion, maybe staff has a working, but maybe it is good if we can have a checklist just show the paragraph of IPSASB standard and our paragraph reference, so we can see whether we have including all paragraph from S1 or S2. Maybe this is a working level we can check offline. Thank you. Yeah.
I think that goes to Celine's comment, actually, in terms of, I think we recognise that we need to do that going forwards. And that's really why you've got this format here, so that we can be clear, where things have come in, and, how we've made amendments to that, whether for terminology or there has been a deliberate decision that we're not bringing something in. So we will be doing that going forwards. Oh,
Renee?
Sorry, Renee, your flag was up behind the camera, so I can.
Sorry. Yes, so on Liang's point, actually, I was reflecting, and my reflection was more on the GRI standards. You picked it up on the S1, S2, but sometimes you would select paragraphs, bring them in. Sometimes you wouldn't, and I was trying to reflect on what were your criteria or what was your approach to doing that. So I think the exercise you're proposing is going to be helpful. To what extent we bring the GRI guidance and can't just be arbitrary. There has to be a good reason. So I think your exercise will be good to demonstrate that. My point was on AG7. The last bit that you added, nature and the environment, those are not stakeholders. I think here we're talking about the stakeholders that do not or are not unable to articulate views, like future generations. So I wasn't sure what you were trying to do here. So that's why I raised my flag is maybe it's more than editorial. I was trying to understand what were you trying to do here, and maybe we need to achieve what you were trying to do, but in a different fashion.
Yeah. So So this is, I think in different circles or different discussions, thinking about nature as a silent stakeholder. It's I can't articulate the views in a different way from future generations, but as an important silent stakeholder, and in climate, nature is there's a big overlap, right? So thinking about nature generally, and that's where we're bringing in. You see it in FREG. They also brought in nature as a stakeholder, and then when you think about it, how do you engage nature? I know Scott had raised this as well. How do you engage with nature? Because how do you talk to them, right? And so the guidance that is out there is kind of, okay, you can go to civil society and organizations that may represent nature, but a big part will also be looking at data. What is the impact on nature? And so it's probably an academic kind of debate. Okay, is it a stakeholder or is it impacted? How do you think about that? But I think it's meant to you take into account and look at the impacts on nature. So,
Ross.
Maybe a simple way is to go back to definition of users and is nature and the environment a user as we define it? So are they a service recipient or a resource provider? You would say they are.
So I think this is very helpful because it's through dealing with nature and nature laws that we will also figure out climate. So maybe that conversation needs to happen somewhere in a standard, but not here. So that's why I didn't want to lose it, and I wanted to better understand your rationale. So I think I like that we connect nature to climate. I think we should. But I not as a stakeholder, maybe not as a stakeholder. That's where I'm thinking. Is it in a proper place?
I mean, I think, this is where I can see Scott looking at me in terms of, I think we have to be very careful to marry theory with practice here. And we are already going more broadly in terms of impacts. So I think organizations have to reflect on, in the process, they need to understand their context, they need to reflect on the impacts they will have. But that's probably rather, not as broad as, having nature as a stakeholder or whatever. And probably also it comes back to, well, what are we going back to the objectives? What are we actually doing here? So I think we need some consistency in terms of the story that we're going to tell on the lens that we're putting on this, rather than perhaps trying to be, politically pure or whatever. So I think we're going to have to think that through, but think it through in a consistent way. And acknowledge that there are limitations, because if we don't put some boundaries around this, then this is not going to be deliverable and we'll get held back. And maybe we just need to be more explicit in the lens that we've put on that. And then we can get input on that from our stakeholders ultimately. But probably the worst thing that we could do is put something out that we just don't think is going to be deliverable, which I think is back to sort of the kind of point that Lynn was making earlier on. So I think we need to reflect on what we put in, but also in the basis for conclusions, how we explain what we're not going to do as well. Okay.
So moving on, I think that brings us to the top of page 11, continuing down, identify actual and potential impacts, related risks and opportunities. So that takes us through page 11 into page 12.
Mike.
Just quick comment on BGA 17. I understand that we have a relatively sharp wording compared to IFRS on entities considering reporting in the same branch and of other entities, but nevertheless, in order to, let's say, avoid an inflation of reporting, to, let's say, take better the softer wording, including IFRS. So we we encourage to consider looking at other entities, not that strict one here.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
So moving on into page 13.
Oh, sorry, Liang, are you
Sorry, and I'm still on page 12. BAG 15. I see the drafting is say impact may also give rise to risk and opportunity to the economy, environment, and people, etc. I just wonder whether it will be too broad for us to say risk and opportunity to the economy, environment, and people, or because I think the concept of impact may be very broad and including those to the climate-related impact to the economy, environment, and people. But if we refer to risk and opportunity, I think maybe it is it is better for us just limited to risk and opportunity of the entity. So if we expand the scope for the risk and opportunity to the whole economy, environment, and people, I think maybe it is too broad. Thank you.
okay? Thanks, Liang. I think that's helpful.
Great. So moving back to page 13. Page 14. And
Mari.
I have a question, but maybe toward the end suggested the primary users. And so the public sector, all the users and all the stakeholders should be focused. Thank you.
Can we take that one away and have a look at that? All right. We'll get consistency on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Regarding to paragraph BAG 25, we say the entity may assess its content and identify impact, risk, and opportunity on an ongoing basis. And I just wonder whether this requirement will be too strict or too difficult for the entity to apply. My suggestion is maybe we can say just similar to IPSASB standard, that if you have some change in the scope of the group, or you have some change in the operation, you need to revisit those matters. But if you just keep going, it is not necessary for you to reassess. Thank you.
Celine.
Yeah, I think in BAG 26, that's where we brought in the IPSASB there, saying you reassess when there's a change in scope, if there's a significant change in the value chain and the operations. So we did bring that in. We said that at a minimum you should do that. And then BAG 25 is like you may do it on an ongoing basis. If that's lost in language, I'm happy to look at it again, but that's the intention.
I think there's this comes back to the sort of general point that was being made at the beginning, in that we need to be careful what we bring in terms of how we address impacts and how we address risks and opportunities. So we need to, so some of this is in the drafting, but actually if we bring in language, if we stick to, rather than blending as we've got at the moment, I think probably what we should do is actually AG25 probably should be the bit of the GRI guidance that we want, and AG26 should be the bit of S2 that we want, and or S1, and so, you know, I think that's where then probably in terms of using this and building it up, again, that would clarify where we've brought the guidance in from. And I think in the note column going forward, then we note why that's come in, so that, you know, we've got a clear trail and a clear reasoning, because I think this will be an important accountability thing. And I think the other thing, which probably before we go any further, we should also do from that accountability point of view, is probably take the two sources of guidance and actually say, right, okay, and this is maybe the point that was made earlier, that actually, you know, if you go through, let's say S2, you can clearly see, have we deleted any of those paragraphs? You know, here would show whether we've amended, you know, because you can describe that. So I think more than ever, this becomes a very important tool. And that's something I think just within staff, I think that's where this sort of approach was developed for measurement. So I think, you know, let's work up how we use it, but I think we've got to have that end game in mind. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. On paragraph BAG20, it says that the entity need not undertake an exhaustive search for information to identify climate-related impacts, risks, and opportunities. However, in subsequent paragraphs, it said that entity should seek engagement with relevant stakeholders, consult, paid even credible stakeholders, representatives, or proxy organization, which could also be an exhaustive process. So I don't know how we can reconcile those subsequent paragraphs, so they would not be contradicting the AG20, where it says that there is no exhaustive search. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I think some of that also goes to Lynn's earlier points as well. So reflect on that. Thanks.
So moving on, we're on to materiality at the bottom of page 14. Moving through page 15. '16.
Mike, then Mary.
So thank you, Chair. BAG 36, it's really the same as I mentioned before. In the absence of public sector specific standards for the different subtypes of public sector, referring to other entities, I would also, in order to avoid inflation of reporting here, take the same softer wording, let's say, may refer, encourage to refer. And it's also for me a reminder that is more a to-do, let's say, for future work of a working group or standard setter, let's say, to establish there some guidance, some authoritative guidance for the different subtypes of entities of the public sector.
Okay, thanks. Mary.
My comment is about the age 27 and age 28, and maybe the materiality, focus of the materiality should be on public sector users and all the users, and driven by all the stakeholders, users' needs. And so maybe the age 27 is more broader users. And so the age 28, the primary primary users was defined, identified, and so the its relationship maybe the describe how to describe the materiality should be reconsidered from my point of view.
Okay. Celine?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand your point. So on just clarifying between um, more context on the users in this case. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I think there's a general requirement that we go back to the framework because I think in discussing users, the presumption should be that we go back to the framework, have a look at what we need to bring in from the framework, recognizing that's non-authoritative, and then see if there's anything that needs to be adapted for the context. So I think if we wrap it up in that. Okay, Liang.
Thanks, Chair. For paragraph BAG 36 and BAG 37, may I check what is the resources, the sources? And in particular to for BAG 37, my understanding of the meaning is that if you cannot provide the information to meet the disclosure requirement, you may just explain. So it means explain could override the disclosure requirement. But this concept is very difficult for me to accept. Because in my point of view, if you think the information is material, you should provide it according to the disclosure requirement, unless you think the information is not material. So you cannot say I can't do that, so I only explain. So I just want to check how do you think about it? Thank you.
Yeah, this is a challenge I have too, but I was thinking whether, we maybe is it in the transitional provision is maybe where it fits better, where we're working towards it. We recognize that it's a journey and there's different levels of maturity and data available. I think this is meant to say, okay, we recognize it's material. We don't have it yet, and these are the steps we're taking to get there. And it shouldn't be um a cop out, to not disclose, but we are working towards it, and maybe so that maybe it fits better in transitional provisions that we're not there yet, but we're working towards it. But recognizing the challenges with the public sector on resources, capabilities, skills, do we have this sort of let or you know proportionality like considerations, and so open to where it fits or how we approach that, or if we feel if it's appropriate.
Maybe I come back. My suggestion is if we expect there's some implementation difficulty in the transition period or for some entity, maybe it will be better for us to provide some transition provision or just provide some grace period rather than we stay in the standards that you can just explain that you may not need to do the disclosure. So this is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks, Yang. I think that's very helpful, and we are going to have that discussion about transitions. So maybe actually what we need to do is actually start to create a log of the things that we're going to need to consider, and that should certainly be there. And I think it kind of comes back to actually, as we progress through the drafting here, we need to be very deliberate about a reason why we're including additional guidance. And that might be either because that's required in order to just make the connection or to, bring the different sources of guidance in, or it might be because we need an adaptation, and essentially then we're going to be clear about this is a very particular public sector issue. But either way, we need to write it in a way that it works in authoritative text and then deal with transitions differently. Okay, Lynn.
Yeah, just on this same paragraph, though, we just need to be careful because I don't think it's all about transition. This is one of these paragraphs that talks about undue cost and effort, and so we will need to, as a matter of principle, decide if we accept that an entity can not bother disclosing if it considers that the costs outweigh the benefits, and what disclosure or explanation we would expect if it reaches that conclusion. So that is one that kind of like flows throughout as well. So I don't think this is just one for just transition. I think you've also got the issue about, do we ever accept in the public sector a cost outweighing benefits argument? If we do, what's the right disclosure?
So in taking that view, then you're bringing in the public interest argument, Lynn. So I think, again, I mean, that's probably a good example of why we might build off what's already in the IPSASB literature, but to bring in that perspective. And again, I think we probably as well go back to the conceptual framework as a start point in thinking about that. But we may need specifically some additional drafting there. Okay, thanks, Lynn. Scott.
Yeah, I couldn't find it, Clint. But I thought this concept, I didn't flag it because I thought this concept was actually in S1. So you didn't flag it, but I think it's in S1. So it's not in transition, but they actually did, because I was surprised when I saw it in S1 that there is a practicality provision.
Okay, I think that's useful to source that.
so
Yeah.
you know.
Okay. And again, if it's already there in S1 or S2, if there isn't a public sector reason to depart, then that's fine. But I think Lynn was making the sort of public interest point as well that we need to just be careful about. And again, I think that's something where if we are going to add to adapt, we need to be very clear about the reasons why we've done that, and that could well be, a reason. Okay.
So moving along, it's on to page 17, 18, 19, starting BEG 46. 20, BEG 52 and onwards.
Patricia.
In relation to paragraph 52, I think it need to consider the specific characteristics of public sector, because the transparency is a rule, not because in the context of enterprise, some information is some strategic information is not the entity cannot to publish this information, but in the public sector, I think it's not the case. A few information are secret.
Celine, do you want to elaborate on that? Oh.
Yeah, I guess is it I guess to just reflect, you're saying for public sector there's less classified sensitive secret information. Is that your view? Whereas I guess I thought there could be with political issues and whatnot, there could still be a lot of sensitivity. But
I mean, I think this probably sits alongside the earlier public interest point, and I think that's why we need to think it through actually. So I think, Patricia, if you'll allow us to take that away and just reflect on that, I think we need to I think it does sit alongside the Lynn's point as well there. Adrian, then Lynn.
Well, I'm worried with AG 48 and AG 49. Sorry to go back. Am I going back? I don't know. Page 19. I can understand AG 49. It's okay, coherent, consistent. AG 48 bears contradictory imperatives because if there is a legal requirement to disclose some information, what happens when such information obscures material information? Then, if it obscures material information, then you should breach the law. Well, that's not possible. So something is wrong there. Something might not work. This is why I'm not comfortable.
I think we need to take that one away and reflect on it. I see the point you're making. Yeah, okay. Lynn.
Yeah, I wanted to support Patricia's point on AG 52. When I read it, it felt like a really potential wide get out clause from disclosure. And I thought that the sort of premise in the public interest and the public sector is for public disclosure by and large. And how would you determine sensitive information? It does strike me, and I know you're going to take it away, but it struck me that there's a lot of political decision making about whether or not to take action in relation to these risks and opportunities. And but there should be a level of public accountability and stewardship that also interacts. And I was just nervous as drafted that there was too much opportunity not to disclose as currently drafted in this paragraph.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that sort of, if you like, auditor general lens that you're putting on it is very helpful. That practical experience as well. So thank you.
So moving along, that takes us back into page 21, down to reporting entity and connected information. Page 22. Page 23.
Patricia.
I think in the 6.2, paragraph 6.2, I think it need to revisit because it is so private sector complex. Like there are a strategy and like I achieve the strategy objectives. I have more revenue and finance a good result in terms of finance perspective. I think it's so private sector. My suggestion is change the what is the, for example, result increase in the entity's revenue. Increase entity revenue, it's not necessarily objective of public sector. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we note that and staff need to take that away and just have a think about that. Okay, Lynn.
Similar point on page 23, the example in AG 66 is very private sector. It would be good where possible to make them public sector examples.
Okay, thanks, Lynn.
So taking us back in, that takes us through page 23 onto page 24 to the end of that section.
Sorry, Patricia, are you still in? No. Okay.
Page 25 is Appendix C, qualitative characteristics.
Yang.
I just wonder for the whole Appendix C, actually we have our conceptual framework. So if this conceptual framework works for sustainability reporting, I think it is not necessary for us to include this Appendix C. My understanding for ISSB standard, actually, they have no framework for sustainability reporting. So they just put all of these requirements similar to framework into their appendix. But if we have our CF, actually, I think it is not necessary for us to have this appendix. Thank you.
I mean, I think you're right, you know, in the ISSB context, but I think the challenge from a standards point of view is this needs to be self-standing and the framework is not authoritative, whereas this needs to be authoritative. So I think, you know, I'd like to be able to take, if you like, the shortcut, but I think actually we can't, unfortunately. And also recognizing that this is a separate series of standards as well. So what we've tended to do is bring in, you know, the relevant bits at standards level of the framework. So without making the framework authoritative for sustainability reporting, I'm not sure how we deal with that. Yang, back on that. Andrew, are you on that point as well? Yeah.
Yeah, and a similar concern to Liang around this being authoritative and conflict potentially with our framework. I think if you look at the ISSB, so I mean they've got S1, which is sort of your broader catch-all sort of a standard, and a lot of these concepts come from that. We're writing this specifically to Todd's point for climate. So I think it would be useful to go through this and say, well, what's in the framework, and users can go there and actually look at it, and what actually are the key concepts that we need from S1 that are specific to climate reporting, and just pull those in rather than this extensive list that we've got.
Okay, I mean, I think, so what I'm hearing, taking your concerns together, I think we are going to have conceptual framework material in to make it authoritative. But I think your point is right, Andrew, that in doing this, we need to take a climate lens on all of this. So that may or may not make a difference, but we just need to just have another look at how we do that. So it's a mechanical issue as much as a drafting issue. Once we've actually checked the mechanics, then we need to work it through from a drafting point of view. Okay.
So in the interest of time, knowing we're going to have to look at that, I would propose we move right to the BCs that start on page 34. So take any comments on those before the lunch break.
Lena, I think you're first on that.
So I think it links a bit to what we've just been discussing, but I guess ultimately, I think where we're now saying we will end up is something that is very climate specific, and therefore when we look at our BCs, we need to explain what we've done, particularly around S1, and maybe we need to plant a placeholder for what we might do next, and then that might then have an impact ultimately. If we were to do an S1 equivalent, some of the material that we've just talked about coming into here in relation to climate might eventually come back out again. So I think we need to explore that possibility in the BCs a bit more than we currently do.
Okay, thanks. I think that's helpful. Liang?
Thanks. I will not go into the detail, but just to say my general feeling about the BC. Actually, my own feeling is this is not like a BC style. I think actually we have very hot discussion, no matter in the working group or in the board. So it will be better for us to just stay clear maybe the different way, a different view we have, and how and our thinking process, and how we get the conclusion. So in this way, maybe it will be better for readers to understand how we think about all the matters, think about the impact, think about the materiality, and how can we get our conclusion. Thank you.
Thanks, Yang. I mean, I think taking your comments and Lynn's comments together, what we should end up with is, if you like, perhaps the early parts of the BCs need to set that context, which I think is Lynn's point in terms of why we've chosen to structure this in the way that we have, and an overall general comment about, if you like, the direction that we've taken in basing it on S2, how we've addressed the S1 point, how we've brought in the, GRI concept of impacts. And then I think, to your point, Liang, then actually what we need to do then is actually to draw in, to be very specific about where we have then departed or we've adapted, and go point by point on that. Certainly, I think in the way that you've, and in supporting that, I think your points, the way that you've drawn us to CP responses is very valuable. So we just need to be very disciplined about that. And again, I think if we use the format here, that will help us, so that we will end up with a clear list of, we have adapted for these reasons, but with that overall picture at the start. So I think if members are okay, if we take that approach going forwards, and then so next time when we look at this, we'll have a look at it from have we captured the overall perspective right? And then actually we're starting to build a list of those public sector specific adaptations as we go through. Okay. So I think sort of probably what I'd suggest is, if there are other specific comments on drafting, that those go to Celine separately. I think we've had a very good first session this morning. We've certainly got past the getting our feet wet stage. And I think also, if we had any doubts as a board that we would be able to think this through, we would be able to use our processes and so on. I think the way we're approaching the debate and the way we've used external advisory input to prepare for the debate, I think, should start to give us confidence in, our ability to deal with this. Now, as you know, the IASB has a project on dynamic risk management. What we've got here is dynamic agenda management. So we want to adjust the agenda a bit to give you an opportunity to input on the topics going forwards. So Ross, if you can just take us through the proposed revision to the agenda.
Yes, thanks, Ian. And so what we're thinking, to make sure we have sufficient time for the sustainability breakout discussions, is we'll ask that we can shorten lunch by 15 minutes. So we'll give everyone 45 minutes to have a bit of a break, eat lunch, make any phone calls, emails. But then, so we'd like to start the breakout sessions at 1:15 instead of 1:30. The information's on the doors, and look for a staff member if you need help knowing where to go. Then we'll do the breakouts straight through to the break as per the regular agenda at 3 p.m. Have the 20-minute break. But following the break, we're proposing that we move natural resources IFRS 6 alignment, that 40-minute session, to tomorrow, where we think we've got a little more flexibility in the schedule. And then we'll use that time to do the breakout report backs so that people can share while it's fresh, the good thinking coming out of the group. And I'll tell you, staff's really looking forward to the feedback. So we get some thoughts from the board at the front end of developing guidance that we think will be helpful.
And just in terms of managing that session, what we will do is move through each of the topics and ask one of the groups to give the headlines from their discussion, and then to ask the other groups just to add any key points in addition to that. I mean, none of the feedback will be lost, but just in the interest of time, that's what we want to do, to kind of so that everybody's actually heard those messages and we know, what essentially we're asking, input that we're giving staff to their work in the next quarter. Okay. Celine.
Yeah, so that means, I guess, 1:15 we come back here. We'll do a quick recap and walk through and instructions for the breakouts, and then go to our rooms from there.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Okay, so thanks everyone. Very good morning. So have a well-earned lunch break, and we'll see you back here at 1:15 then. Okay, so I think we're more or less all back together again. So I'm going to hand over to staff for them to describe how we're going to approach the breakouts this afternoon.
Great. Thanks, Ian. So I think I'll spend some time just to do a recap and refresh everyone's memory since we've all read S2 on governance strategy, risk management, and I have some examples, to help us get our thinking going. And then we'll give some instructions on where we're going, how we're going to go about it. So, you know, the purpose of this is really to help inform what we'll bring back in March. So we want this to be an opportunity to share views, get some insights from you on public sector specificities, similarities and differences, to help us then take that back in drafting, and we'll bring that what that will look like in March. So just to recap, I know this is in the agenda paper, but just a reminder of some of the issues that we have identified in the project brief, rightly or wrongly, or further, we'll get into further depth on these, but just at a high level, remembering, the overarching issues, multi-stakeholder perspective, the unique role of public sectors, and then you'll see governance strategy, impacts, and risk management. And as I go through each section, maybe I'll dive into this a little bit more. So governance here, just, I have a few slides. You'll have this in the rooms if you wanted just a refresher. It's also posted on our site in the presentation slides. So just some of the key S2 disclosures summarized here, thinking about who's the governing body, what are their terms of reference, how does that define their role in terms of climate specific oversight? How do they ensure that you have the right skills and competencies, or progressing towards ensuring you have the skills and competencies? How the oversight price process works, how you stay informed, how you take that information into account, and then oversight of targets and even remuneration policies as the case may be. And then the second, IFRS S2 6B talks about management role. How is oversight exercised? The use of controls, integration into the control functions. So certainly some things for us to think about are, where does impacts fall in governance? How are public sector governing bodies different? So I have a couple examples. When we looked at a voluntary national review, this is from Austria, and they talk about the SDGs. So it's their voluntary national report on their SDGs performance, and they talk about the national goals, so the national level and how it's filtered into ministries and parliaments. And then they talk about subnational and then the involvement of broader society, and they bring in international level just because they're the official seat for many international organizations. So that dynamic is something that we'll have to think about too. And what does that mean? Obviously, we're talking reporting entity level, but there's that, as we talked about this morning, that connectedness with where policies may be flowing from. But at the same time, on the right side of the slide, this is from the Ministry of Environment. They have of New Zealand, and they have disclosures based on, I think, TCFD. And so their structure, an executive committee, and then the audit committee as part of that. So this maybe it feels a little bit more of a traditional, reporting entity governance, and similar to private sector in that sense. So just contrasting a couple different examples for you there to think about. The next topic on strategy. So there's many paragraphs, and so broken it down into the different categories, thinking about climate-related risks and opportunities, describe them, explain them, what type of risks are they, specify the horizons. Next one, business model and value chain, describe the effects of your risks and opportunities on, and this is the private sector, so business model and value chain, any concentration of risks. Third box there, strategy and decision making. How do your risks change your business model? What's your mitigation and adaptation efforts? What are your transition plans, your targets? How are you going to resource all of those plans? And what's the progress, in your subsequent reports, looking back at your progress on those targets? And then fourthly, the financial position, performance and cash flows. So what are the effects of those on your assets and liabilities, your anticipated effects on your investments? So on that last one, I thought it was interesting, and I don't know, just a thought that had popped into my head. We're assuming folks are on accrual basis, that they have assets and liabilities. So what does that? Is there anything we would think about for that perspective for anyone on cash basis, given his public sector? Other things, policy, where does policy setting and regulatory role fall in here? Is it sort of your decision making, or how does that fit it? I think that will be a broader question that may flow through all of the different sections about the public sector's role. And then also thinking about, I included GRI guidance references of how much of that may we bring in and think about here, from thinking about, for example, in their new climate change standard, they bring in transition plan, more guidance on transition plan, whereas S2 has, a more general, how do you think about transition plan? So those things are things I'll be thinking about and working through too in the next quarter, but just sharing that. So the example that I have here is actually just from a private sector Salesforce. How they presented, and I just felt it was one that was simple. They have a number of tables to explain their overall strategy, what they do, how they do it, and then they go and list their risks and opportunities and categorize them and classify them, and then they go on to provide how are they addressing them. So that's what we're seeing. In some, you'll see a long list of risks and opportunities that have been identified. So there's different approaches, but that's ultimately what the disclosure may look like. So then another aspect of strategy is climate resilience. So it's all in paragraph 22, which is very long. But it breaks it down, what's your assessment? What are the implications on your strategy and business model coming out of your scenario analysis? What are the risks to your strategy and business model? And then describe your significant areas of uncertainty, what's your capacity to adjust and adapt, and how does it affect your plans on mitigation and adaptation opportunities? And then with that, describe your methodology, the different inputs you use, the different scenarios you chose, why you chose those scenarios, how are they associated with different risks, transition risks or physical risks, how do they align with international agreements, what's your rationale, how did you come up with these scenarios, and the scope of operations, where do you delineate it, and then your assumptions. And your assumptions around that, all into the inputs, falling into inputs. So on the far right, I wanted to highlight the IFRS, their approach and how they talk about providing disclosures and taking a scenario analysis approach that's commensurate with your entity's capacity, capabilities, like data resources. And so they talk about this TCFD stages of progression. So they're building off of that. And, you may be just beginning or gaining experience or advance. So that's sort of a progression. And so as you progress, they expect, you may have highly qualitative disclosures to start, and then over time you get more and more data, and so that I think applies equally for public sector. But how do we think about that? Is it any different? Is just the general commensurate guidance enough, or how do we think about that? And more broadly, when we were talking about it with the topic working group, they had other questions and a lot of thought process or thought will need to go into, when you're thinking about climate resilience for a public sector, they ask questions like risks to what? What are we testing? What is this applying to? What is it? Is it the risks to the entity's continuing operations, my service delivery, or my funding finances, or the regulatory system? Like it becomes a big scope. So it's something for us to think about. I think principally, it may not be, we'll think about it from a principal perspective, and then application, certainly, how do we approach it and provide that guidance on scenario analysis and climate resilience. So this is just an example of this, again, Salesforce, same one. They had two examples. This is based on TCFD. So they did physical risk scenario on their employees, and then carbon pricing as a transition risk on how it would impact them. And they kind of just talk about the different scenarios and then the results. So again, just as an example. So the third group or section is risk management. So IFRS S2 talks about risk processes. What are your inputs and parameters used for your risk process? How does climate-related scenario analysis inform your risk process? The assessment of nature, likelihood, and magnitude, and how you assess your risks and prioritize risks and monitor risk. And then on the opportunity side, they have separate guidance. It's just, what's your process to identify, assess, and prioritize opportunities? And does climate scenario analysis inform your opportunities assessment? And then thirdly, integration. Just generally, what's the extent of integration of this with your existing overall risk management process? So in this, certainly, how do we think about impacts, and how do we think about policy setting and policies and commitments that an entity has on risk and your risk management? So this is an example. This is City of Toronto, part of their overall ESG reporting. They walk through, the risk process. Again, I think you'll see that circles not too dissimilar, I think, from private sector and similar top-down, bottom-up approaches, different ways to look at risk. And so I think it'll be good to think about similarities, but also differences on risk management. So that's just a high-level walkthrough, just to refresh everyone's memories on what S2 says and what the private sector disclosure is around. And so with that, we have questions on each of these sections, but really getting at what are the public sector similarities, where we do think that we can continue to be aligned and there's no need for departure. And then on the flip side, what are the differences? And really balancing that, because I think it's easy maybe to just pick out the differences, to jump at the differences to start, but it'll be helpful to acknowledge, what's similar as well. And then with those differences, what are the adaptations? So similar questions for all three topics: governance, strategy, and risk management. And so with that, I think we'll go to breakout groups, unless there's any questions. Okay, so with the breakout groups, we have 4 rooms. There's folks in here, Canada, Atlantic, and International, and we will ask that members move to those rooms. There's a board member leading each room's discussions, and there's staff there to support if you have any questions. but we would like to designate a topic for each room so that they can start with that topic, and you will be the first to report back on that topic when we return for report back. And you can focus and spend as much time to get your fulsome discussion on that topic, and then feel free to certainly talk through the other questions as well. And then feed in your report back on those topics incrementally to what the designated room brings back. And so just to clarify, just to specify which group is doing which topics, we will have the Canada room just next door focus on governance, to report back on governance. Atlantic, the next room over, strategy. And then international, the furthest room is risk management. And then Scott, in our room, we will talk about, I think, a suggestion thinking about policy and regulation broadly, and then we can also talk about the other sections and topics as well. All right, so it's 1:30. I think we said until 3. So then feel free to take a break and we'll come back for report back at 3:20.
Yeah. So the report back will start then at 3:20 in here. Okay. So look forward to hearing the key points from the discussions.
Maybe ask that those TAs in the room come to the main table, please.
Yeah, bring your name tag. Okay.
You got to move to the table.
Table. Drop the mic. Is it anywhere? Anywhere you wish.
Your choice. Free seating.
You can organize it for me if you want. Just cleaned up. Looks like we belong. Okay. I put that in.
I think so.
We definitely have all the board. Maybe she came back or she went to another room.
Not sure. Yeah, Claudia's out today.
Oh, okay. All right, so we're in the fun room. Okay, we have the simple question. if you is really about the policies. If you think about the role of government as a regulator and policy setter, so we need to be thinking that is unique to us. I think that's definitely a public sector issue. So I don't think we need to worry about how it's similar. So I think we're going to spend more of the time talking about how it's different, and we'll beat this up until we're done, and then when we're done, we'll move on to another topic. How's that sound? Okay. So my role is just to moderate and point at people. Okay, so we'll just use the same protocol. Just turn your name tag up, and we'll go from there. So who wants to jump in first, and your views about, to what extent does public sector roles regulator need to be addressed? Okay. And more importantly, what would need to be addressed? So I am an academic, I'll call on people. So Abdullah, go ahead.
Thank you. And that would be the first point that I would be interested in talking about, because I always brought that up, because looking into IFRS S2 and GRI, the role of a government as a regulator has not been really addressed. And this is the thing that I think that we be developing something from scratch. It's not like something we're going to be aligning from S2 or GRI, which is a good thing. But the other element that I would think about it, sometimes you might have more than one policymaker within the same jurisdiction. It's just not one that is going to be having an overarching policy. It might be embedded within a number of bodies, and how you're going to be pragmatic. I'm not saying that you're going to solve for that, but you will be pragmatic in the policy development that you're going to be having. And I will stop at that. I will just comment later.
Mike, come on in.
Yes, I just want to speak for, let's say, our situation in our jurisdiction, and it's really the core, that regulatory and policy setting purpose. If we, for example, look in our sustainability reports, it is all about what ministries are doing in terms of policy setting, and you see that even from the type of activity, if you look in a ministry, they have staff, they have maybe one or two office buildings, and I think the impact of their own carbon footprint is not so much compared to the outside. It's really more about a policy setting that is core. But nevertheless, that is one part, and they're totally different public agencies, even subordinated. They might have more like a private company, let's say, type of activity, and then this changes. But looking at the federal government and ministries, it's I just repeat this, it's really core, the regulatory role. Thank you.
Maybe just for those of you following along online, we've got the room that's online and in person. So if you're online and you want to participate, please feel free to come on camera and raise your flag so we know when to bring you into the debate, and feel free to do so. We're more than welcome to join this discussion. So I just want to make you aware of that.
Building on the last two comments, I mean, do you think we should provide guidance on the various levels? I mean, you mentioned those multiple levels, and so do you think that is an area that we should dive into, or not? Bill, you were shaking your head.
Yeah, I read somewhere, or it was a comment by somebody. I'm not recalling, but it was saying that if you want to get something along, you need to be pragmatic about it. And to be pragmatic about this, if it was applicable at one level of the government, you might want to just show that you are applying something and you can align with what is in there. You don't need to double report that. You might be aligning, or you need to be pragmatic, or show that you are following some certain of reporting mechanism. you don't need to follow the whole reporting mechanism. You might just leave a room for them to say that they are aligning with something or they have their own way of reporting. That how it.
Any other observations on the policies or anything else? Mike, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to confirm that our what we're issuing that should include guidelines, but that should be flexible. But we should in our standards, and this was a comment I made before with that paragraph 15, we should make sure that the reader or constituents that they really see it's a standard also applicable to them, that we really touch that core for the ministries, let's say. But I think we mustn't go into the details. That would be, I think, maybe something for the future where we might develop such public sector entity specific guidelines like in the private sector. But I think that is at the moment it's too early.
If I could just jump in as well and just to say that I think it's important to assist in just flagging the core, but still leaving room for flexibility. So it shouldn't be like, one box for everybody, but make it flexible, but still emphasize the core functions, which could be.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Annie.
Thank you. So I think, the ability for governments to regulate and legislate is obviously the thing that sets it apart from the private sector, but it's going to be also the key mechanism by which to change behavior. And that's ultimately what we're here to do, right? So we're looking to make the planet a better place. So I think that's key to keep in mind. But I've been thinking about this a little bit, and I think it has the potential to cause government entities some issues when it comes to reporting, because obviously the regulations and the legislations will, depending on what they are, will also impact other government entities. So, for example, in the UK, there's going to be a phase out of fossil fuels for vehicles. We're going to change the way that the households or buildings are heated. The gas boilers will disappear. So obviously that will have direct repercussions for government entities as well. And then in particular linked to scenario analysis, right? So there could be instances where government policy might be contradictory. There might be a circular reference as well. And obviously depending on the legislation and regulation, which is in government's control, that in itself can have a self-fulfilling prophecy. So, the electrification of the national rail in the UK will depend on the government's policy on wanting to do that, So I think, so when I look at, say, the S2, there are quite a few instances where I sort of go, oh, ouch, that could have a political ramifications. And I think a lot of it is sort of linked back to regulation and legislation. Yeah. So that's my opening gambit on this one. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
As you know, the government is the policymaker of certain of the areas, especially in the terms of for Malaysia is on the sustainability or something like that. So actually, just like Abdullah said, that policy may issued by different ministry, and of course there's a one department who will oversight all the policies, whether it give it or not. And in terms of the climate or something, there is a one ministry that governs that. But at this moment of time, they issued the reports on that, but according to their budgets or objective or outcome that they wish to get. But in terms of finance, they are not really related to the finance. Only for the Ministry of Finance can relate it, but for the ministry itself, which governs the climate, something like that, is not really on the financial things. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Anybody else? What do you feel? We've been talking about governments that are setting policies. What about governments that aren't setting policies that should be setting policies? Is there any reporting or anything around that we should? I'm getting into politics, obviously, but are there any? There's some people that say policies should be established that are not being established. If you watch up 28 in the last couple of weeks, you can definitely hear that. Bill, you want to comment on it? Okay, yeah, everything. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
I didn't see your name tag up, but go ahead.
Do we need to put the
You
mic?
can go.
Just a general comment on. I think there is a need for a framework on how to communicate at several levels, at different levels of public sector, on policies that are being set up for.
Let's talk into the microphone. They can't hear you online.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So I think there is a need for a framework to have a sort of harmonized communication on how policies are being set up, and also how they may be assessed, because within jurisdictions and across jurisdictions there might be a need to harmonize things because it's a world type of thing. So I think there is a need to definitely put forward a framework so that jurisdictions or entities can rely on. But at the same time, I recognize that there are a lot of challenges on that. And there's also, if it's at the jurisdiction level, I mean, there's also something to do, articulate with macroeconomic reporting somehow. I know they do things on climate or so there's something to explore there, not to duplicate what they're doing, but to see if we can bring something to what they're doing, or and I understand there's also something from an assessment from the IMF on climate something. So there are things out there. So the question is, how can we articulate what we are doing with what they're doing? But also, so that would be a jurisdictions level, but local authorities are also, as we've seen, are also very dynamic on especially on the climate. So it's really also at different levels of the public sector.
But you're suggesting a framework which would have a lot of different pieces on it, which we would expect a government to have in place or may not have in place. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Abdul?
Well, my comment is a general one, but would cover part of what Fabian was saying. In private sector, you would have sometimes, or mostly, you would have a chief policy officer who is responsible for making all the policies. In public sector, it does not work that way. It's fragmented, and let alone the bureaucracy that comes with it, with the policy making thing. But that is the thing, that public sector is different when compared to the private sector. The other thing that now when we are trying, even though we are saying these standards, sustainability standards, are not financial reporting standards, still in a bit, it would be responsibility in a way for the Ministry of Finance. Even in the reporting, you're going to be referring to what financial statements these reports, and that is what we saying. Looking at it, what role should Ministry of Finance plays in this policy making process? What would be the, how would I say, that is enablers to Ministry of Finance to fulfill that role? We need to think of this for once we are developing our standards, I guess, or just in a way, or it can be somewhere there, but or we can enrich it with some examples of how other jurisdictions played or applied that in a better way. But the last thing I would want to say, because we talked about sometimes some jurisdictions are more familiar with some reporting for ESG, SDGs, other reporting. Is there an element on there that is talking about whenever we are talking about strategy, policy, or something, we can just tab on that and just try to link it so it is more familiar to jurisdictions when they to relate to what we are saying?
I think it ties back to the framework question. And we have Camira online who'd like to come on in.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that just in relation to the previous discussion, basically I see the relation about policy and regulation with impact, because we were talking about impacts and how is the effect to the external environment. So I think there we could have disclosures about, and it will be directed at the national level to the standard setter. And also, so in this case for climate, the Ministry of Environment, and how they are able to establish targets at the national level and also determine sanctions to others, and also to monitor the progress towards the targets that they established. So I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. One thought I had when you were talking about framework and Abdullah comment, in the briefing paper, we have policy regulator under strategy, but I'm not sure it doesn't fit better in the governance.
Yeah.
When you hear the theme coming across here, it seems like this may be more of an element of governance. How are you governing your responsibility in a policy area? Yeah, Mari?
I also want because the government public sector has a so heavy responsibility, and maybe the accountability and responsibility to allocate the resources adequately and for the sustainability, and so the public sector consists of so many stakeholders, and so the public sector's responsibility is to align all the sectors with the sustainability goal, and make the goal definitely set definitely, and so the reporting and monitoring and so the collaborating is so important function for the public sector. And maybe the private sector has so various trajectory, and so the public sector has to this trajectory aligned with goal. And so the public sector entity have so many measures, such as restriction and regulation, and maybe the subsidies, granting subsidies, and so how to make these measures effectively to be sustainable. And so, so governance, from the point of the governance, it is so great responsibility, and maybe the core of the responsibility is in the accountability. Thank you.
Any other observations on, yeah, Mike, go ahead.
So I just want to mention one thing in terms of sustainability reporting related to climate is that lots of efforts by governments, by ministries, they are not initiated by themselves. They initiate maybe on the EU level or by UN agreements. And therefore, if we try to develop some reporting guidelines, we should have a look what is already out there for governments, not to create this from scratch. That was also something where we had discussion on the international level of the Supreme Audit Institution, that we shouldn't avoid to create a different framework for that. So please look what is already established for the ministries in terms of reporting. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, Hen, go ahead.
Yeah, I just something that Abdullah mentioned. We were talking comparing a little bit with the private sector, and when I look at my notes, they're just sort of regulation and policy. So policy is very different, right? Because it's not, it doesn't have to be that long lived, and we also have the rule that the government that's currently in can't tie the hands of future governments, right? So so that then brings me back to say the financial reporting. If you're looking to do some forecasting, short, medium, long term, when it comes up to election, that's going to cause problems, and that's all down to policy. And we've seen it, with Donald Trump, we've seen it with others. I mean, they can be brutal. Like from day one, they can just tear it all up, and that could cause problems. So that's why I thought, regulation, legislation has got a bit more certainty about it because it's sort of written in law. And yeah, they can change the law, but it's a bit more difficult.
Good. Good. Any other? Yeah, Fabian.
Yes, I'm building on what Henning said. It's also not only about changing things, it's also about when you've achieved an objective, it's also about following up on that objective. I mean, making sure that things are at least staying where they are or improving. But once a policy has achieved a goal, or when the goal's been achieved, there's still a bit of follow-up to do to make sure that things are not going backwards at any point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, Abdullah.
One last comment, and I would refer to something I heard from Dr. Andreas, the chairman of IASB. He was saying, for us as accountants, we are not policy makers, we are policy takers. So how do we embed that in our way of thinking, of approaching this?
Okay, Ross, go ahead.
I think principles are our friends. I don't think we can be prescriptive. I think, again, if I think about your jurisdiction and the one we're sitting in, the structures are completely different. So if you try and get too prescriptive, but I think it's what aspect of policymaking do we need to draft principles for? And how do we build that in and where does it sit? So I think it's probably we've got to go pretty high level, maybe have some non-authoritative examples of what we mean so people can understand. But I think it is very complex. And my experience in standard setting says the more complex the issue is, the more principled you have to be in addressing it.
Okay, good. Henning, you raised a good question about policy versus regulation. So that creates a little more complexity here. We have an element that's policy, you have a policy that's regulation. To your point, Mike, you have a part that comes down on you that you have to deal with. You have some you're responsible for, and you may be responsible for monitoring someone else's policy. Okay, so all those pieces come together and trying to that makes your framework more complicated to draw up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I still find the issue of a framework very attractive because we're dealing with different environments, and I think coming up with a framework which can also cascade in any environment, I think that is critical. That's just the roadmap, but there'll be differences from constituency to constituency. I think it is important, and also to indicate, are you in that framework, the different roles, are you a policy setter or a policy taker, and also a policy evaluator and a reporter? So I think it's important to point out those areas, but also, of course, at the end of the day, it's going to be different from constituency to constituency, and the roles will also differ. But there is, a roadmap which people can plug in and use, and change it as it suits their own environment.
Okay, great. Yeah, Yurieta?
I want to talk about the reporting. Yeah, just continue that I've talked before. In Malaysia, each ministry have their own some sort of their own legislation, and as well as the policy. They are the policy maker of their things. But and of course, like I said, if it is on environment, there's a Ministry of Environment which take care of that. And then the thing is, when you talk about the outcome in terms of the objective and then how they relates to the budget. I think that the linkage is this is with the financial is about the budget, because if they have the policy and they have to carry out the policy, somehow they need a budget for that. So from there, our Ministry of Finance catch up what is the outcome of their policy through the budget. Maybe that's we can think of the how to relate the outcome of the policy, whether they achieve or not, through our budget reporting, first of the reporting, because we are the accruals, the accounting or financial statement, we can do it also from the financial statement perspective. But at this moment of time, yeah, our Ministry of Finance is producing some sort of reporting on the budget, and also some sort of achievement of the, we call it a policy. We talk about the environment. Yeah, they have that. So and then also they put it also somehow in the economic outlook. So I think just having said that, at this moment of time, we actually have or issued some of the report, but they are scattered somewhere. Then we need to establish and integrate all the reports. But yeah, I think in Malaysia we put it in the Ministry of Finance there. Yeah. So I think that's the point get released. Thank you.
Okay. And all important budget connectivity and outcome reporting. Yes. Anybody else? Is there anything else you were expecting out of this section that we didn't cover? You've been typing feverishly, so I'm assuming you've captured all this. Words of wisdom are all captured here somewhere. Yeah, Mari.
Another point of view, in Japanese cases, Japanese government is so vertical structure, and so maybe for the sustainability goal, and it is necessary to cross the agency, set the cross agency goal for the sustainability, and so the government has a so various administrative area, and it relates and it influence to the environment and economy and the people, and so maybe the cross functional priority goal is so necessary, and it leads to the leadership, and it leads the driver to connect all the sectors in the public sector. So thank you.
Good. Any other final comments on policy? Yeah. Go ahead, Noyara.
I just want to add some more about what Maris says about cross ministries in terms of implementing the policies. I think it's a quite it's quite challenges as well to get the outcome of the objective, whether they have achieved or not, because you have to integrate all the reports from each ministry, and then what is, I think, what kind of criteria or what kind of item that we have to look into. Is it the achievement? Is it the risk? Is it there's a lot of items that we have to think about just to integrate the outcome of the policy across the ministry.
Yeah, great. Henning, you're still in?
Just a final word for me is, UK, they're trying to up their game a little bit when it comes to the appraisal mechanism of policies when it comes to green initiatives. So there is, you have your value for money criteria, et cetera, but now there's a specific environmental factor and the climate factors to consider. So that is a good view. But I then sort of echo this to then assessing the impacts, which is notoriously difficult, I think. And the other problem a bit is what I've seen is that conflict of interest. The government is there. You're going to hear the Chancellor or the Ministry of Finance are going to say, we're here to grow the economy because then we're all going to, productivity will get richer and we'll be better off and we can do more for the environment. But that's going to be a different mood music to the Environment Agency, who's going to approach it from a more purist way. So what I'm saying is there's going to be conflict. So policies might clash when it comes to the environment, and we'll have to just see how that works out. So one example, we had a big debate about opening a new coal mine in the north of the UK, because currently we import the coal for our furnace, for our steel manufacturing, all the way from Australia. So when I first saw the headline, I thought, this is outrageous. How can you do that? But if you actually take a step back and you really evaluate it, the whole environmental impact in Australia and then the transportation versus getting it locally. I'm not saying it's brilliant, and my view is we shouldn't really be going down that route in any case. But if the policy is to have a steel industry for the next foreseeable future, well, you're going to have to, you need the coal. So, it's a tough one. So what I'm trying to say here is I totally agree, with the impact assessment is a real issue, and it goes along, having multiple agencies, maybe having part responsibility for policy. But there'll also be some conflicts with what government is essentially trying to achieve.
Great. Any other final comment? I think there's a very robust conversation. I've definitely got some ideas to report back out. Yeah. Maura, you have one more comment?
It is so necessary to long-term projection about the risk projection, and is needed for the government. And so maybe the performance management and the risk management, they should be integrated for the government, and to have the fiscal sustainability, achieve the fiscal sustainability and the environment sustainability, and is so important for the government. And so these both sustainability, for these both sustainability, government has to have the capability to estimate the risks and opportunities. And so they have to report these important information. Thank you.
Yeah. Jump in.
Yes, just to echo the sentiments around the table, the integrated nature of this issue and the many stakeholders and players involved. There are many. I mean, I've seen at the national level where ministries have different policy making units, and then you have the execution units, and then you have the monitoring and evaluation units. But in some of the models, everything is either integrated at the Ministry of Finance, where the evaluation takes place, or in the Cabinet Office, where all that evaluation, assessment and evaluation is done, and then the reports are produced, and you continue to move. But there's a lot of controversy. I remember many meetings where even ministers were almost at blows, at each other, because the other one was saying, you didn't perform. And he says, I performed, you didn't give me resources. How did you expect me to perform? And I see this also at the UN level, where the SDGs are set. And obviously you have the same issue when the evaluation comes. So the beast is an integrated beast. And there are many perspectives and views, even on assessment. So bringing the controversies which Henning spoke about, and sometimes the self conflict, where you probably are also an executor as well as someone who's setting the policy and an evaluator, and that really messes up the whole thing. So I think it's important to have that view that we're not talking about one office, we're not talking about one player, but we're talking about many players. But at an organizational level, you then have to integrate all that and come up with the results which you're looking for.
Yeah, good. Any other comments? Again, I think that was a very robust question. Do you want us to go any place? It leads naturally into governance because that's what we were talking about. Would you like for us to go into governance next? Okay, so it seems like that's a logical place to go since we've sort of been talking about it indirectly. So there's two questions here. Okay, the first question is how do public sector governance structures and bodies similar? Okay, between basically the private sector and the public sector, and then the flip of that would be how they're different. So we'll start a little bit first. How would they be similar? And that's helpful because that way we can leverage the existing guidance as opposed to having to come up with new guidance. So where would you see the similarities to make sure we properly reflect those in the standard? Yeah, Jerry.
I see the similarities in the sense that everybody has a stakeholder to report to. So while the stakeholders may be different, but everybody has somebody to report to. If it's governments, then is their, electorate. They have to go back to report on how they have performed, and depending on the sophistication of the governance mechanism, you get governments being voted out because they haven't performed. But in the private sector, then it's of course your board of directors and of course your shareholders to whom you report to. So it's important for us to realize that whatever sector we're talking about, at the end of the day, the issue of accountability and responsibility is there.
Yeah. Anybody else have any similarities you could think about? Yeah, Abdullah.
I agree with Jerry that reporting mechanism should be the similar. The other thing that would be the composition that of people who should be there in the committees or the body who's going to be responsible for the reporting. You might use the same structure or composition. That's how I think of it to be similar in a way.
That was sort of in the chart you presented to us. That chart it was a public sector chart. Could easily fit into the corporate world. Yeah. Okay. What else? Anybody else have any similarities? Everybody's waiting to jump on the differences. Yeah, Mike.
Yes, so to get that question right, that is also about the governance, especially for the climate related issues like in our standards. And so what I observe in my jurisdiction is that the main difference is that the governance within this public sector, within the private sector entity, that is often really within the entity. And in the public sector, we have many, many cross relationships to other ministries or so governing bodies, which are where there are participants of different ministries, for example. So very a little bit like a matrix. And that I think is typical and different from the private sector.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So Mike took us into differences. So anybody else want to go with differences? Yeah, Fabian.
The question, well, I don't think of that many differences at the top of my mind, so sorry for that. But the question reminds me of a document the IFAC produced a while ago on good governance. So I was looking at it, but it does. I'm not sure whether we can draw things from there, but there might be interesting things.
Yeah. It's doing the same thing, pulling that out. That's one of the documents we've actually thought about asking IFAC to update now that we're moving into sustainability reporting. And I think there clearly are differences in mechanisms for governance between public and private sector. And I would say even in the public sector, depending on your jurisdiction, there'd be significantly different governance mechanisms. But I think the aim for governance is the same, whether it's private or public sector. It's transparency and accountability for, the decisions, the outcomes of particular projects. And I think how you get good governance in the public sector shouldn't be different than in the private sector. So I think you do need, oversight boards, you need separation of duties, you need transparency, you need responsibility for decision making and outcomes. And, you know, what I would say is maybe this is an area where we do kind of take a bit of a sideways glance to what we push for on the financial reporting side is good public management overall.
Anybody else? Yes. Here, Lars.
Yes. Hello. Yes. No, if we look at S2 in the governance section, and obviously here it's safely assumed that there is actually a governance body or individual who is already responsible in these matters to identify risks and opportunities. But I think it was rightly pointed out that in the public sector, we would actually applying this guidance, how it's phrased in S2, would probably have the problem. Okay, I have a kind of structure, different initiatives here and there, and I cannot actually describe that one body, that one governance body. So the question is how to reflect this in a public sector standard, because the standard would need to start from where these public sector entities are, which is a bit difficult because the standard would simply reflect the diversity we have in practice. I think that's a challenge here because the activities themselves, which are described in that S2 section, will be similar, but the main difference is that we have a structure in place in the private sector, a governance body on an individual, whereas in the public sector, it's just probably collection of independent bodies doing something in sustainability reporting. I would like to add another point. I don't know if it's more related to the policy thing, which is on the boundaries of reporting as a supranational institution. And that was also alluded already by Mike. We issue, for example, framework directives, which is basically it's not a law, but it's requiring the member states to issue legislation on their own, which is aligned to that directive. So in that situation, who would actually report on the outcomes of these national laws? So there is an element of, let's say, consolidation. Maybe would the Commission, would the EU wait for the reports from member states and just integrate them into their own report? Or should the Commission or any other supranational body also report on its own on these initiatives? That's more a technical question, but I just wanted to mention it. Thank you.
Okay. Ross, did you want to jump in? Or?
I was just going to say, I think we often come across this in the financial reporting too, where we say, well, the public sector doesn't do that. We talk about they don't have the governing body, but I guess the question is, should they? Because if they should, then maybe we should have something talking about, good governance would be this. If you don't have it, disclose why or what you're doing in the interim, because I think you're trying to drive the behaviors as well. But as you say, if they don't have it, they don't have it.
Yeah, Henning.
Yeah, I just looked a bit at the UK guidance for the TCFD framework, which has a governance section, and there's a couple of public sector considerations that you might want to look at. But I just pulled out a couple here, and it's been covered actually to a large extent, and that's that climate policy and strategies can be set centrally or by an entity that's not your own entity. Like we have a newly created department for net zero, for example, who provide funding to reduce public buildings CO2 emissions, for example. And then there's also another one where I've just made a note, and it said if no one has responsibility in your entity, then you should state that. And then that comes back to your point there. And that is actually sadly the case. A lot of entities don't have one, and and that is needs to improve. So I think through that, through stating it, you then get that transparency.
Yeah, Abdul.
My comment is a general comment, not just for governance, it's for governance policies, strategy, and all that. And that would be the maturity level varies from jurisdiction to a jurisdiction, and that's something we need to just consider it and not just do like what I thought S1 and S2 did not differentiate between developed and advanced economies.
Yeah. Oh, she want to jump in?
Yeah, that was one we've been actually talking about in staff a lot. So, you know, if you go back to the consultation paper from last year, excuse me, we did hear a strong split between thinking about developed countries versus developing countries. The question we've been struggling with as we talk about it is how. So do you build the standard that you want to be the gold standard as the main standard and then think about separate transition provisions and how you might use those to allow capacity to build up? Or do you build a standard that's kind of got it baked into the standard? I think from our discussions in the staff, we've thought it might be a lot easier to look more at the transition provisions and be a little more liberal in the public sector than the private sector was, because I think it's really challenging to write a standard that takes into account things like capacity of different jurisdictions. I think national standard setters can do that. So in your jurisdiction, if you decide to use what we develop, there's certain aspects that won't work for you, you could take them out. But for this board to sit around and do that, I think it's significantly more complicated. So I think if you would do it, you do it through transition, but that's just a staff idea.
Any reaction to that? Does that make sense? Yeah, Henny.
Yeah, I think the aim must be a global baseline, you know, and that baseline is not going to aim for the best of the best, but it has to stand on its own feet, right? And it's that sort of 80-20 rule. But I do appreciate what you know saying, and I know the ISSB got a lot of criticism for that, and I still think the jury is out a bit, because if I look at just S2, I mean, if you go beyond the largest 100 companies in the UK, for example, they're going to struggle, you know. So, but I would say global baseline should be the objective, and then just like you say, have transitional relief.
Bill, you went back in?
Yeah, to comment on that, I was hearing statement from one of the African ministers back in COP28. That was this last Monday, and he was making this statement. He was saying developed countries had 70 or more than 70 years where they enjoyed developing their countries, and they invested and they used all the carbon emission things. And now it's like we are being lectured not to do the same thing, where we've been in a disadvantaged place. So that is the kind of argument that when you are creating a global baseline and how to be pragmatic, and when you're doing that, you want to develop something, but you want jurisdictions to apply it. You could see now from S1 and S2, it's been lots of reluctant for jurisdictions or national level to adopt it directly. It's like we've seen one or two different countries that they're saying they're going to be adopting it, but you need to just make that balance. I don't know how you're going to do it. It's a challenging thing. Boss and the team is going to work on it, but and we will make their life harder with throwing some questions at, but other than that.
Jerry's going to solve that problem for us. So Jerry.
I wish. Just to echo the same kind of trend of thought and responding to Ross, I think it's an issue of balance. You have to find the sweet spot. You don't want to produce something which everybody just can do it in their sleep. That's not going to help anyone. But at the same time, you also don't want to go to the extreme end, the very gold platinum standard, and nobody can reach it. So you've got to find some level. And I think, Rose, what you're proposing, that to have the transitional provisions as the steps to get to something which is pragmatic, a little challenging, but achievable. That's what I would really propose.
Yes. Yeah, Welsh, you want to comment?
Yeah, no, I like the way you put that, Jerry. Actually, it's, be careful with trying to do a gold standard that's completely unattainable, but don't set the bar so low that it's kind of like a compliance exercise and you're not really challenging people. Still probably really difficult to figure where that is.
Right.
The other point I wanted to make was from an earlier comment. I think this group were about identifying solutions too. It's not just problems. So you can't just throw them all back on staff. That's why we're doing this now.
So that's the easy part.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, no, I'm just kidding on that. But
I think you sort of got a solution there. Let's come up with a baseline, but then give through transition the ability to be able to get there. Okay. And in the short run, it's okay to say I'm not there. Okay. But at some point you need to get there. And then you want to jump in?
Just another comment, if I, we're still also asking ourselves who we're writing the standards for. And if I look at the adoption of IPSAS, it's probably safe to say in most advanced economies that there's no immediate plan of going down the IPSAS route. And yet the IPSAS core standards are a lot of developing countries are looking to adopt them, right? However, I do think it's different. So I would be quite worried if that would be exactly the same situation for the sustainability standards, because then then you might as well not go too complicated because your target audience can't handle it. But I think, and I would like to think that more jurisdictions would look at these standards with serious intent of adoption, even if they don't apply the core IPSAS standards. And I would be disappointed if some of the sort of jurisdictions wouldn't go down that route, or at least have some, mechanism of applying them.
Yeah. Have any view on that, Ross?
really do actually, because it's you're interesting. You're bang on. So when we talk to people about the IPSAS, it is more developing countries that are focusing on it, and the developed countries either have something they're happy with, or a few are using the IPSAS, but it's largely the developing nations that are taking it on. As we talk to people about our developing standard and who those first users might be, it is more developed countries that are kind of indicating they would build off of that and take it, because most of them haven't built their own yet. And they're kind of, so we have that, again, no straight out country saying, yes, if you do it, we'll adopt. We're saying we're interested to see what you're going to do, because we're highly likely to follow along, based on what we've been talking about. Everybody's always holding out to see what the final product looks like, but good indications. But I do think it's more the developed countries, and I would say the ones that are big emitters, if you think about climate, that are probably more interested in our standard and what they're going to do with it than developing countries. And I think, Jonah made a good point earlier today about, the risks and opportunities, where some of those countries that are impacted by climate but aren't big emitters, thinking about how to balance net zero around the world and global, they might actually have more opportunities come out of climate actions than risks. But something to think about.
Yeah, Abdullah?
Just, I don't know. I didn't know where to put this comment, but I kind of mentioned it once. But now jurisdictions, they talk to me and they always raise this issue. They're saying we have SDGs. We have IFRS S1, S2, IPSAS are coming for public sector, and they are all different type of standard setters, GRI, and that is common in the area that I'm coming from. Then they are saying, would the IPSASB work as a facilitator to align or build, how would I say, taxonomy alignment? I know that is not our role, and we should not be doing that, but can we just find a way just to explain in a way that is somewhere? These are the different standard setters, and this is how they are applicable. We're not expecting to do any taxonomy alignment. We're not expecting to work for others, but how can we utilize that? How can we utilize something? And I will build on the argument that Ross was saying. Some of the developing countries are adopting IPSAS standards because they are getting some funds from the World Bank or IMFs, and they are getting pressurized. I don't want to say pushed. They're gonna get pressurized to have some financial reporting mechanisms according to specific standards. Can we utilize that in a way?
Is that question to me or you? Go ahead.
I have some thoughts.
Go, some thoughts. Jump in.
So I do think we're already doing that. So if you look at the structures we've put in place, so the Sustainability Reference Group, for example, it's one of the first forums where you're bringing all these groups together and talking about it to input our standard. And because we are going to build a robust standard that's narrative based with, various metrics in it and building off governance, risk, strategy, bringing that together, I think that will help to bring all the different guidance together. Because without naming any specific existing standards, what I hear is it's kind of piecemeal and it's not, there's no frequency in reporting and consistency. So I do think we'll start to do this a lot more once we get to metrics, in my view, because I think we'd be missing the trick once we get to metrics if we don't look to those areas where government's already reporting information in a certain way, because I think that is an area you'll see public sector metrics that maybe aren't relevant to private sector, specifically on climate. And I do think it is the structures we're putting in place, whether we're going to write a document saying, well, this body does this body does that. I don't know if that's our role, but I think the SRG is a good start to bring together all those bodies who do all these different things and have them at least talk about our project and what we're trying to do and how their various pieces might fit in. And if you went to the first discussion, I think you saw a lot of that.
Yeah, that was one of the things that made me think about it and how to utilize it, because I see people from the World Bank, I see people from the GRI, and how we can utilize that and just, I don't want to say advertise for what we are doing, but we can claim that we are doing a bit of taxonomy alignment in a way.
It's not surprising your comment on metrics, because most of the GRIs have been more about metrics than that was where the International Sustainability Standards Board one particularly was actually creating a more holistic way approach instead of just dropping in metrics. So it's not surprising that's when they're going to come, the metrics will come in. Any other comments on governance, either similar or different? And Ross's plea, could you please solve his problem for him? Okay. Yeah, we have someone online. Yeah. CJ?
So I don't think I can solve Ross's problem for him,
Yeah.
but I just had a couple comments to add. So excuse me, just building on what Ross was saying previously about looking at what countries are doing already. I was just having an interesting discussion with our Canadian public sector accounting discussion group a couple weeks ago, and there were comments raised about what IPSASB was doing related to sustainability standards and how we'll look at those in Canada eventually, and just the importance of looking at what our various levels of government are already doing, and can we build on any of those? And I think that's come up in several of the discussions that we've had today. So can we build on some of that, and can we look at how some of those things are being measured already when we start developing application guidance and things like that, where we're getting into how we would actually apply this. And my second comment was just just to support what others had said previously about ensuring that the standards we developed are a balanced standard, a balanced baseline, not the absolute platinum level, but a good standard that can be applied practically, because we do have such a great range of size and level of development of the entities that will be applying this. So I think that's just really important to make sure there is something achievable, even if it does take some time to achieve that standard. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments?
We did have Mariana online from the IMF.
Yeah, she came on twice and dropped
Yeah,
off. So
I think you
wasn't
wanted to
sure.
say something, Mariana, so I want to give you a chance to come in.
Yeah, thank you,
She's
Ross.
trying
Thank you.
desperately to get on.
Yes, I had some problems with my connection. This is why. No, I wanted to highlight that the agreement on the Abdullah was expressing that the and what is is already done in the SDGs, and the IMF is working on those SDG recommendation from 1 to 7, and STA, the statistical department, specifically on 1 to 7 recommendation of SDGs. And I think it would be very useful if you follow the guidelines that are more than IPSAS or central government or public sector, more related to public sector, to follow, okay, this is the model or what you should, which indicators the governments and the public sector should feel and should disclosure as a model, and each of them with a transition on the what they would like to or they would achieve to disclose. And on another point that I would like to take also, because it was mentioned before, the work of the IMF on the transparency and the setting the indicators. There is the fiscal transparency evaluation, and the fifth, if I am not wrong, fifth or fourth pillar of it is about the management of risks of natural resources. Natural resources management, and there is also analysis of the public investments, and it has also something about natural resources. So there is a lot of people here working on natural resources, and it's good that we follow the same principles and the same definitions. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other observations or comments about governance before we move on to the next topic? Good. Good. Thank you. Some very good thoughts there. Hopefully capture them all. Okay. I think I heard was don't mess it up. But anyway, let's go on to strategy. In the strategy area, again, similar question. How is public sector strategy similar, private? And how it's different than what would need to be done. So where do you see the similarities in strategy? And if you're not, just to give you, remind you what strategy is, okay? The objective of climate-related financial disclosures on strategy is to enable users of financial statements to understand the entity's strategy for managing climate-related risks. So it isn't an overall strategy, it's a strategy for managing climate-related risks. So, do you see any similarities? Yeah, Abdullah.
The work you're going to do to build your own strategy is going to be similar to the private sector. It's just a matter of the articulation around it. What it is similar that you need to come up with a strategy, nail out what is needed, and that is the similar thing. That is where we need to utilize.
Okay, so you're saying the process would be similar in both cases.
Exactly, and the mandate and the objective.
And the objective and process is the same. Okay, Henning, you want to jump on that?
Just if I look at some of the reporting disclosures under strategy, and you're looking at the effects of climate risk on your balance sheet, P&L, and cash flow, and I've had it seen in the UK whenever you sort of mention cash flow, there's immediately a sort of a bulk reaction saying, "Oh, that's not really that relevant to the public sector," but that's not true, right? Because we've seen. At the end of the day, cash flow really does matter, because every pound you have to say increase your spending on flood defences, you're going to have a pound less to spend on pensions or healthcare. And we have seen some weather events that are costing the government money already, and that's in the UK, and we're quite a temperate climate, but we had a huge heat wave above 40 for the first time. I know in Canada you had that heat dome a few years ago where people were stuck under 46 centigrade. That's going to make people ill, and that's going to put pressure on your healthcare, right? So. And then you have the problem with the insurance companies. They're going to say, we're not going to insure these areas or these certain weather events anymore because they're going to become too regular. And then you have the impact of the government being the insurer of last resort, which will really skew potentially skew your risk on your whole of government accounts balance sheet, which could potentially have then impacts on your borrowing and your ratings. I mean, yeah, this is all at a slight extreme, but I'm just sort of showing a little bit that causality. So I'm thinking that strategy really is going to be fairly similar to the private sector, and that cash flows do matter, and you can only spend £1 once, or you can spend $1 once. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah, Maury?
Yes, the similarity is to set the strategy. Its basis is environmental analysis and external and internal analysis. It's the same. However, the focus is different. Maybe in the public sector has so much stakeholder focuses. So maybe the public sector, in the private sector, the focus is the investor focus. And so multiple focus is necessary in the public sector. It's a difference, I think.
And drawing in, Henny, your comment, not only is it shareholder focus, but this concept of being provider of last resorts. Private sector didn't have to worry about that. They can walk away. Governments can't. And so that's another big difference in the strategy perspective. Yeah, Ross.
Yeah, I agreed a lot with what you were saying. I think when we started doing this, we got many reactions right off the bat. Well, you can't start with the IFRS ISSB guidance because it's just designed for investors. It's only relevant for investors, as if it only relates to cash flow information, which it doesn't. It's still about non-financial information that would be relevant from an investor. And I would say at a minimum, that's applicable in the public sector because we know a lot of government entities are raising debt in the public markets. So there should be appealing to investors as a first level. Second level, whether it's investor information or not, financial information definitely matters for all the reasons that Henning said. So I think it is completely similar. I'd say there are differences that the government has different risks, like the lender of last resort risk, but it also has different levers to make things happen than a company. And it can mandate change through its regulatory role. It does have tax raising abilities that give it financial powers that companies don't have. And it also has a policy setting role that it can change behaviors in a way, companies can't. Companies might want somebody to take up their product, but ultimately the market bears it. But governments can actually use their taxation powers, tax credits, or just straight regulation to make people do things they want to happen.
Any other observations?
Perhaps I could just add that, I do agree with what Mari said, that the focus in the private sector, although Ross has extended that the impact or the focus rather is on a fewer number of stakeholders, groups of stakeholders than the public sector. It will be a much wider group. And I think what I could just add is that the impact is probably, there's a correlation with the impact as well. But the impact of the strategy in the public sector is a far wider impact than the private sector. But of course, it depends. If you're talking about the big conglomerates, of course, their impact is going to be much bigger than a small private company.
Anything else on the strategy for any recommendations for solving this one? Trying to help you out, Ross. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'm going to push a little bit on the second point here.
Yeah.
So for those of you who spend time looking at S2 or S1, do you see significant areas where there's something in there that needs to be taken out, not appropriate, or vice versa, or significant gaps that need to be addressed that we haven't talked about?
Just to throw something out for be interested in reaction is, there's that hidden gem embedded in strategy called resilience and heart. Okay, which really deals with the scenarios, which is actually able to talked to us about in Zurich. What do you think the capability for governments to be able to do those scenarios, and will do those scenarios? So that's one of the things I'm challenging when I get over to paragraph 22. That seems like a real big uphill. So I don't know if you got any reaction to that.
I thought about that a lot. When you think about it, maybe companies struggle with scenario analysis, but isn't that what governments do when they think about policy and budget setting? You know, planning what the finances are and what different spending scenarios might look like. And governments, again, we find from our work, are full of economists and economic people, whereas companies don't always have that ability. So I think if a company can do scenario analysis, most parts of a government should be able to. Maybe it's not directly in their ministry, but there's probably people who have that expertise.
I was thinking the best connection may be actually in the budget area, which may have been where you were going. So if there's any capability that I could think about existing there, it's usually in the budget side. Okay, because that's who's doing it. So maybe we need to make that connection somewhere in the standard, because I think that's more likely where it's probably going to be. At least that's why I was thinking it was big. Anybody else have? Yeah, so you have a comment?
No,
I was
just going to confirm the issue of the scenario analysis. I used to work for Minister of Finance, and that's what exactly we used to do for the budgets. We would produce 3 scenarios, check them to the Minister of Finance, take them to the Cabinet Committee on the budget, and whichever has been approved, then we come back to work on it on a detailed level.
I guess on scenario analysis, some of the questions and thinking about, and maybe it's already embedded in the existing process, but what's the boundary and the extent? Because of the impact, influence, insurer of last resort, how do we provide principled guidance on what type of scenarios, or how far do you take it, or leave it up to, the reporting entity to say, okay, you explain why. Different standards that are out there take different approaches. They may tell you, okay, you should do the 1.5 as a scenario analysis. You should do extreme hot, or some like specific guidance, or do 3 scenarios, make sure you at least do 3, or whatnot. What's a principled approach when we have such varying contexts, and even to, I guess, different levels? Is it just in Ministry of Finance has that expertise? How do we do that linkage? Is it, just acknowledging that that's the case, but as a reporting entity, you still have to do it? Like, those are.
Yeah, Henning, comment on that?
It's one last one. Because also, I mean, you mentioned the resilience piece, but there's also a thing in there about transition plans, right?
Right.
Just wanted to highlight that as well, because they're not easy to produce.
Oh.
And again, it's essentially, what's your strategy, or how are you going to actually achieve what you're setting out to achieve? And again, it could be a challenge.
I mean, you would hope in their strategy they are doing scenario planning, but sometimes they're not. Yeah, Ross.
I think that's exactly why you'd want them to disclose it too, though, because not many governments aren't out there talking about like net zero 2035, net zero 2040, whatever, developing and developed. We've seen that a lot. So it would be pretty telling if they had to disclose more comprehensively. If you say, well, they don't actually have a plan to get there,
Right.
Haven't looked at what those scenarios look like, what that means for, their transition plans that they don't even have, or how they're going to fund those. So probably quite useful information.
Well, that's actually what's becoming transparent on the corporate side. You've had a lot of corporations make comments, and now when they're figuring out how to make these disclosures, realize it's not a lot of there. So that's what's coming out. Okay. Yeah, Mike.
I just want to once again raise the points that we have really in the public sector a very broad variety of entities, really reaching from Ministers of Finance, where I personally think that would perfectly fit to scenario analysis, but going down to smaller public agencies, let's say, and I have really doubts whether it makes sense that they really fulfill their own scenario analysis whether it could be done on a more, let's say, on maybe done on a higher level of the government. So I think we should just take that into account. And additionally, I think there are some entities which behave more than a private company. For example, agency in Germany, is responsible for all the public real estate. That is from the business model more like a private sector real estate group, let's say. But that's the other extreme where I would say, okay, so strategy paragraphs here in the IFRS 2, we shouldn't take anything out, let's say, because for them I think it's quite applicable, but really different from the ministers where you have different capacities and resources, and so please take that into account, that large variety in the public sector.
You're welcome.
Yeah, great point. And actually brings to an issue that I think we've kind of been talking around all day. But, and again, I'll take it back to what we do for financial reporting is we don't talk in our IPSAS that we've developed now who should or shouldn't apply them. We just describe the entities that they apply to, because it's a local jurisdictional decision to decide who's going to apply those standards. So I think that might be something we need to think about more on this new side as well. Let's say, like, and again, when we did the applicability of IPSAS project 5-6 years ago, we moved away from a statement that used to just say, if you're a government business enterprise, you apply IFRS. And we got a lot of pushback saying, well, who are you to say what the private sector entities in my jurisdiction do? So we took all that out and we put in the preface, characteristics of what public sector entities were that should use IPSAS, but it's essentially a jurisdictional decision on how they're used and which entities would apply them. And I think we might need to do something similar on sustainability reporting, is what type of entities are we talking about? And then let the jurisdictions decide which of their public sector entities are ones that actually apply various standards or not. And just thinking back to a discussion we had last year with the OECD Paris Collaborative on Green Budgeting, they were talking from a budgeting perspective where countries were focusing to cut emissions. And there were like 3 sectors in the public sector that were the big emitters. And that's kind of, they said from a budget perspective, it's energy, transportation, and agriculture are like 85% of a jurisdiction's emissions. So focus there. Maybe jurisdictions decide those are the areas they are going to target, but it's not something we can do. So we just have to be careful that we don't get too tied up in that, but we think about maybe that describing the characteristics approach like we did with financial reporting.
Okay, Henning?
Yeah, I agree with Mike, and it's something I've been thinking of as well. For example, in London we have, I think it's roughly 32 different boroughs make up London. And would I want, as a taxpayer, for each and every one to spend good money on creating their own forecasts? I don't think that's necessary. So I was also thinking about, at a higher level of government, but then there's 2 things that come out of it. One is actually that the risks, impacts, and opportunities actually change a little bit when you go up a level. It does change quite significantly at some point. And secondly, the contra to that is then you lose a bit of accountability potentially. If you take away some of the reporting requirements, especially with scenario analysis, it's nice to sort of challenge them. Good, medium, and bad. But I take your point, and I do think, from a cost benefit point of view, and as a taxpayer, we need to look at that or think about it at least.
Okay. Good. Any other comments about strategy? We've got 5 minutes left, I think. Okay, we have 5 minutes left. If we want to talk briefly about risk management, 5 minutes, that's about right. Okay, so over on the risk management side again, process about similar or different between public and private, or different on the risk management side. Any observations? Yeah, Abdullah.
In risk management, I see more of similarities between the private sector and the public sector, except for one thing, or a couple of things, but relate to the embedded roles within the public sector, being the regulator, being the policymaker, being how would I say, a provider of services to the public. Other than this, the process, the mandates around it should be similar.
Okay. Any other observation? Yeah, Henning, you still in or? Okay. Yeah, Jerry, you going to come in?
Yes, and I think so, as somebody mentioned, in a lot of cases, the private sector can walk away, whereas the public sector is really the last resort. They can't just walk away and ignore the risks.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. Mari and then Noya. Okay, Mari, go first.
Thank you. I have same thought. Maybe the risk management process is similar in the public sector and private sector, and maybe the cost of enterprise risk management is applied in both sectors, I think.
Okay, so you believe enterprise risk management is adopted? Okay, good. Yeah, Noya.
Well, I think just like Henning said that um, in the governments, it depends on election, something like that. So uh, maybe existing whoever as a government, maybe next time they will not. So I think there's a risk on that. Yeah, in terms of the policy, maybe they retract all the policies before and then give another policy. Maybe there's a risk on that. Yeah. And then and how we have to maneuver that changes of that maneuver the risk of the changes that, in the thick states. I think we have a risk on that. Yeah.
And then Henning. Yeah.
I agree with Mari. So they also have established internal controls. So it's the same, I think. But in Japan, maybe external auditing is not for the public sector. So it's different, I think. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Henning, go ahead.
So risk management is a bit of a tough area when I look at the UK government. I don't think it's an area they do particularly well. They've tried to beef up risk management. They've got a head of risk now, which is from the private sector, and they've created a few dedicated teams. But what I was going to say is I think some of it could get a little bit political when you look at the risk appetite, and that could get exposed. There's a few examples about we have this, these certain government buildings that were built quite rapidly in the 60s and 70s, and some of the concrete is now becoming quite loose. And the Treasury were made aware of this, and they said, "Oh, we need £1 billion to fix it." Treasury, in normal fashion, they'd sort of turn around and say, "Well, you can have 500 million," and then a year later they said, "Actually, that 500, let's make that 250." And now we've got quite a few schools, having to be evacuated because the ceilings are collapsing. So it just goes to show what their risk appetite is. And I say this because there's actually a particular disclosure requirement in S2 that says capital deployment, the amount of capital expenditure, financing or investment deployed towards, climate-related risks and opportunities. Now, I know in the UK they wouldn't want to disclose that, because it wouldn't be a massive number.
Yeah. In my country, that's political. That would never get disclosed. Yeah, it's interesting when ERM, U.S. has had for policy for a long time that all the federal agencies have to do risk management, but they've treated it as a compliance exercise, not really what I'd call a true enterprise risk. And so they never changed the decisions based on what they did. They just did a report. So, but never did anything different. And so that's the other danger you want to come with it. Okay. Anything else on risk management? Anything different that need to take in context when we're setting the standard? Yeah, Ross.
Just one interesting point that came up in a discussion that I was participating in a couple of weeks ago when I was doing outreach was around the Paris Agreement related to climate. And somebody made a very good point saying, well, most countries have signed up to the Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement is legally binding. And it actually binds the public sector for the whole economy. So it's both the private sector emissions and the public sector emissions. And that's an aspect that most countries have legally signed up for. And if you think about risk management, I would say a lot of countries, depending on their legal system, already probably have a significant legal exposure from signing that agreement and ratifying it that they're not taking into account. And that might be something we want to draw in for disclosures and just, what, maybe not specifically to Paris, but what international agreements have you signed and ratified that have a legal basis, and what are you doing to comply with those?
It's not the only legal international agreement that a lot of them are signed on or not. Okay, anything else, Bill?
I would agree with that. And remember our commenting on S1, S2, then on the CP for our project, we said the Paris Agreement should be, even with the update on it, should be that where we start, it should be our starting point, because that is where you want to roll it out with as many jurisdiction as possible.
Okay, good. Well, yes, Henny, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. All right. So any last, I know I'm standing between you and break, so no one's gonna say anything, but any last comments before we move on? You should give yourself a hand. You worked very hard for that. Yeah, Ross, go ahead.
Just want to say thanks from staff too, to everyone online and everyone in the room. Very helpful.
Yeah. Thank you. So with that, we're on a break to 3:20. I believe that's when we'll come back. Thank you. Good. Comment?
A few more things for your list.
Oh yeah, the list. He was typing furiously, so.
Please deactivate your mouse or mic.
Okay. I'm recording on a call, right? That's to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think I'm gonna come.
Yeah. That was a real.
Oh, and in the connectivity.
Yeah, I know.
That'll be.
Yeah.
That's what.
It's kind of true. Maybe it's a separate section.
maybe they do to other people, but not to the horse. Yeah.
And then I'm trying to be conscious of that, but
Yeah.
I don't, sometimes I'll bring the mic right up to the face.
Well, I can definitely not hear, so whenever you say it, yeah, I'm like, I can't hear
Yeah.
anything under.
But I try to adjust it. Say, they don't talk loud. Kind of.
No, I think
Wait, nothing like yes, it's still. Yeah.
I did. So I'm gonna Okay. Let it go. Really? Oh, no.
What was that? Architecturals. Yeah. So now we're very until sort of try again. It's from.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be great.
Don't forget something. Other different slabs that will.
I put more, I don't know, it's a standard set, so it's sweet. I put some more nuts out there and then the chips and stuff. No healthy stuff. So 7 is moving to tomorrow morning, first thing.
Oh.
Cause.
So we're going straight to 8?
No, when they come back, they're gonna do like more,
Well.
they're doing the report.
Right.
So just
For
go
the
back.
message.
No, we're still doing 8.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Oh, and I confirmed for 8.2, we're sharing the slides.
We are.
Yeah, she's presenting virtually, but we're sharing the slides.
Should be like slide type thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So 8 and 8.2, 8.1, 8.2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So 8.1, he'll be in the room and advancing the slide, but 8.2, you'll be advancing the slide. Unless Michael's gonna do it, but I don't. We'll just. So
They'll be ready for the worst.
yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. And 6 the worst.
Yeah. Right. Even my nose wasn't running so much, it went bad. Right? Like I'm taking.
But I feel like you're okay.
And it's not working. Like, okay, maybe it is working because I'm not coughing. But it's not like my nose is running like constantly. And I thought it would stop that. Like that's the most appealing thing.
I think like running nose trying to be tired too. It adds on the day.
Yeah, it takes a lot of you, sure. So I'm glad tomorrow we finish at 3.
Oh yeah. Gotta turn around.
We have a reception tomorrow night, but I'm not going to. I have to find somebody to help me slow down.
And then there's Friday too, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but we should be finishing early. Like, well, we're finishing at 3, regardless,
Cool.
right? Yeah.
No, my roommate has a cough that like wakes me up, and all night he's been coughing.
Oh,
So like today,
yeah.
like
See, if I lived with somebody, yeah, it would have been bad. I was coughing like all night. It was awful.
brutal.
And you cough like that gets painful too because you're coughing so much.
Yeah.
So it just, yeah.
So
It irritates your chest.
Yeah.
Okay, so I asked it for YouTube because I wanted to edit it. And any live stream over 6 hours can't edit.
Brutal.
Yeah, so I asked my communications manager to listen to it to see if she can actually hear me swearing. Like it's really bad.
Oh.
It's like no. You can hear somebody talking about emails and pinning somebody, but it's not that.
Right.
Okay. Crisis averted.
Yeah.
I just won't. Well, I have to leave it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can download it and upload, no?
She said you could do that, but it's not going to be under the live
Right.
part. Yeah. So I just don't want to do that.
$320.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get some feedback now on what's been said in each of the sessions. And what we'll do is we'll just go through in the order: governance, strategy, risks and opportunities, and then we'll go to Scott's group that did the sort of policy intervention side as the fourth group. And so if we cover each of those topics and then just ask the chairs if there's anything else, chairs of the other groups, to add anything else that may have come out of their discussions. So if we do governance first, and I think that's you, Liang, is that right?
I'm the first one, and our group, we have a very hot discussion. And I would say it is a kind of freestyle discussion. I just focus on governance and to report back what we have discussed. As a general comment, that we think because different to private sector entity, actually in public sector we have different type of entities, such as some entity may be quite similar to private sector. So most the paragraph in S1 and S2 related to the governance may be applicable for this entity. But more important, as we have the government type entities, such as we have maybe we have different structure of government in different countries. We have central government, and we also have different level of government. So we may also need to provide additional requirement applicable to the government type of entities. And we have considered that because such as the different level of government and such as regional government, sometimes it may subject to the governance or subject to the administration to the high level of government, and or some entity in some sector, such as hospital or university, actually they are also subject to the regulation or administrative to some ministry. So this kind of matters related to governance should be also specified in our standard. We also discuss about some key difference, such as to say because the policy setting role of the government. So actually, we think disclosure around relating to regulating sector are more material or are more important than the disclosure around to the entity's climate disclosure itself. So to discuss about the policy setting policy is more important, although maybe this is more related to the strategy perspective. And another, such as we have discussed, such as the bank regulator in some jurisdiction, actually it will set the policy for all the banks in that country. And this may be important when we discuss about, when we disclose about the climate related matters of this entity. And we also talk about such as the change in the government. sometimes maybe when you change, there is some change in government, maybe the policy or the way you to regulate the whole matter will be quite different. So this may be also one of the focus to be considered, how to make the disclosure. Yeah. So this is the major points we have discussed. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Liang. That's obviously a very rich discussion, and you know, obviously we've had note takers in each of the sessions, so that'll make sure that we, you know, keep track of points that have been raised. Did any of the other groups get on to governance that want to, Scott?
Yeah, we got on the governance. We agree the comments, just two things. One on what's similar and what is different is clearly the aim of good government's the same. And so we should be able to leverage off that. And it was mentioned as an AFAC document on good governance, we should be able to leverage that in the process. On one thing that's different is we really talked about the variability and different sizes of the governments and maturity and where they were. So wherever we end up here, needed to be something that was very principle based. And this comment impacts all these, by the way, needs to be more principle based, a lot of flexibility to be able to deal with the variety of different governments we're going to get in this area. But those were our two observations.
Thanks, Scott. Yes, I mean, there's the IPSASB for good governance framework, and that, as you say, tries to address the issues in a principled way that would apply at the different levels. And I think it's going to be a balance for us between taking that principled approach and making sure, though, that it resonates across all those different types of entity that Liang was talking about. Okay. Lynn or Renee, neither of your groups got onto governance at all.
Yeah, we did. We did at the very end, and I think that while there's a lot of similarities, especially in agency types, entity type, public sector entities, when you get to the senior government, this is probably where we'll want to maybe have additional guidance or application guidance. You know, who is the oversight body? We do see an oversight body. We do see management's role, but maybe the oversight body in a senior government, sovereign government is more the policy setting body or versus your implementing body, right? The executive power versus the legislative power. So a bit of thinking to do around that to help those senior governments translate what this means in their context.
Thanks. Lynn, did you want to add anything from your discussion then?
So our discussion on governance was after we had a discussion on strategy. So it's in the context of what we discussed around strategy. So it's probably better to pick that up after that.
Do you want to lead off then on strategy?
Yeah, that's a teaser, wasn't it?
Well, I think you opened that one up.
That's why I didn't go when you asked for Renee and I. So on strategy, I think where we came from to start off with is that this is a major area of difference between the public sector and the private sector. And so actually, as I summarize where we got to was the adaptation. We didn't come from it in a pure adaptation perspective because we think the starting point on strategy needs to be different, and we need to be bold and brave in how we write the strategy section, and perhaps not go for a interpretation or adaptation approach in this area. So why is that? So we had a good discussion around overarching objectives in the public sector in this area. And we kept coming back to the fact that governments have made firm commitments, in some cases legal commitments, to take action in respect of climate. So if you then say well, actually, from an objective perspective for this standard, what do I want to read about and have disclosed to me in the context of a national commitment to climate action, in some jurisdictions, a national transition plan, in some jurisdictions, the absence of a transition plan. I would also like to know that it doesn't exist. And then when you then translate that into strategy, what do we want to know? We want to know, well, what is the role of this particular public sector entity in delivering to that commitment and to that national transition plan? And what's its strategy for doing so? And so we felt, and we got a consensus in the room that that is where we felt that strategy should come from. What is in the context of an overarching objective and a commitment to take action? What is the role of this entity? And therefore, what is its strategy in the context of that objective and that role? So then coming back to then the governance piece, we would then set what is then the governance oversight of that strategy in the context of that role and that objective. And in that strategy piece, that is a wide ranging strategy. That might be internal things that I will do. It might be regulatory levers that I might have as part of my strategy. It might be policy objective as part of my strategy. So it's a broader way of looking at strategy. And we feel that that is the right place to pitch what we ask entities in the public sector to do around strategy. So I guess we didn't get into is this paragraph suitable? Is that paragraph suitable? Because we feel the starting place perhaps needs to be written differently because the adaptations will be so great. And there could be, in writing that, there could be elements of S2 that are useful to us to just bring in, but actually our starting point needs to be different. And we believe that actually, as a board, that we ought to be setting the standards so that governments can be held to account for the commitments that they've put in place, the transition plans that should be in place, and the strategies that should be in place. And so we need to come from that sort of public accountability standpoint when writing a section on strategy. I'll just pause there, and if you don't like it, it's all Todd's fault because he was. No, we did. I joke, but I think that's where we got to. But if anyone from the group wants to add anything to that, but I think the final thing I would say is that sounds like a big ask in drafting, but we don't think it is. When it comes down to it, we think actually it shouldn't take that long for the drafting. We don't think it's that onerous to draft.
But no, I think that's a very powerful argument there, and actually that actually would give us, a real, strong argument to make as to why we're doing this, as opposed to it's just a S2 with a bit of change around the edges. So I think that is a very powerful narrative, and as you say, it's getting that thinking in there right up front, which sets that context. So did any of the other groups go into that territory? Want to add to that, Scott?
Yeah, we went in a group as well. Just adding on to Lynn, what you said, we focused on how it was different, and I think it feeds into your conversation. Different, broader stakeholder group, the risks are different. One of the main thing difference between a government and private sector is last resort. The government often gets stuck, can't walk away, and so we thought that would particularly needs, but also the tools the government has to deal with them are a little different, and so that we thought all that could be reflected in the strategy type of conversation.
Thanks. So maybe unless Liang or Renee, there's anything you want to add, or then Renee, maybe if we head into your group next before going to Scott.
Yes, so we had risk management, and Lynn, you'll be very happy that we've set this up for your perspective on strategy as well. So I'm going to start with what we think is the same. So of course, the framework and the methodology in order to develop a risk management framework is very similar between the private and the public sector. The mitigation strategies will be different, and the actual risks and opportunities will also be different. What will be also the same is that as a starting point, we start with the climate-related physical and transitional risk. So there we're the same. Where we see a difference is on transitional risk. We need to think about the public sector's accountability role and their role in setting policies and setting directions so that society and the private sector are transitioning. The economy is also transitioning. So we think there's this third category of risk, probably in the area of transitional risk in terms of climate adaptation. And it's about the government's actions as it relates to mitigating the risk of society, the jurisdiction, the economy under the responsibility of the government to transition, and what policies and what actions will be in place, and how a government has to be held accountable. So it's back to very, very consistent with the strategy piece. We can also develop a similar approach on the risk side. We also something that is similar but different is that an entity should consider the external environment, the conditions of its external environment. And there we pointed to the fact that there are commitments made by governments, for example, for commitments under the Paris Agreement, commitments under the UN SDGs. So finding a way to get at least our sovereign governments to be accountable against those commitments and to demonstrate whether they are making progress against those commitments. So we think we can start linking it into at the risk stage as well. So I would say that it's very complementary.
Thanks, Renee. And I think that probably actually links very well with, if you like, the conversations that I've been having in terms of trying to set up some joint work with IPSASB and GRI on metrics, that we would need to start from those top level government commitments in terms of Paris, SDG 13 and so on. So I think that all of that actually, well, that's quite reassuring that I haven't got ahead of the board in terms of that, if you like, that's a thread that is going to be very strongly represented. And I think the other interesting thing on transition is, if you look at the fact that GRI has just released its own updated climate guidance, basically they've added a number of areas of metrics to that, or a number of measures, and sort of just transition is one of the areas that they're proposing to add. And I think we are going to
and opportunity, but the other strand being its own risks as well if other people don't deliver. So that sort of external risk environment we characterize in a different way to the way you just described external risk. So we talked about a need that you still might face risk as an entity from the inaction of other entities, and that should also be disclosed in a risk disclosure.
Okay. Anything, Liang or Scott, from your group to add to that? Liang, did you?
Yeah. Actually, we have some more creative idea, such as we have discussed about whether we have some unmanageable risks, because we think maybe for public sector, in addition to those risks we can manage, but we may have more unmanageable risk. Sometimes we may say it is climate-related crisis or climate-related impact. So maybe in some cases that we may not be able to manage all the risk or impact. So this is I think this is some area that we can explore further.
Yeah, I mean, I think perhaps that was sort of one of the points that you raised there, Scott. And, if you think about it from the banking system point of view, actually, governments tend to be the lender of last resort, and that came home very powerfully in particular jurisdictions. The UK was one of those where, in the banking crisis, basically, to keep the system up and running, government had to actually nationalize some very major financial institutions, which has had long-term repercussions, big costs involved, and maybe the same is true in terms of climate. So yeah, Renee, you want to come back?
Yeah, no, just to build on what Lynn and Liang have said, we did talk about whether we should think about the boundary of the entities, what are the risks that the entity is mitigating through its actions, and where that took us is that an entity will put in place policy to address the risks and the transition risk in their jurisdiction, but they don't necessarily have control over, how stakeholders will respond and will comply with the policies in place. And there should be a mechanism for a government to report on the effectiveness. So maybe it's a reflection of the effectiveness of the policy of a government if it's not having the intended impact. So there should be maybe indicators to measure effectiveness, right, through policies, and then helping government readjust their policy and their actions.
I think that nicely tees up Scott, actually.
Sounds like you were in our sandbox, but anyway, we'll let that go with. But anyway, yeah. So Celine, you can correct anything I get wrong here, but we totally depressed Ross and Celine because we said this is really complex and it has a lot going on with it. But we also first talked about we actually believe where this is probably part of governance, or at least between governance and strategy, because what is the governance oversight over their regulatory responsibilities? So we didn't see it as necessarily as a part of strategy, which is where the question was. Is more or less we think it's actually before that, and if it's going to have, because it has impact throughout all the various elements that we're talking about. As I mentioned, it's pretty complex. There's a lot of players in here. You could be setting policies. You could be implementing policies that other people gave you. You could be implementing your own policies at the same time, worried about someone else. And so there's a variety of different roles in that area. So when we came out, we were trying to get the recommendation, which was, we think we need to approach this from a framework perspective. And then that framework should delineate all the various roles that are out there. What are the various roles? This would be a very principle-based document because of the fact what I said earlier about where all the governments are in the process. So you talk about the roles, the various roles, but what would be the types of processes that you would expect to be in place for this area? How would they monitor? Getting back to your point, Renee, how would they monitor what's going on in this area? How do they assess the ultimate and the outcomes from that? And even maybe to some extent where it's appropriate, some type of linkage back to the budget from a performance perspective on that area. But we were also very cognizant of the fact that there are some governments, maybe one that I know pretty well, that probably doesn't pay a lot of attention to climate change right now. Okay, so while there is a requirement for reporting, we also need to provide transition in that particular space and to report if you're not doing those types of things. So So there's it'll be interesting how the transition works in this area, but we think this, as everybody knows, this is a sole role of government in this area, and we thought that with the complexity, it need to be a pretty high level, principle-based framework to actually to get the reporting right in this area. If anybody else wants to comment on anything I missed, but Celine, did I get it all? Okay.
I mean, I think it's you know, because of that complexity, I do think though that's where the concepts around integrated thinking and integrated reporting potentially are helpful for us, because you could, as you described, you could have a variety of inputs, which could be policy regulation, it could be financial support for a program. You know, so there's a range of different things. Obviously, that has immediate outputs, but they should also be related to outcomes, you know, in terms of intended outcomes. And, you know, to Renee's point, then you would expect that if you have a program in place that you would monitor against that. So I think that's, you know, if we kind of use that framework, and it might well be quite useful if we, you know, share that thinking with the board. That may be a way of actually kind of getting us through that. You know, I think one of the other things I know we were challenged on, which we probably do need to be careful here, is that you know, Paris Agreement, NDCs and so on are expressed for national purposes, and we are not doing national reporting. We are doing, you know, maybe whole of government entities and so on. So we need to reflect on how we handle that, and how we frame that. But government is still going to be significant in terms of its contribution, which doesn't take away from exactly the points that have been made in terms of strategy and so on. You know, because I think that's where government has a very strong lead and needs to have a strategy and all of those kinds of things. And it's then, you know, it is exposed to the risks of other sectors not complying in terms of delivering that overall. So there's some nuancing there, I think, that we're going to need. But yeah, it's interesting, that discussion, and that situates it then in strategy and in governance. Renee, you still? So, I mean, those sound like a really, really good series of discussions. Are there any other comments that members or TAs want to make in terms of thinking that came out of those discussions? Okay. I mean, you know, that's great. That's really helpful. And I think that really shows the power of the group if we really harness it. It doesn't help Celine at all, but I think it's much better though, given the nature of the discussion that we've had, and you know, particularly from the strategy group in terms of that really powerful call to arms. I think it's much better that we, you know, staff and, you know, the other groups actually understand that that's, if you like, the sentiment within the board. And the challenge then is actually to begin to work that up so that what comes back to you in March will reflect that thinking. So, Celine, I guess, thinking forwards, is there anything you want to sort of say at this stage?
No, I think definitely a lot of homework and takeaway for me to digest, and certainly will work through it. Some of the comments from earlier today, but this discussion. So in March, we'll plan to bring back drafting that we looked at today with revisions, and then you'll see the new from this discussion, and certainly with we'll discuss it with the SRG and topic working groups. But thank you very much for your input and insights. So.
Okay, so I think overall, actually, that's a very, very good first day. I think the board can congratulate itself on how far we've actually moved this. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for the pre-work on this as well. And also thank you, I think, to the CAG as well for the input as well. I think it's very helpful. So with that, I think we move into the final item for today, which is an update on what is going on in Canada at the moment. And Michael Paskaric has been sitting at the back there. Michael's well known to many of you as the PSAB director. So Michael's going to lead the presentation. And this really is a sort of prelude to the joint social event that we have with PSAB tomorrow evening. Renee and I will be doing an update on our work to PSAB in the sort of task force section of tomorrow afternoon. So they will have a strong flavour of what we've been doing in terms of natural resources and sustainability reporting, both of which I know are areas of interest. With that, I guess I'll pass the clicker over to Michael and say welcome, Michael. It's great that we've managed to coincide the two boards this week. And over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe we have Clyde online. Clyde McClellan is the chair of the Public Sector Accounting Board, so he's online. I'll lead the presentation, but Clyde will be online for questions. The way we've structured the presentation is I'm going to give an update on the PSAB international strategy, 3.5 years in, and more on an implementation update. I'm then going to pass it over to Nora Wood, who's a principal with the Canadian Sustainability Standards Board, who's going to give you an update on what's happening with the CSSB, as we call it in Canada, and sustainability more broadly in Canada. And then we'll leave the last 15 minutes or so for questions. So that's how we've structured the presentation. So with that, why don't I just start out and give you a little bit of an overview of the session agenda with regards to the first session. I'm going to give you a little bit of background on PSAB, which is the Public Sector Accounting Board in Canada, on our international strategy. Some of you are familiar with this. Some of you were here when PSAB was going through that. But for those of you who aren't, I'm going to talk a little bit briefly about it. I'll update you on how our journey is going so far. And then I'll talk about some of what we're calling application projects. So where we're using an IPSAS as the base for an international standard. We'll talk about a few key learnings. And then, as I mentioned, I'll pass it over to the Nora Wood at the CSSB. And at the end, we'll take some questions. So with that, let me give you a little bit of background on the international strategy. But I think it's important to understand the Canadian landscape. So Canada is a country, is a confederation of sovereign governments. So we've got 10 provinces, 2 territories, and a federal government, all sovereign. And what I mean by that is they all have the ability to legislate. They do follow public sector accounting standards on a voluntary basis. So they're not mandated to follow public sector accounting standards. They all do. We have 3 branches of government. We have the federal government. We have our provincial governments, or some of you would call them state governments. And then we have our local governments, municipal governments. And we also have over 650 plus Indigenous governments right across Canada. So it gives you a little bit of the sense of the dynamic that we're working in Canada, because I think that's important to standard setting. Independent standard setting bodies. So there's 4 bodies, standard setting bodies in Canada. We've got Public Sector Accounting Board. We've got the Accounting Standards Board, largely for private sector accounting. We've got this newly formed CSSB that I talked about, the Sustainability Standards Board. And we've got the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board. And they are separate entities and funded, supported by the profession. So they're funded currently by CPA Canada. For the Public Sector Accounting Board, has a well-developed set of accrual-based standards, over 30 plus years in developing accrual accounting standards. And all governments, as I mentioned, in Canada and government organizations do adopt PSAS. So 3 levels of government, but also including what we call government not-for-profits, which largely consists of hospitals, schools, universities, colleges, and some museums in Canada, all adopting the same set of accounting standards. So that's kind of a little overview of the landscape that we're operating in Canada. And in 2017 to 2022, so this would be our previous strategic plan, the board had one of their key strategies was to review the board's approach to international public sector accounting standards, or IPSAS. And it said it would do it in a few ways. It would conduct research between the differences between PSAS, public sector standards, and international standards. It would look to other jurisdictions to see if it could learn through some of the experiences that they've had. And the board issued 2 public consultation papers to get the opinion of interested and affected parties. And within those consultation papers, it developed and refined criteria, and it had 4 different options that it proposed towards the international strategy, and it got views from really a diverse set of stakeholders across Canada. So in 2020, based on the feedback to these consultation papers, PSAB selected option 2, what it called option 2 for its international strategy. And it was really based, it said that it would adapt IPSAS principles when developing future standards. And sort of a few key aspects of this decision was that it was prospective and it applied to future standards. It was not a retrospective adoption of the current standards. So PSAB continues to develop accounting standards independently. It sets its own technical agenda. It develops its own strategic plan. It uses its own conceptual framework and reporting model, which I understand you had a presentation on recently. And it follows its own due process. However, it was modified to incorporate the international strategy decision. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the journey so far. So the international strategy decision was formally adopted in Canada on April 1st of 2021. And in that same year, PSAB issued what we call criteria for modifying and reviewing IPSAS principles, essentially a public document that outlines the criteria for when the board can depart from an IPSAS standard. A couple key points on that is that, number one, if it's found that it's not in compliance with the conceptual framework, the PSAB conceptual framework, and if it's not determined to be not in the Canadian public interests. So that was a document that was adopted. As I mentioned, we revised our due process. We issued a new strategic plan, our 2022 to 2027 strategic plan. Obviously, one of the key aspects on that was our international strategy and strengthening and influencing international standards. And so far, another piece that I'll just touch on briefly is PSAB also did a modification to its gap hierarchy. And what we mean by that is the gap hierarchy was modified to really put IPSAS as first, to be consulted first. Now, this is in areas where there is no standard, where PSAB does not have a standard. IPSAS would be consulted first. So that was a process PSAB went through to make some changes to its handbook. And it also then began, reviewing IPSAS documents, and it's issued board responses to 8 IPSASB documents for comments so far. It also established what we're calling the technical advisory group that I'm going to talk about in an upcoming slide. So the journey so far, I would say, kind of three elements to it here. The first one is focusing on influencing international standard settings. And that's done through a few different ways that I'll talk about. I talked about responses to board responses to IPSASB documents for comment. Having the IPSASB member, the Canadian IPSASB member, have some presence at the Public Sector Accounting Board, the Canadian board meetings. That's another aspect of it. With regards to IPSASB support, having the Canadian board member and the CAG member having briefings before the IPSASB, so having staff briefings and really providing comments from a Canadian perspective to the Canadian board and CAG members. And really trying to increase staff interaction. Staff are based here in Canada in this building, so really trying to work on having more of that interaction, a staff-to-staff interaction. On engaging and educating, I mean, I think I'll make the point that IPSAS was relatively little, there was little knowledge on IPSAS in some areas. If you go to the Canadian public sector, I would say particularly, it may have been more known in what we call the senior governments, the federal government and some of the provincial governments. But as you sort of went to the municipal governments and the government organizations, there was less familiarity with IPSAS. So that's been an area of focus, what we call, educating and engaging them. So we've done roundtables with those groups to obtain input on IPSASB documents. We've also put out comparisons. So we've done some comparison documents. We've got a lot of questions on what are the differences, between your conceptual framework and IPSASB's conceptual framework. So we've put out those documents and done education sessions on that. Even on more broadly, where are the differences? While there are a lot of similarities, there are some differences as well. So, our interested and affected parties were quite interested in that. So we kept updating those, posting those publicly. We set up a separate website as well, or page on our website dedicated to the international strategy, really trying to raise the awareness right across Canada. This next slide essentially talks to the same thing. This is some of the methods we've been using to influence IPSAS and international standard setting. As I mentioned, we've kind of done regular briefings for the Canadian members. We do quarterly meetings with the Public Sector Accounting Board and the IPSASB chairs and staff to talk about some of the issues that are there. And as I mentioned, we've had some board-to-board interaction, which we'll have also tomorrow night.
Yeah, and I would say I think that the dialogue between with Clyde and welcome Clyde, and Michael, you and your team, I think has been tremendously useful actually on both sides. So I think thank you for making that happen.
Good. Sorry. Yeah, I'll continue. So talked about engaging and educating. Maybe I'll make a few more points here that, a significant amount of outreach we've done to various conferences across Canada. The Canadian IPSASB member Renee and others and IPSASB staff have had presence at various conferences across Canada, right across different levels of governments, which I think has been useful in terms of socializing IPSAS and socializing the international strategy. Talked about the comparison documents here, which I've put links on to the presentation for those that have some interest. And we also created an on-demand workshop, kind of an intro to IPSAS in French and in English. 5 sessions consisting of a video accompanied with transcripts and slides. We got good feedback on that. I think that's helped with some of the, kind of familiarity and educating, and it's really just going through kind of, as we call it, a 101 on IPSAS for those that have a little familiarity with it. I'll make a point here in terms of the board responses to IPSASB documents for comment. I think it's important to note that the board and the staff do an evaluation of which documents PSAB will respond to. So we don't respond to everything. The board tries to focus on where, first off, what would be most relevant to Canada, and where the board feels it can influence the most. So, and it looks at resources as well. So we kind of do a determination, at the beginning of each fiscal year in terms of which documents we will engage with, and the board focuses on those. Last year, we did a fair bit of outreach and work and conducted roundtable discussions. I would say extensive roundtable discussions right across Canada with various communities on the natural resources and sustainability consultation papers, and there was a lot of interest in that right across Canada. So I think that was a great opportunity to kind of engage with the different communities. And we established, as I said, the technical advisory group, which I've got a slide coming up here on that I'll talk about. And looking forward, I mean, in our current plan, the documents that we plan to engage on in the upcoming fiscal year is the measurement. So that's one that's our staff and our board has quite a bit of interest in. The strategy and work program, that has had quite a bit of interest. In fact, just last week, we had the technical advisory group talk through that document. That was a very good and helpful discussion. So that was one that we feel is quite important. And natural resources, looking forward, that's one where we're getting a lot of interest right across Canada on. So we'll be likely plan is to conduct, again, roundtable discussions on the document or documents as they come out in the next year. I mentioned the Technical Advisory Group, or TAG, as we call it for short acronym. Really, the purpose of this group, it's really a diverse group of professionals from right across Canada, from various levels of government and communities. And really, the primary role is to support PSAB on the technical review of IPSASB documents for comment. So, the group will go through the technical, they've got more time than the board. They will go through and do a technical review of the documents, make recommendations, maybe provide advice to PSAB on those documents and more broadly on its international strategy. It has sort of a secondary purpose, as I mentioned, to try to socialize IPSAS in governments across Canada. So that group will also, we've got members from different organizations that can, engage with IPSAS and bring that back to their various communities. So trying to get it more socialized. So that the group had its first inaugural meeting just last week, so it's fairly new. But as I mentioned, it was a great discussion, primarily focused on the strategy and work plan. With regards to application projects, as we call them, international strategy application projects, I'm going to focus on, really two here. Employee benefits was one where the board began with IPSAS 39. A couple notes on this one. This particular project had been in place for years before the board decided on its international strategy. So it was kind of caught in that phase where it was already started. But the board did choose to begin with IPSAS 39, and I say that because I mention that because it's still in process. The board the project is not finalized. There may be more modifications in this than regularly there might be, given sort of the context that it had began before, but that's still to be determined. But the one I wanted to focus on and just mention was intangibles, because the board did approve a project proposal just in September of this year on intangibles. This is very much an international strategy application project. It's going to begin with IPSAS 31, intangible assets. And it's going to utilize the criteria for modifying and reviewing principles. So it's going to be sort of the first new project that the board is starting. This really came up. We did a consultation with our interested and affected parties last year in terms of ranking what projects they see as important, and this came right at the top in terms of major projects. So we're implementing that and beginning with IPSAS 31. A little bit on the scope. So the intention, PSAB does not have an intangible standard currently. So there's nothing in the handbook right now with regards to specific intangibles. So the idea here is to develop sort of that base guidance based on IPSAS 31, get the definitions, measurement, other types of criteria as the base guidance. The board also did hear quite a bit in that consultation that we went out to our Canadian communities. We heard quite a bit on cloud computing arrangements. We heard the need for guidance on cloud computing arrangements. So what the board decided was to start and with IPSAS 31, perhaps get that base guidance in place, and then once that's out for comment or somewhere in that phase, to start a guideline on cloud computing arrangements. So a specific project wouldn't be an IPSAS project, but it would be a guideline as opposed to a standard focusing on cloud computing arrangements. So that's the approach that the board took toward intangibles. So that's exciting. That's coming up right now. And maybe I'll just sort of talk about a few key learnings so far. I think a few things that we've learned. So we're 3.5 years or so into our international strategy, and I would say that what I say is long-term focus. It is we have to keep our focus on the long term here. It is not a short-term focus, and I think we're realizing, or we noting that it does take significant resources for international strategy activities. Influencing and the other activities talked about are not light on resources. We're somewhere in the range of 20% of our overall resources focused on international strategy activities. So that's somewhere in that range, some years a little more and others, depending on the documents that are out for comment, but sort of ballpark, that's where we are. I mentioned the sort of low familiarity in Canada of IPSAS, and it does require significant education and outreach activities. So it can be fairly time consuming. We've tried to take a few steps in that direction with the documents I talked about, but that's sort of an ongoing activity to make sure that we're out there, make sure that we're educating, getting familiarity of IPSAS in Canada. The second key learning that I wanted to point out was, it does, when we take on an IPSAS standard, given that PSAB has a mature and robust set of existing standards, there is a significant amount of research and sort of amendments to fit it into the existing handbook. What I mean by that is it's not necessarily like a cut and paste exercise, because staff have to go through very carefully, look at the terminology that's in the IPSAS, compare it to the terminology that's in the PSAS. There can be differences in the way terms are used. Like, for example, the intangibles is one I was just speaking to staff on, and the way that control is used in the IPSAS may not be exactly the way control is used in the PSAS. There's linkages to other standards. There's a comparison to the conceptual framework. So there's a fair bit of amount of time and research involved in taking on an IPSAS and putting it into the public sector accounting handbook. And the other last piece that I'll mention here is that the document I talked about, the criteria for modifying reviewing principles, there's been a fair bit of discussion at the board around the idea of, within those principles, the degree of amendments that can be made. So you're in this discussion of how much can you amend within the context of that criteria for modifying and reviewing principles documents. So you get into a discussion on public interest, and public interest is in the eye of the beholder in some cases. So that's where I think that discussion can sort of take place. So I think that's one thing to sort of, we do have our eye on, and there are different views at the board in terms of how much variations can be done or are needed to a given standard. So those are a couple of the learnings that I wanted to share. Hopefully that was helpful for you. I know we've got Clyde on the line as well, if he wants to add anything to that. But maybe I'll stop there for a moment.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think that's a very interesting presentation of what's going on in a jurisdiction. Obviously, has a significant history of application of accrual reporting at the different levels of government. Just before opening up to the board, obviously to formally welcome Clyde. It's great to see you. I don't know if you want to add anything to what Michael said before I open up for questions from the IPSASB.
Hopefully you can hear me well enough. I guess, Ian, the first comment I think I would like to leave is one that you've echoed, which is a thank you to your staff, yourself, and all the members of the International Board for the degree of collaboration we've had over the last number of years. I know it's existed for well beyond that, but I do want to echo that is a very positive outcome of all of this. And I would be remiss if I didn't certainly call out Renee Pichard for her engagement in a lot of this as well. So I suppose it might be no surprise to some members around the table that Renee has played a pretty active role in many of the educational activities that we've done here in Canada to socialize the international standards, to kind of make our interested and affected parties aware of what's going on. More to the content that Michael had indicated. Yeah, I think people often ask me about how well is your international strategy going, as if I can sort of, I guess, put some kind of grade on it or measure it in some kind of metric. And I think, as Michael's indicated to all of you, I feel that we're very much still in the early stages of this. And it's, I think it's important for everyone to remember that even though we sort of label this as a particular strategy, a lot of our standard setting work before we actually formalized the strategy did require and involve a reflection on the work you're doing. So this was just an effort to kind of, I guess, formalize an informal process that had taken place. So even though we speak to some of the challenges, right, that we're facing within the strategy, no one should be thinking that those challenges wouldn't have presented themselves if we were to have developed standards on our own. Something that I think from a pragmatic and cost-effective point of view wouldn't have been well advised anyway. So a lot of these learning challenges and things Michael has raised are inevitabilities, I think, in standard setting. And we're working through them. The biggest, I think, observation is just, how much education is needed within our country to familiarize people at the, more of a working level about what it actually is to apply IPSASB standards. And then I think, as Michael indicated, we've got to work through the details that while there are not many, right, so that's, Renee frequently reminds us all, there are not a lot of differences. But there are still some differences, and some of them small, and over time they will disappear. But for the moment, they exist, and we kind of have to work through all of this so that it's a little bit challenging in the early years. Hopefully that won't be quite the case longer term. And I guess my final comment before we get a little bit of an update on sustainability from here in the Canadian perspective is that we are also watching a couple of things that Michael didn't mention. So your work on sustainability is of critical importance to us here in Canada. So we're watching that very closely, looking at what's being done in that regard. And you might be surprised, even some other projects you're doing that we haven't mentioned. So let's talk a little bit about the work you did in the past year on looking at differential reporting frameworks, or what modifications you could make to accommodate different perspectives on financial reporting. That project was very interesting to us. The conclusions you had about how difficult that might be, also very interesting, and aligns quite nicely with a project that our other sister board is doing on the very same issue. So in some ways, Ian, I think the collaboration we're having is also saving us time from going down certain directions that I think you and others find may not be time well spent. And that sometimes, to me, is the, I guess, a real intrinsic value that doesn't quite get measured all of the time. that is involved, that comes out of, I think, the close collaboration that we've had. So why don't I stop there? I don't know how, Michael, we're planning to get Nora to kind of update everyone, but I'm happy to either take questions or wait until that so we have broader questions. But thanks, Ian, for the opportunity to make a few remarks.
Thank you, Clyde. And I think that, having had the presentation on the primary financial statements that we had last time round, I think, it was very a neat feed into our own work that, we're starting in that area. So I think this is a two-way street here. So just open up for questions or comments from our board members. Adrien, if you want to lead us off.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Michael, for that very interesting presentation. I would have two questions. First one, you said when adopting IPSAS principles, the time you develop your own Canadian standards, one of your beacon would be that it could be in the interest of Canadian people. Given that the IPSAS board works in the global interest of the public, and who can most can least, what would be in the global interest of the public and not in the interest of the Canadian people?
Yeah, you've hit on a very good point. But maybe I'll mention, Clyde, I don't know if you want to kind of jump in, but I mean, we look at, we talk about the public interest, which I think is what you're referring to. The board, I guess, has adopted, and it's an internal document on how to look at the public interest. And I would say high level, essentially what it concluded, it is not one thing. It is a balance of factors and a balance of considerations. And sometimes there can be trade-offs. And so, we look at the Canadian context that I talked about. We obviously have different parties, governments, Indigenous governments, others that are different. And I think it's important to look at all of that and sort of, look at the balance of considerations. I mean, comparability, other types of considerations, and the board ultimately has to use its judgment to kind of within that framework to decide on a case-by-case basis if something is not in the Canadian public interest. So I know it's not a very definitive answer, but I think it's sort of an abstract concept that one needs judgment to use. Clyde, I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
I mean, I think the premise of the question is something that we look at obviously quite regularly. In theory, there shouldn't, you're setting standards, we're setting standards. You would think there wouldn't be very much particular issues. I think Michael hit on essentially what could something be? Well, first, I think Michael shared a slide of the construct of the Canadian public sector, and also spoke very much to our engagement with Indigenous peoples and our efforts to follow the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as an active part of how we develop standards. So that probably, thinking about your question, what might be something relatively unique is the express direction we're going in that regard, and the need to very, definitively think about that particular interested and affected group and how our standards are affecting them, and ways sort of the universality of standards that we want to achieve in Canada versus some of the unique needs of individual groups. So that's, I think, that a very good example of how we're sort of struggling with something that we might call uniquely Canadian to the broader issue of standard setting. But point well taken, we're not, we're looking very carefully at what we modify because I think the premise that you're arguing should be somewhat the base case.
I mean, I think it comes back to the point that you made that this is not a bright line, and certainly I think you have to look at where Canada is coming from and so on, and all those factors actually influence the debate. And we know from our own discussions the point about differences of perspective and how you recognise those. You had a second question?
Don't be afraid. Please don't take the second question as blunt or provocative, but Okay. Well, I was appealed by the wording of one of your headings, influencing international standards. So it means that you have a strategy of influence in this area. What do you expect from that strategy of influence, namely as an outcome in the international standards that are developed and adopted by this board?
Yeah, maybe I'll take that, Clyde. So I mean the idea and is that we could influence international standards to put forward Canadian perspectives. Hopefully over time, those perspectives are taken into considerations, and ultimately the IPSAS standards would reflect some of those perspectives. The idea being that at that time, if PSAB at the Canadian level decides to take on that standards, it would be closer and incorporate the Canadian perspective, and ideally there would not be that many modifications needed to adapt that to the Canadian environment. So ultimately, that's sort of the objective, to try and influence those standards so that they are closer and incorporate the views of the Canadian environment.
Okay. Other questions or comments from board members? Andrew.
Thanks. With your international strategy, you mentioned obviously the alignment with IPSAS standards, and you mentioned you had a really robust discussion around our upcoming strategy. Part of that is potentially us creating an application type panel that would look at, implementation challenges, etc., of these sort of standards. So perhaps a two-part question. The first is, do you have an existing application type panel already within your structures? If so, any lessons we can learn from that? And if we do move forward in our strategy, do you see any potential risks or things, that we should perhaps be aware of, or how would that impact your internationalization strategy? Thanks.
I'll start, Clyde, and so the short answer is yes. We do have a public, what we call the public sector accounting discussion group, and in fact, at the forum in Portugal, we had a short presentation on the discussion group and its role. The role of the discussion, so it is a public forum. It's got professionals from across Canada, and it started out debating more application type issues to what you're alluding to. Over time, it's sort of evolved, I would say, a little bit to both application issues and what we're calling emerging issues. So we kind of expanded the scope of the terms to kind of incorporate both of those. And I think it's been a very, very useful forum. It's been extremely useful over the year. I mean, in some ways, the board can sort of use that to sort of gauge some of the views of different Canadian parties and what's on their mind and what might need to get done to sort of inform its agenda going forward. So I think that's one of the useful aspects of it. It also gives Canadian interested and affected parties an outlet. So if we're having these issues, if it is a pervasive issue, where do we bring it forward? Well, here's somewhere we can bring it forward. And an interesting part of it is that quite usually you don't get agreement from all the different panels. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But it's a good kind of forum to air those discussions. And then many times one will come out saying, actually, I didn't look at it that way, but that's an interesting way that I might want to look at it as well. It's not authoritative, so it's not binding. Only the board can make that decision. But I think those are some of the lessons that we've learned for it. We are doing a sort of a 5-year review coming up in the current year to sort of see where we might want to make some adjustments or learnings from the group. But I would say it's been running. It's got to be running for about I'd say 8 years or so now. And it's been a very useful forum. Clyde, if you have anything else to add.
So I think the big thing to add is that it is non-binding on the board. So we receive an update and a report from the group, but it is up to the board itself to determine the actions it will take in regards to any of the recommendations that come from the group. So what we have found a little bit, which I mean, we still are struggling with a lot of the feedback that we received from our communities about application guidance. Can you help us, figure out how to do X, Y, Z? And it's not just us; our sister boards are facing the same sort of thing. So you asked the question, what cautions, what I guess points for consideration we might raise. So one thing that I've observed is that it is potentially possible that that if we were to have a binding outcome from this group or some kind of way to fast track agenda items to the board's agenda, that it could quickly turn out to be some form of arbitration panel when you have disputes between auditors and preparers. So that's kind of been an initial observation I've had, that you have to watch that kind of dynamic, I guess. And so I've been quite comfortable that because the group is not non-authoritative, non-binding, that it becomes a broad discussion amongst learned colleagues about how one might go about applying or addressing the standards with regards to specific transactions, and not ending up into some kind of IFRIC committee that is issuing out a bunch of others, application standards, etc. And then the final one, which is going to be obviously evident to all of you, is all of these things take a lot of resources, right? So the more, the more we go down the application guidance argument that we're, starting to talk about amongst the other sister boards, is you can quickly find yourself becoming the definitive source for how to apply a standard. And what I mean by that is, there's quite an industry, I'm not, please don't take this the wrong way, amongst, many of the professional firms to offer guidance and application about how to apply individual standards. And often I get asked, well, which one do you favor? So will you give us, sort of the IPSASB approved big firm model? So then we'll just go and apply that and our auditors will accept it. So I think that's, something I fear too, is that's not really the business I want to be in. I want to be focused on setting standards and dealing with upcoming issues. So those are, I think, are some of the probably obvious factors to be thinking about as you head down the application panel discussion. So that I'll stop there.
Thank you, Clyde. What you may not have seen was the number of smiles and nods and so on going on around the board, where clearly this resonates across many jurisdictions, I would say, just on a sample of people I was looking at who were grinning as you were talking at that last point.
Yeah, not surprised.
So I'm wondering, maybe at this stage, perhaps we move on to CSSB, and then we'll sort of circle back in terms of further comments or discussion at that point in time.
Yep.
So we welcome Nora.
Oh, hello, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm seeing a nod, thank you.
Yep.
You've got a big group there. I can make out little people, but looks like lots of you. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on the progress and about the exciting work that's underway at the CSSB. I'm Nora Wood. I'm a principal with the CSSB. I'm based in Winnipeg, which is in the heart of the Canadian prairies. So unfortunately unable to join you in person today. We're enjoying a bit of a heat wave right now. It's about 4 degrees, which is lovely and a bit weird, but a little bit about me before we jump in. I actually have worked most of my career in the public sector, only recently making a change when I came into this role in July of this year. So I fully appreciate and understand the unique nature of the public sector, and also have direct experience in my previous role working to try to advance sustainable development throughout the public sector that I worked within. And with that, I really am looking forward to the continued and possible future engagement between CSSB, PSAB, and IPSASB to really explore what sustainability disclosure standards might mean within the public sector. Okay, so I guess, can someone advance to the next slide, please? Thank you. So I've been asked to provide a bit of an update on the progress and work to date of the CSSB. So I'll start just by providing you with a bit of a recap or summary of activities to date. I'll share a little bit about what the board's been focused on since its creation earlier this year, and then we'll finish up with a look at what's coming ahead. Next slide, please. So just to recap, in June of 2022, the Independent Review Committee on Standard Setting in Canada approved the formation of the CSSB and expressed that the IFRS sustainability disclosure standards were the appropriate starting point for the CSSB in developing Canadian sustainability standards, with a view that these would eventually apply universally to public and private enterprises, not-for-profit organizations, pension plans, and public sector entities. In April 2023, the chair and the first 3 board members were announced, followed in June by the announcement of the next 5 members, which established quorum. And then lastly, the final tranche of members was announced this past September, bringing the total number of members up to 12 and rendering it fully operational. The inaugural board brings a wide range of sustainability-related experience through industry experience and represents a cross-section of Canada's market, both geographically and professionally. Next slide, please. So what has the board been, that's me. I was on the wrong slide on my end. That's great. Okay, so what has the board been up to and focused on so far? Sorry. I'm just trying to see what slide you're on. I'm not sure if it's lining up with what, sorry, can you advance to the next slide?
Right now it's slide 3. Do you want it slide 4?
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? It says summary of activities to date. Yeah, okay,
Yes.
so the next one, yeah. Current focus, yeah, that's where we are. Okay, great. Okay, so since satisfying quorum last year, the board has held 3 in-person meetings, one in July, which was held in Toronto, one in September, which was held in Montreal, and then we just had one a few weeks ago in November, which was held in Vancouver, plus a virtual meeting that was held over 2 days at the end of August. So it's been a very busy few months. The board has been working on finalizing the board's governing infrastructure. So since June, the board has created and established its core governance documents, so the terms of reference, standard operating procedure, and due process manual. And the goal is publishing those at the beginning of the new year. So those will be coming out. The board's also been working on reviewing IFRS S1 and S2 and working to determine the path of travel regarding the most appropriate approach to adoption of sustainability disclosure Canada's that are fit for purpose in Canada. Currently, the focus of the CSSB has been on sustainability disclosure standards that address the sustainability information needs of capital markets and that help the reporting of sustainability information by Canadian reporting entities. And then lastly, there has been work starting discussions about the development of a multi-year strategic plan. Next slide, please. Great. Okay, so just a little bit about the work that's been going on with IFRS S1 and S2. Consistent with the Independent Review Committee's mandate, the CSSB's objective really is to adopt IFRS S1 and S2 as they've been issued by the ISSB, ideally without modification in Canada, in the spirit of establishing that global baseline. However, the board is also working to balance the key issues related to the Canadian marketplace and facilitating interoperability with the ISSB standards and as well as with other Canadian standards, legislation, and regulation. So this is a really nice visual presentation of sort of the path of travel that's been underway and where we might be heading. So if you could just advance it once, there should be a little, there we go. Thank you. So number 1 on the diagram was completed sort of pre-CSSB. This was done by the FRAS Canada staff because the board was not yet established. And so there was some consultation that was done to help inform the ISSB on the baseline when the IFRS S1 and S2 were out for exposure. Next, just advance one more time. There we go. So right now we're essentially at step number 2, where the CSSB is now deliberating and will be consulting with the public about approving a baseline that is fit for purpose in Canada. And then one more time. Slide. There we go. And then step 3 could mean that the board considers extending the baseline, perhaps through transitional relief measures or effective date or other commensurate measures as a result of the market consultation. And then one more time on this slide to take us to step 4. The board could contemplate eventually perhaps adding a building block to the baseline that helps take into considerations that might be material and unique to the Canadian economy, environment, and/or society. So those are things such as our economic reliance on our small, medium enterprises, the prevalence of the natural resources sector, so forestry and extractive industries, and then also our commitment to the reconciliation journey with our Indigenous peoples. Next slide, please. So now the interesting bit, a sneak peek at a look at what's ahead. I can share with you that the board just decided a little over a week ago, and we'll be making a formal announcement about Canadian consultation on IFRS S1 and S2, which will be coming out very early in the new year. So watch for that announcement at the beginning of January, I think. So with respect to the upcoming consultation, work is ongoing right now on an exposure draft. The consultation will be a full exposure of IFRS S1 and S2, along with the CSSB preamble and proposed amendments where applicable. The board approved a consultation period of 90 days to begin in the spring of 2024, and which helps take into account the demands of the interested and affected parties that we heard from, such as activities related to year ends and the proxy season, and will extend into early June and aims to wrap up its analysis and deliberation of feedback sometime in the late fall. Board and staff continue to maintain close lines of communication with the regulatory authorities, really to understand how this new set of standards will fit in within that existing regulatory context, to help clarify our respective roles in terms of standard setting versus enforcing the standards in Canada, and also to identify opportunities for efficiencies. I think we can all agree, and what we're hearing is that time is really of the essence, and everyone senses the urgency about getting these standards in place for Canada. So anything that we can do to help accelerate that process is positive. And then next steps, we are also working on developing our communications and outreach strategies, finalizing that exposure draft, along with the corresponding educational support and engagement and outreach materials. So there will be webinars and roundtables that are anticipated to come along with that. And then, of course, the launch of the consultation period itself. What is the CSSB hoping to achieve through consultation? Well, of course, to invite feedback on the CSSB's proposed amendments or possible amendments to IFRS S1 and S2, to invite feedback on the CSSB's proposed criteria to modify international sustainability disclosure standards, which are part and parcel of our due process manual, to act as an early signal to both Canadian and international stakeholders of CSSB's proposed course of action, which again, as I said, are minimal changes to IFRS S1 and S2, but may reflect items such as a revised effective date and might propose things such as transitional relief adjustments. And then also to begin informal outreach with the market to understand concerns and suggestions on issues that will be subject to formal consultation on a proposed CSSB multi-year strategic plan. And just as I wrap up here, I will reiterate that, as I mentioned earlier, the focus of these inaugural sustainability disclosure standards in Canada is going to be on capital markets and publicly accountable enterprises, but there is a recognition that, of course, sovereign bonds make up almost 40% of that global bond market, and so do have an impact on that. And then also the significant player that government contributes to GDP and then also to the global workforce. So the board does intend to consider further scoping with a possible extension of sustainability disclosures to the public sector. And in this case, picking up on the work already underway by IPSASB and working along with the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Board. And then also scoping to see where the SMEs might fit into this. And that is work that is anticipated to be done as part of the board's upcoming strategic plan. And again, that's anticipated to take place in Q3, when the board will consult with the public to help set its course of priorities and establish its upcoming work plans. So I think that brings me to the end of the presentation. I think there's one more slide. I hope that was helpful, and I'm happy. Well, after hearing the questions that were asked earlier, I don't know if I should be scared of the questions that might come or not, but I am happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
So thank you very much, Nora, for that summary of what's going on. And I think from the board point of view, happily, there are very strong connections between our work and what's going on in Canada in particular. The chair of the CSSB is Charles-Antoine Saint-Jean, who is well known to us and indeed was chair of IPSASB during the development and the decision on the international strategy. So, I think that's great. Also, Heather Taylor, who is on our sustainability reference group, is obviously one of your members as well as being on IPSASB. And we do also have Lisa French on the topic working group. So I think that is very encouraging, and also I think encouraging if you'd seen some of the slides that were used earlier on today, is that two-block model that you showed was also one of the diagrams in our consultation paper, and we referenced that back earlier today when we were looking at how we might move forward in terms of basing our guidance on S2, but also drawing in that broader perspective for the public sector and looking at the use of GRI. So I think for all those reasons, there's plenty of grounds for optimism, and our sort of planned timetable in terms of our first exposure draft on sustainability on climate-related disclosures is also targeted for the approval at the end of Q3 next year. So I think for all of those reasons, there's actually a lot of synergies. Might just open up at that stage to see whether there are any questions or comments from IPSASB members. I think you're at the end of quite a long day there, Nora, actually.
I'm off the hook.
Okay. Clyde, I don't know whether you want to make any closing comments at all.
No, I think just closing remarks. Obviously, what Nora has shared with you will show also the collaboration that we have with the CSSB, its chair and staff. and very much interested in looking at how sustainability standards will apply in the public sector. And therefore, the work that you're doing is pretty instrumental in helping to illuminate that particular aspect of the journey. I think closing remarks, Ian, thank you very much for an opportunity to spend some time with the board, share with you what we're up to, how our particular work is dovetailing with some of what you're doing. I just want to thank you again, thank all the members of the board, and look forward to ongoing and continued collaboration, which has been very helpful in the journey to set financial reporting standards in Canada.
So thank you, Clyde, and I think we'd certainly entirely echo from our side that appreciation of the collaboration. Renee and I will be presenting to PSAB tomorrow, and unsurprisingly, given Michael's comments, we know that they will be wanting to hear about what we're doing on natural resources and where we've got to on that, and also that there will be considerable interest in our approach to climate related disclosures and sustainability reporting in general. So I think we're looking forward to those discussions, as well as to the social tomorrow evening.
Very good.
So with that, I think thank you very much to CSSB and PSAB colleagues. Thank you very much to the board for, I think, a very good day. I think I think we've covered a lot of ground, and I think we've really started to build a shared vision of where we see climate related disclosures going, which I think is tremendously helpful both from the staff point of view, but I think it will also be important from our stakeholder point of view, as we've just heard. So I think unless there's anything else from the staff side, I'll just say thank you, have a good evening, and we will see you back here tomorrow morning when we move into presentation of financial statements. So thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night now.